Welcome back in, my tired dumplings. Get cosy and snuggly, because tonight we are heading back to April 1775, to the muddy roads outside Boston, where the story you think you know about one man and one horse turns out to be a tale of dozens of riders, multiple routes, and a messaging system so clever it makes your modern group chat look downright primitive. Paul Revere was someone requested highly by some of you guys to cover in full, so before we go through it all together, feel free to follow if this is your first time here so you never have to search for something again. Let us know how you're doing down below in the comments, and leave us a review on whether or not this changed your sleep cycle for the better. Now grab that blanket, turn on your fan for some white noise alongside what we provide, and let's snooze away to a genuine good time. The spring of 1775 smells like manure and tension. British soldiers patrol Boston Harbour while American spies count musket balls in attics. You're about to discover that the midnight ride was not one person galloping through empty streets shouting warnings, but rather a coordinated intelligence operation involving farmers, silversmiths, tanners, and at least 3 men who barely knew each other, but ended up saving the Revolutionary War before it even started. The winter of 1774 slides into spring like a drunk uncle at a wedding. Gradual, awkward, everyone pretending not to notice the obvious tension. You're standing in Boston in early April 1775. The city feels like a pot of water just before it boils, not quite bubbling yet, but you can see the heat building underneath. British General Thomas Gage commands 4,000 redcoats, occupying a city of about 16,000 people. The math alone makes everyone nervous. 1 soldier for every 4 civilians. Those are occupation numbers. Everyone knows it. Nobody says it out loud. The interesting part is not the British soldiers you can see. The interesting part is the intelligence network you cannot see. Dr. Joseph Warren runs what might be the most sophisticated spy ring in colonial America. He is 33 years old. He graduated from Harvard. He has excellent handwriting and better instincts. His day job involves pulling teeth and setting bones. His night job involves collecting secrets that could get him hanged. Warren recruits stable boys who overhear British officers talking. He pays washerwomen who count uniforms going to the laundry. He befriends tavern keepers who water down the drinks just enough that soldiers talk more than they should. The spy network operates like a giant set of ears attached to Boston itself. The system works because nobody expects a doctor to be a spy master. Warren moves through British social circles with the easy confidence of someone who once removed a musket ball from a general's leg without anaesthetic. You do not forget the person who saved your life while you screamed into a leather strap. One of Warren's key sources is a woman whose identity historians still debate. She might be the wife of a British officer, she might be a housekeeper, she might be someone's mistress. What matters is that she has access to military planning sessions and a conscience that leans toward the American cause. In mid-April, this unnamed source tells Warren that British troops plan to march out of Boston soon. They will seize colonial weapons and arrest Mr. Samuel Adams and Mr. John Hancock. The British call these 2 men the ringleaders of rebellion. The Americans call them patriots. The truth probably lives somewhere in between. Warren needs to warn Adams and Hancock. They are hiding in Lexington, about 11 miles northwest of Boston. But getting a message out of occupied Boston requires planning that would make a chess grandmaster sweat. The British control Boston Neck, the narrow strip of land connecting the city to the mainland. Every person leaving Boston must pass through a checkpoint. British soldiers search wagons, they question travellers, they confiscate suspicious documents. Getting caught carrying a warning about British troop movements would result in a very short trial and a very long rope. Warren needs multiple riders using different routes. He needs backup plans for the backup plans. He needs people who know the roads in the dark and can recognise which houses shelter friends versus which ones hide loyalists who would happily turn them in for a few coins. Enter the mechanics. Paul Revere is a silversmith. He is 40 years old. He has strong hands from hammering metal all day and strong opinions about British taxation. He also belongs to a group called the Mechanics, which sounds like a car repair shop but actually operates as an intelligence cell within the larger spy network. The mechanics include carpenters, blacksmiths, printers, and other tradesmen. They meet in taverns, they share information, they practice what modern intelligence agencies would call tradecraft: how to pass messages without being seen, how to signal danger, how to create alibis that hold up under questioning. Revere has already made several rides to Lexington and Concord, carrying warnings and documents. He knows the routes. He knows which ferry operators can be trusted. He knows which farmers leave their gates unlocked for midnight riders who need shortcuts across private property. But Revere also knows that redundancy saves lives. One rider can get caught. One rider can fall off a horse. One rider can take the wrong turn in the dark and end up miles off course. Warren's network needs multiple messengers taking different paths to ensure at least one warning reaches Lexington. The second messenger is William Dawes. He is 30 years old. He works as a tanner, which means he spends his days turning animal hides into leather using chemicals that smell like death's armpit. But Dawes has one crucial advantage. He is friendly with British soldiers, not in a suspicious way, not in a collaborator way, just in the way that happens when you're a jovial guy who occasionally shares a drink with the checkpoint guards and tells funny stories about the time a horse kicked a bucket of tanning solution all over the mayor. Dawes is the kind of person soldiers wave through checkpoints without much questioning. The plan starts taking shape in Warren's mind, like a painting emerging from blank canvas. Revere will row across the Charles River under cover of darkness, bypassing Boston Neck entirely. Dawes will talk his way past the British checkpoint using charm and misdirection. Both will ride to Lexington using different routes. Even if one gets caught, the other might get through. But Warren adds one more layer. He arranges for a signal system that would make modern naval officers nod with approval. The Old North Church stands tall enough to be seen across the Charles River in Charlestown. Warren's network includes the church sexton, a man named Robert Newman. If British troops leave Boston by land over Boston Neck, Newman will hang one lantern in the church steeple. If they leave by water across the Charles River, 2 lanterns. The signal serves 2 purposes. First, it gives advance warning to patriots in Charlestown before any rider even arrives. Second, it tells the riders which route the British are taking so they can adjust their warnings accordingly. The beauty of this system is its simplicity. No coded messages to decode, no complicated signals to misinterpret. 1 lantern means one route. 2 lanterns means the other route. Even in a panic, even in darkness, anyone watching from Charlestown can count to 2. Warren's spy network has transformed from a collection of gossip into a precision instrument. Every person knows their role. Every step has a backup. The only question is when the British will move. The answer comes on April 18th. Warren's unnamed source delivers urgent intelligence. British troops will march tonight. The target is Concord, where colonial militias have stockpiled weapons and ammunition. The secondary objective is arresting Adams and Hancock in Lexington on the way. The operation begins after dark. Warren immediately sends for Revere and Dawes. The afternoon light is already fading. They have perhaps 3 or 4 hours before British soldiers start assembling. Maybe less. Revere arrives at Warren's home first. Warren explains the intelligence. Revere nods. He has been preparing for this moment for months. His horse is ready, his route is memorized. He knows where to change horses if his mount goes lame. He knows which houses will open their doors at midnight, and which ones to avoid. Warren gives Revere one instruction. Ride to Lexington, warn Adams and Hancock, then continue to Concord and alert the militia there. If possible, send riders to surrounding towns to spread the alarm wider. Dawes receives the same instructions but will take the land route through Boston Neck. His job is harder in some ways. He must fool British sentries who are probably on higher alert than usual, but his friendly relationship with the checkpoint guards gives him better odds than most. The sun sets over Boston Harbour. Somewhere in the darkness, 1,000 British soldiers prepare to march. They check their muskets, they adjust their packs, they wait for orders they do not fully understand, and in different parts of the city, 2 middle-aged tradesmen prepare to ride into history on horses that probably just wanted a quiet night in the barn. The evening of April 18th feels like every muscle in Boston is clenched. You can almost hear the city holding its breath. Paul Revere walks through the streets trying to look casual. This is harder than it sounds when you're about to commit what the British would definitely consider treason. He keeps his hands relaxed. He nods at acquaintances. He does not walk too fast or too slow. Just a silversmith heading home after a long day of making spoons and plotting revolution. Revere's first challenge is crossing the Charles River without getting caught. British warships patrol the harbour. The HMS Somerset sits anchored with a clear view of boat traffic. Its guns could turn a rowboat into kindling before anyone made it halfway across. Revere arranged earlier for friends to leave a small boat hidden near a dock in the north end. But he needs oars. And here the story gets wonderfully ridiculous in a way that reminds you these revolutionaries were still regular people dealing with regular problems. Revere arrives at the dock and discovers nobody thought to include oars with the boat. This is like showing up to rob a bank and realizing you forgot the getaway car keys. Technically you have all the pieces. They just do not work without the crucial missing component. One of Revere's companions, probably another mechanic whose name is lost to history, sprints to a nearby house. He wakes up a woman who later becomes known in historical records only as a girlfriend of someone in the network. She immediately understands the problem. She tears a flannel petticoat into strips and wraps the fabric around the oarlocks. This muffles the sound of wood scraping against wood. In the quiet of an April night on the water, even small sounds carry forever. The creaking of oarlocks could alert British sailors that someone is rowing where they should not be rowing. The petticoat solution works perfectly. The woman who donated her underwear to the American Revolution deserves more recognition than she gets. Historians know about Paul Revere's horse. They should also know about the anonymous woman's flannel petticoat. Revere and two companions climb into the boat. They row slowly, very slowly. Speed creates splashing. Splashing creates noise. Noise creates British sailors shouting questions and possibly firing muskets. The moon is bright enough to navigate by, but also bright enough to be seen by. The HMS Somerset sits in the water like a watchful predator. Revere can see sailors moving on deck. The rowing party stays low. They pull the oars with long, smooth strokes that barely disturb the surface. The crossing takes about 20 minutes that probably feel like 20 hours. Every splash sounds enormous. Every creak of the boat seems loud enough to wake the dead. But the muffled oarlocks do their job. The small boat glides past the Somerset without raising an alarm. Revere lands in Charlestown and climbs onto the dock. His clothes are damp from spray. His heart is probably hammering. But he made it across the first barrier. A local member of the mechanics meets him with a horse. Not just any horse. A good horse. The kind of animal that can cover 11 miles of rough road in the dark without breaking an ankle or dumping its rider into a ditch. The horse belongs to a man named John Larkin. It is described in some accounts as a powerful mare, in other accounts as a fast gelding. The details get fuzzy because nobody was taking detailed equestrian notes during what everyone assumed might be the start of a war. What matters is that the horse is fresh, strong, and ready. Revere climbs into the saddle. Then he pauses. He looks across the river toward Boston, toward the old North Church steeple rising against the night sky. This is the moment the signal should appear. This is when Robert Newman, the church sexton, should climb the narrow stairs to the steeple and hang the lanterns. 1, if the British leave Boston by land. 2, if they leave by water. Revere waits. The night air smells like salt water and horse. Somewhere in Boston, 1,000 British soldiers are probably forming ranks. Time is running out. Then light blooms in the church steeple. 1 lantern, then another, 2 lights. The British are crossing the Charles River by boat. They're taking the water route. This changes everything. Or rather, it confirms what Revere already suspected. The British are not marching over Boston Neck where Dawes will ride. They're rowing across Back Bay, which means they will land closer to Lexington and Concord. The colonial militias have less time than anyone hoped. But the signal also confirms that the network is functioning. Newman successfully climbed the steeple. The lanterns are visible. Patriots in Charlestown now know British troops are moving. Even if something happens to Revere, even if every rider fails, at least some warning has gone out. Revere spurs his borrowed horse and heads into the darkness. The road from Charlestown to Lexington runs through farmland. Some sections follow the main post road. Other sections cut through private property, where farmers long ago gave permission for midnight riders to use shortcuts. Revere knows every turn. He has ridden this route so many times he could probably do it blindfolded. But tonight something is different. British officers are patrolling the roads. General Gage is not stupid. He anticipated that colonial intelligence might discover the plan, so he sent mounted officers ahead to intercept messengers. These officers lurk near intersections and bridges. They wait in shadows. Their job is to stop anyone riding fast toward Lexington. About 2 miles into his ride, Revere spots 2 riders under a tree near the road. They are too still, too watchful. Their silhouettes against the moonlight look military. Revere makes a split-second decision. He turns his horse and cuts across a field. The British officers shout and give chase. Their horses are rested. Revere's horse is already moving. The race is on. This is where Revere's knowledge of the local terrain saves him. He knows this field ends at a clay pit that is easy to navigate if you know it exists and fatal if you do not. Revere guides his horse around the edge of the pit. The British officers, unfamiliar with the landscape, have to slow down or risk falling into a hole that could break their horse's legs. Revere pulls ahead. He cuts through another field and rejoins the road a mile later. The British officers are still behind him somewhere, but far enough away that he has breathing room. This near capture gets left out of most simplified versions of the story. The heroic midnight ride is supposed to be one smooth gallop from start to finish. The reality involves mud, near misses, and a horse that probably deserves combat pay. Meanwhile, back in Boston, William Dawes is having his own adventure. Dawes approaches the checkpoint at Boston Neck just before it closes for the night. The British sentries recognise him. He is that funny tanner who tells good jokes and never causes trouble. They wave him through with minimal questioning. Some historical accounts claim Dawes pretended to be drunk and riding home from a tavern. Other accounts suggest he simply acted natural because acting natural was his superpower. Either way, he clears the checkpoint and heads toward Lexington on the southern route. Dawes rides through the night without encountering British patrols. His route is longer than Revere's, but safer. The British officers are concentrated on the northern roads where they expect messengers to ride. The southern approach through Brookline and Brighton is mostly empty. By midnight, both riders are closing in on Lexington from different directions. Neither knows if the other made it through. Neither knows that a third rider is about to join their accidental relay team. Back at Old North Church, Robert Newman hangs the lanterns for exactly 1 minute, long enough for watchers in Charlestown to see the signal, short enough to avoid attracting too much British attention. Then he climbs back down the staircase, slips out a window, and hides in his mother's house until the danger passes. Newman's part in the story is brief but crucial. Without those 2 lanterns, the Charlestown Patriots would have no advance warning. The signal multiplies the effectiveness of the riders by giving multiple communities time to prepare. The lantern signal becomes the most famous part of the story, thanks to Henry Wadsworth Longfellow's poem written 86 years later. But the poem simplifies everything into 1 rider and 1 signal. The reality is messier and more impressive. Multiple riders on multiple routes using multiple signals. This is how you run an intelligence operation when failure means hanging. Revere arrives in Lexington around midnight. The town is dark except for the Clark Parsonage, where Samuel Adams and John Hancock are staying. A sergeant in the local militia is standing guard outside. He recognizes Revere and calls out a warning not to make noise. Everyone is asleep. Revere dismounts and pounds on the door. He is not quiet. He is the opposite of quiet. The sergeant tries to shush him. Revere ignores the shushing. He shouts that the British regulars are coming out and they need to wake up immediately. Adams and Hancock stumble out in their nightshirts. They are not pleased about being woken, but they understand the urgency. Revere explains the intelligence. British troops crossed the Charles River by boat. They are probably landing right now. They will reach Lexington in a few hours. Then they will march to Concord to seize weapons. Adams and Hancock begin packing. They will need to leave Lexington before the British arrive. But first they need to organise the local militia and send warnings to surrounding towns. Then Dawes arrives. He rode the southern route successfully. Now both messengers are in Lexington. Both delivered the warning. The redundancy Warren planned worked perfectly, but the night is not over. Revere and Dawes rest their horses for about 30 minutes. Then they prepare to ride the final 6 miles to Concord to warn the militia there. On the road, they encounter a third rider who is about to become the most underappreciated hero of the entire operation. His name is Samuel Prescott, and he is the only one who actually completes the ride to Concord. Samuel Prescott is 24 years old. He is a physician like Dr. Warren, but with better luck and worse historical recognition. On the night of April 18th, Prescott is riding home from visiting his fiancée in Lexington. He's probably thinking about wedding plans and how many people to invite and whether the ceremony should be in spring or summer. Then he encounters Paul Revere and William Dawes on the road to Concord. Revere and Dawes are easy to spot. 2 riders moving fast in the middle of the night tend to attract attention. Prescott, being a local doctor who knows everyone, recognises them immediately, or at least recognises that they are not British soldiers. Revere explains the situation. British regulars are marching to Concord. The colonial weapons cache needs to be hidden or moved. Every minute counts. They need to warn the militia. Prescott immediately volunteers to join them. This decision changes his entire life trajectory from country doctor to historical footnote. If he had simply waved and continued home, he would have lived a comfortable anonymous life delivering babies and treating fevers. Instead, he becomes the guy who actually completed the famous midnight ride that Paul Revere gets all the credit for. The three riders continue toward Concord together. Revere and Dawes are exhausted. Their horses are tired. Prescott's horse is fresh because he only rode from Lexington. This detail becomes very important very soon. About halfway to Concord, near a place called Lincoln, the riders encounter two British officers on horseback blocking the road. This is the moment when the night's careful planning collides with pure bad luck. General Gage sent multiple patrols to intercept messengers, most of them positioned near Charlestown or Cambridge. But this particular pair of officers happened to stop for a rest near Lincoln, and now they are staring at three colonists riding fast toward Concord at 1 a.m. The British officers draw pistols and order the three riders to stop. Revere tries to bluff. He announces there are 500 colonial soldiers right behind them. This is a complete lie. There are 0 soldiers behind them, but the officers do not know that. Unfortunately for Revere, his bluff fails. The officers do not retreat. Instead, they call for backup. 4 more British soldiers emerge from trees beside the road. 6 mounted soldiers now surround 3 tired colonists on tired horses. This is where things get chaotic in the way that only real historical moments can get chaotic. Multiple people shouting, horses spinning in circles, pistols waving, everyone confused about who is in charge. Prescott makes a snap decision. He knows these roads better than anyone. He grew up here. He courted his fiancée by riding these lanes in daylight and darkness. Every stone wall and gate is memorized. Prescott spurs his horse and crashes straight through a gap in the formation. The British soldiers shout and give chase, but Prescott rides directly at a stone wall that looks impassable. At the last second, his horse jumps. They clear the wall and land in a field on the other side. The British horses cannot follow, or their riders do not want to risk jumping a wall in darkness. Either way, Prescott escapes. He rides hard toward Concord, shouting warnings at farmhouses along the way. His voice echoes across the dark fields. The regulars are out. The regulars are out. Meanwhile, Dawes attempts the same escape trick. He rides toward a different stone wall. But his horse is more exhausted than Prescott's, or the angle is wrong, or Dawes is not as experienced a rider. The horse refuses the jump. Dawes gets thrown off and lands hard. He's not seriously injured, but he loses his horse. The animal runs off into the darkness. Dawes, now on foot, and probably bruised, decides discretion is better than getting shot. He hides until the British soldiers leave. Then he walks back to Lexington. His part in the ride ends in a dark field with no horse and a sore backside. That leaves Revere. He tries to escape by riding into a pasture, but the British soldiers surround him. There are too many of them. His horse is too tired. He has nowhere to run. The British officers capture Revere at gunpoint. They question him extensively. Who are you? Where are you going? What do you know about colonial militia movements? Revere, in a move that historians still debate, tells them almost everything. He explains that 500 colonial soldiers are assembling in Lexington. He says the countryside is alarmed and ready to fight. He claims British troops are walking into a trap. Some of this is true. Some of it is exaggeration designed to frighten the British officers into making mistakes. Revere's interrogation strategy seems to be overwhelming them with information that makes their mission sound doomed. The British officers debate what to do with their prisoner. They could take him back to Boston for a proper arrest and trial, but that would slow them down. They could shoot him right here. But that seems excessive for a silversmith on a horse. They settle on a compromise. They confiscate Revere's horse. Then they release him on foot. Revere, now without transportation, walks back toward Lexington just as the sun begins rising. The most famous midnight rider in American history does not actually complete his ride. He gets captured halfway, loses his horse, and walks home. This is not how the legend goes, but this is how the night actually ends for Paul Revere. Samuel Prescott, meanwhile, reaches Concord around 2 a.m. He rides straight to the home of the militia commander. He pounds on doors. He shouts warnings. The British regulars are marching. They plan to seize the weapons stockpile. Everyone needs to wake up and start hiding muskets. The Concord militia springs into action. They begin moving weapons out of the town. Cannons get buried in fields. Musket balls get hidden in barrels of flour. Gunpowder gets distributed to surrounding towns. By the time British soldiers arrive hours later, most of the military supplies have disappeared. Prescott saves the weapons cache. He completes the mission that Revere and Dawes started. But his name appears in exactly 0 poems by Henry Wadsworth Longfellow. History is not always fair about who gets remembered. The 3 riders accomplish their primary goal despite everything going wrong. Adams and Hancock evacuate Lexington before the British arrive. Concord hides its weapons. Militias assemble across multiple towns. The alarm spreads through the network faster than any single rider could have travelled. By sunrise, hundreds of colonial militia members are gathering. They come from Concord and Lincoln and Bedford and Acton. They bring their own muskets. They wear their own clothes. They have no uniforms and minimal training. But they are angry and armed and done pretending the British occupation is acceptable. The midnight ride in all its messy, imperfect glory succeeded. Not because one heroic rider galloped through the night shouting warnings, but because a network of people executed a complicated plan with multiple redundancies. When the primary rider got captured, a backup rider completed the mission. When the signal system worked, it multiplied the warning across the entire region. This is not the clean narrative that fits in a poem, but it is the story that actually happened. And it is far more impressive than the simplified version. Dawn breaks over Lexington on April 19th like a curtain rising on a stage nobody wanted to perform on. The sky goes from black to grey to pale blue. Morning birds start singing because they do not read newspapers or understand that everything is about to change. You're standing on Lexington Green watching about 70 colonial militia members assemble. They are not soldiers, not really. They are farmers and shopkeepers and craftsmen who own muskets and occasionally practice shooting at targets. Their commander is Captain John Parker. He is 45 years old. He fought in the French and Indian War 20 years ago. He knows what actual combat looks like, and he knows these farmers are not ready for what is coming. Parker assembles his men in formation on the triangular green at the centre of town. This is partly to look organised, partly to boost morale, partly because nobody knows what else to do when 700 British regulars are marching toward your town and you have 70 guys with muskets. The numbers are not encouraging. 70 versus 700 is the kind of math that makes you reconsider your life choices. But Parker's men are defending their homes. The British are invading. Sometimes the math matters less than the principle. Around 5 in the morning, scouts report that British soldiers are visible down the road. The column is massive. Hundreds of troops in red uniforms marching in formation. They are not sneaking. They are not hiding. They are walking directly toward Lexington like they own the place. Which from a certain legal perspective under British law they do. Parker faces an impossible decision. If his militia disperses now, the British will call them cowards. If they stand and fight, they will get massacred. If they surrender, they will spend the war in British prisons or on the end of a rope. Parker decides on a middle option. Stand in formation to show they are not cowards. But do not fire unless fired upon. Make the British throw the first punch. Let history record that colonial militias were defending themselves, not starting a war. He orders his men to hold their ground but keep their muskets lowered. Do not provoke, do not retreat. Just stand there and look determined. The British column approaches. At the front is Lieutenant Colonel Francis Smith, the overall commander. He's not a young man. He's not a brilliant tactician. He's a middle-aged officer following orders to seize weapons in Concord and arrest Adams and Hancock if possible. Behind Smith is Major John Pitcairn of the Royal Marines. Pitcairn is actually competent, which makes him dangerous. He orders the British troops to surround the militia on Lexington Green. This is professional military tactics. Control the space, eliminate escape routes, dominate the field. The British soldiers spread out in a semicircle facing the colonial militia. 700 muskets aimed at 70. The morning light catches on bayonets. Everything smells like gunpowder and fear and dew on grass. Then someone fires a shot. Nobody knows who. Both sides blame the other. British accounts claim a colonist fired first. American accounts claim a British soldier fired first. Some witnesses say the shot came from behind a stone wall. Others say it came from inside the British formation. Historical arguments about this single gunshot continue for 250 years. What matters is that one shot becomes many shots. The British line erupts in musket fire, smoke fills the air. The colonial militia, outnumbered and outgunned, starts to scatter. Parker's men run for cover behind buildings and trees. Some fire back, most just try to survive. The battle lasts perhaps 10 minutes, maybe less. When the smoke clears, 8 colonists lie dead on Lexington Green. 10 more are wounded. The British suffer 1 soldier with a minor leg wound. This is not a battle. This is a massacre disguised as a battle. The British massively outnumber the colonists. They have superior training. They have military discipline. The militia had no chance. But the shots have been fired. The war has started. There is no going back now. Major Pitcairn attempts to restore order. His soldiers are still firing randomly. Some are reloading and shooting at colonists running away. Pitcairn rides back and forth shouting commands that get lost in the noise and confusion. Eventually the British line stops firing. They regroup in formation. Smith decides to continue the march to Concord. The primary mission is seizing weapons, not fighting militia. Lexington was supposed to be a quick stop to arrest Adams and Hancock, but the 2 rebel leaders evacuated hours ago thanks to Revere's warning. The British column marches out of Lexington, leaving bodies on the green. The colonists who survived begin carrying their dead into nearby houses. Women emerge from homes where they hid during the shooting. Children peer out windows at the blood on the grass. The war that nobody wanted and everybody predicted has officially begun. 8 dead farmers on a village green. That is how revolutions start, not with dramatic speeches or signed declarations. With confused, terrified men getting shot at sunrise because 2 governments could not figure out how to talk instead of fight. The British column continues toward Concord. 6 miles of marching. The soldiers are already tired. They left Boston around midnight. They rode across the bay. They marched through darkness. They just fought a brief violent skirmish, and the day is barely started. Meanwhile, the alarm system that Revere and Dawes and Prescott triggered is working exactly as designed. Riders spread out from Lexington and Concord carrying news of the shooting. They ride to Acton and Bedford and Lincoln and Sudbury. They wake up militia commanders. They describe the British column size and direction of travel. Colonial militias start assembling from towns across Massachusetts. Not the 70 farmers Parker had at Lexington. Hundreds of militia members. They grab muskets. They kiss their wives goodbye. They walk or ride toward Concord expecting to defend their community. The alarm system creates a multiplier effect. 1 rider warns 1 town. That town sends out 2 riders to warn 2 more towns. Those towns send out 4 riders. The warning spreads exponentially like a virus, but one that carries information instead of disease. By mid-morning, the British column arriving in Concord faces a very different situation than they expected. Instead of surprising a sleeping town, they encounter a well-warned community that spent hours hiding weapons and assembling militia. British soldiers search houses and barns looking for weapons. They find some muskets. They find a few cannons that were too heavy to move. But the massive stockpile their intelligence reported has mostly vanished. The colonists outsmarted them. While British troops search buildings, colonial militia members gather on the hills outside Concord. They do not attack. They just watch. Hundreds of armed men standing on ridges surrounding the town. The message is clear. You are outnumbered. You are deep in hostile territory. You are in serious trouble. The British realize the mission is failing. They did not arrest Adams or Hancock. They found minimal weapons. They are surrounded by growing numbers of colonial militia. The smart move is to retreat back to Boston before the situation gets worse. Around noon, Lieutenant Colonel Smith gives the order to withdraw. The British column forms up and begins the long march back to Boston. 6 miles through increasingly hostile territory. Every farmhouse now potentially hides snipers. Every stone wall could conceal militia. The march back becomes a running battle that lasts all day. Colonial militia members use tactics the British consider dishonourable. They hide behind trees and shoot at the column. They reload and move to new positions. They do not stand in formation like proper soldiers. They fight like hunters stalking dangerous prey. The British call this cowardly. The colonists call it practical. When you are outnumbered by professional soldiers, you use terrain and surprise. You do not march in neat lines waiting to get shot. The fighting intensifies near a bridge outside Concord. British soldiers attempt to hold the bridge while their main force withdraws. Colonial militia advances from multiple directions. The British troops on the bridge suddenly find themselves surrounded. They retreat. The colonists pursue. More shooting. More casualties on both sides. The bridge becomes symbolic of something larger. British control collapsing under pressure from colonists who refused to follow the rules of traditional warfare. By mid-afternoon, the British retreat turns into a near rout. Soldiers are exhausted, ammunition runs low, officers lose control of their units, men break formation and run. The orderly column degrades into clusters of scared soldiers trying to reach the safety of Boston. Colonial militia members chase the British all the way back to Charlestown. They fire from behind stone walls and barns and trees. They reload and move and fire again. The British suffer dozens of casualties. Officers get shot. Regular soldiers get picked off by farmers who grew up hunting deer in these same woods. A British relief column arrives in the late afternoon with fresh troops and artillery. This saves the retreating force from complete disaster. The reinforcements establish a defensive perimeter. The exhausted soldiers stumble into formation behind the artillery. The colonial militia, lacking cannons, stops pursuing. The British eventually reach Boston with heavy casualties. Official reports list 73 killed, 174 wounded, and 26 missing. The colonists suffer 49 killed and 43 wounded. Considering the British had superior training and equipment, these numbers are embarrassing for the Empire and energizing for the rebellion. The midnight ride triggered a chain of events that ended with the British limping back to Boston after a humiliating day of fighting farmers. Revere's capture did not matter. Dawes losing his horse did not matter. Prescott completing the ride mattered. The alarm system mattered. The redundancy in the network mattered. One rider could fail and the mission would still succeed. That was the genius of Dr. Warren's planning. And that is why the real story is more impressive than the poem. 86 years pass between the midnight ride and the poem that made it famous. 86 years is enough time for memory to blur and details to vanish, and a complicated story about multiple riders to become a simple tale about one heroic silversmith. You're sitting in a comfortable chair in 1861. The United States is tearing itself apart in civil war. Henry Wadsworth Longfellow is a famous poet looking for a story that reminds Americans of their shared revolutionary heritage. He needs something inspiring. Something that unites North and South around common history before the country splits completely. Longfellow decides to write about Paul Revere's midnight ride. Not because Revere was the only rider, not because Revere completed the journey, but because Revere has a good name for poetry. Paul Revere sounds better than William Dawes or Samuel Prescott. The rhythm works, the syllables fit. Longfellow writes the poem in his study. He uses Revere's own account written years after the events. He adds dramatic elements that never happened. He removes complications that make the story messy. He creates a narrative that works as poetry, even if it fails as history. The poem begins with the famous lines, "Listen, my children, and you shall hear of the midnight ride of Paul Revere." This is brilliant marketing. Longfellow positions himself as a storyteller passing wisdom to the next generation. He makes the reader complicit in remembering this version of events. Then he described the lantern signal, 1 if by land and 2 if by sea. This part is somewhat accurate. Robert Newman did hang 2 lanterns in Old North Church, but Longfellow implies Revere sees the signal and then rides. In reality, Revere arranged the signal before he left Boston. He could not have seen it from where he was rowing. The poem eliminates William Dawes entirely. Dawes exists in history but not in verse. Longfellow needs 1 hero, not 2. Multiple riders complicate the narrative rhythm, so Dawes gets erased from the popular story despite successfully reaching Lexington. Samuel Prescott never appears in the poem either. The doctor who actually completed the ride to Concord disappears from cultural memory. Longfellow's version has Revere riding alone through the night, warning every village and farm. The image is powerful. The reality was more collaborative. The poem describes Revere riding through Medford and Lexington and Concord. It depicts him shouting warnings that wake sleeping townspeople, a cry of defiance and not of fear. This creates dramatic tension. This sounds heroic. This is also not exactly what happened. Revere did ride through Medford. He did warn Lexington, but he got captured before reaching Concord. The poem glosses over this inconvenient detail. Heroes in poems do not get captured and lose their horses. Heroes complete their missions and ride into legend. Longfellow also simplifies the complexity of the alarm network. The poem suggests 1 rider spreading the warning through sheer determination. The reality involved dozens of riders carrying messages across Massachusetts, church bells ringing, signal fires burning, an entire communication system activating like an early warning network. But poems need simple narratives. Multiple riders and complex networks do not fit in rhyming couplets. So Longfellow distills everything down to one man, one horse, one knight, one message, one, "The British are coming, the British are coming." Except Revere probably never said that exact phrase. In 1775, colonists still considered themselves British. Revere would have shouted warnings about regulars or redcoats, not the British, because everyone was British. The Revolution had not yet created a separate American identity. The poem becomes wildly popular. It gets taught in schools, children memorize verses. The image of Paul Revere galloping through the night enters American mythology. By the early 20th century, the poem version of events is more famous than the actual historical record. This creates problems for historians trying to research the real midnight ride. Primary sources like Revere's own account get overshadowed by Longfellow's verse. People believe the poem because the poem is what they learned in school. Correcting the simplified version feels like ruining a good story. Dawes's descendants spend years trying to restore his role in the midnight ride. They publish historical papers, they give lectures, they point out that their ancestor rode just as far as Revere and succeeded in warning Lexington. But the poem is too strong. The cultural memory is too established. Dawes remains a footnote while Revere gets statues. Prescott's story is even more forgotten. Some historians in the late 1800s try to publicise his contribution. They note that Prescott actually completed the ride to Concord. They argue he deserves equal recognition. But arguing against a famous poem is like arguing against gravity. Technically you can do it, but you will not get far. The simplification of history is not unique to the midnight ride. Every culture does this. Complex events get reduced to simple narratives that are easier to remember and teach. The nuance vanishes. The complications disappear. The messy reality gets polished into legend. But something important gets lost in the polishing. The real midnight ride was not about one heroic individual. It was about a network of people working together. Spies gathering intelligence. Multiple riders taking different routes. Church sextons hanging lanterns. Women donating petticoats. Backup plans and redundancies. The poem celebrates individual heroism. The history reveals collective action. Both are valuable, but only one version spread through American culture. Longfellow's poem served a purpose in 1861. It reminded Americans of their revolutionary roots during a civil war that threatened to destroy the nation. The poem was propaganda in the best sense. It used history to inspire unity and courage. But the cost of that inspiration was historical accuracy. Future generations learned the poem version and assumed it was true. Teachers taught Longfellow's narrative as fact. Textbooks repeated the simplified story. The actual events became obscure knowledge for history specialists. Modern historians work to restore the complete picture. They research primary documents. They find letters and diaries written by participants. They map the actual routes and timing. They identify all the riders who spread the alarm that night. They give credit to Dawes and Prescott and the unnamed woman who donated her petticoat. But changing cultural memory is like turning a cargo ship. You can adjust the rudder, but the momentum carries you forward for miles. The poem version remains dominant in popular culture, even as historians publish more accurate accounts. The irony is that the real story is more impressive than the legend. A coordinated intelligence network executing a complex plan under extreme pressure is more remarkable than one guy on a horse. Multiple riders succeeding despite captures and obstacles shows better planning than solo heroism. But humans love stories about individuals. We find it easier to remember one name than a dozen. We prefer simple narratives over complicated systems. We want heroes we can picture clearly in our minds. Paul Revere became that hero, not because he was the only rider, not because he completed the mission, but because a poet 86 years later needed a symbol, and Revere's name scanned well in verse. This is how legends form. Reality gets filtered through memory and narrative convenience and cultural needs. The result is a story that is emotionally true even when factually incomplete. The midnight ride happened, the alarm spread, the revolution began. Those facts remain solid. The details about who rode where and when are what shift in the retelling. History is not just what happened. History is also what we remember about what happened. And sometimes what we remember is the version that best serves the story we need to tell ourselves. The midnight ride was not romantic. This might disappoint anyone who learned about it from the Longfellow poem, but romance requires things like comfortable temperatures and not being terrified of getting shot. April in Massachusetts provides neither. You're riding a horse at midnight on roads that are mostly mud and rocks. Your backside hurts from bouncing in the saddle. Your hands are cold because you forgot gloves. Your horse smells like horse, which is not a pleasant smell up close for hours. This is the reality Revere and Dawes and Prescott experienced. Poetry skips these details. The horses deserve more credit than they get. Revere's borrowed mare carried him 11 miles in darkness over rough terrain while avoiding British patrols. That requires an exceptional animal, not just fast. Also smart enough to navigate obstacles and calm enough to not panic when riders shout and guns fire. Horse care in 1775 is labour-intensive. You do not just park a horse in a garage and recharge it. You need to feed it, water it, brush it, check its hooves for stones, monitor its health. A lame horse means a failed mission. The riders that night were as dependent on their animals as modern people are on their cars. More so because cars do not get tired or spooked. The logistics of the alarm system required planning that historians often overlook. Someone needed to preposition fresh horses along the routes. Someone needed to ensure ferry operators were bribed or sympathetic. Someone needed to mark which houses were safe for midnight visitors and which ones sheltered loyalists who would report you to British authorities. Dr. Warren's spy network spent months setting up infrastructure. They identified reliable contacts in every town between Boston and Concord. They tested message routes. They practiced the lantern signal system. They created coded phrases so riders could verify their identity to strangers, answering doors at midnight. This is not exciting storytelling material. Infrastructure is boring. Preparation is unglamorous. But infrastructure and preparation are what made the midnight ride successful. The heroic gallop through the night works only because someone spent weeks arranging horse changes and safe houses. The physical demands on the riders are rarely discussed. Revere is 40 years old riding hard for 2 hours. His body probably felt every minute of it. Dawes navigates the longer southern route through checkpoints and unfamiliar roads. Prescott jumps a stone wall on a horse at night, which is either brave or insane depending on your perspective. None of these men are professional cavalry. They are tradesmen who happen to own horses and believe in the cause strongly enough to risk execution. The British penalty for what they are doing is death by hanging. This is not a training exercise, this is mortal danger. The weather that night is cold but clear. If it had been raining, the ride might have failed. Mud makes roads impassable. Rain makes gunpowder useless. Storms reduce visibility to nothing. The fact that April 18th is dry and moonlit is pure luck. History turns on weather more often than anyone likes to admit. The social dynamics also get simplified. Revere is a working-class silversmith. Dawes is a tanner who literally scrapes animal hides for a living. Prescott is a physician from a respectable family. In normal circumstances, these men occupied different social circles. The revolution temporarily erases those divisions. They are equals on the road. But the class distinctions still exist in the background. Some militia members who assemble that night are wealthy landowners, others are poor farmers, some own slaves. This is Massachusetts in 1775. Slavery exists here just like in southern colonies. The revolution is not fighting to end slavery, it is fighting British taxation and control. The myth of the revolution as pure freedom versus tyranny ignores these contradictions. The women who contribute to the midnight ride appear in historical records mainly when they do something dramatic like donate a petticoat. But women are running the households that hide militia members. They are feeding riders who stop for water. They are nursing wounded men after the battles. Their labour makes the revolution possible. The narrative focuses on men riding horses and firing muskets. The support structure is female and invisible. The economic costs are substantial. The ride uses horses that should be working farms or pulling wagons. The muskets that militia members carry represent significant financial investment. Gunpowder is expensive. Taking a day off to fight British soldiers means losing a day of wages or crop work. Revolutions cost money in practical, immediate ways that rarely appear in heroic narratives. The fear factor is hard to convey through historical distance. Imagine facing 700 professional soldiers with 70 farmers. Imagine standing on Lexington Green knowing you're probably about to die. Imagine the moment before the shooting starts when everyone can still walk away but nobody does. That kind of courage comes from desperation and conviction in equal measure. The aftermath is unglamorous too. After the British retreat to Boston, someone has to bury the dead. Someone has to care for the wounded. Someone has to repair damaged property. Someone has to explain to widows why their husbands are not coming home. Revolutionary War starts with midnight rides and gun battles. It continues with grief and hardship and economic disruption that lasts years. The midnight ride succeeds because of unglamorous preparation and ordinary people doing extraordinary things under pressure. The legend celebrates the dramatic moment. The reality includes months of planning, uncomfortable rides, cold nights, frightened horses, and the constant possibility of failure. History textbooks prefer the dramatic version. Poems prefer the heroic version. But the unglamorous version is what actually happened. And understanding the unglamorous parts makes the achievement more impressive, not less. Revere and Dawes and Prescott were not superhuman. They were middle-aged men on horses trying not to get caught by soldiers who wanted to hang them. They succeeded through a combination of planning, luck, courage, and a support network that included dozens of people whose names we will never know. That is the real story. It is messier than the legend. It involves more people and more complications. It includes failures and near misses and improvisation. But it is true. And truth, even unglamorous truth, matters more than the prettiest myth. The sun rises over Boston on April 20th, 1775. The British Army is trapped inside the city. Colonial militia surrounds them. What started as a mission to seize weapons has turned into a siege that will last 11 months. All because of a midnight ride and the alarm network it triggered. You're standing in the present looking back at a night that changed the trajectory of history. The midnight ride did not cause the American Revolution. Tensions had been building for a decade. Taxes, occupations, the Boston Massacre, the Tea Party. The ride was one link in a long chain of events, but it was a crucial link. Without the warning, British troops would have captured Adams and Hancock. They would have seized the weapons at Concord. The colonial resistance would have been disrupted if not destroyed. The revolution might have fizzled before it started. The ride succeeded because of redundancy and collective action. 3 riders on 3 routes, multiple alarm systems, dozens of people contributing. When one rider failed, another succeeded. When one route got blocked, another stayed open. This is how resilient systems work. This is how revolutions survive. The modern applications are obvious if you look. Redundancy in communication networks, backup plans for critical missions, distributed leadership instead of relying on one person. The Midnight Ride is a case study in organisational resilience that still teaches lessons 250 years later. The simplification of the story into one hero serves a cultural purpose. Americans like narratives about individual achievement. We build statues to lone visionaries. We write poems about singular acts of courage. This reflects our values even when it distorts our history. But the real lesson of the Midnight Ride is that individual heroism works best when supported by collective infrastructure. Revere rides because Warren built a spy network. The lanterns shine because Newman climbed the steeple. The alarm spreads because dozens of riders carried it forward. Take away the infrastructure and the hero fails. Modern movements still follow this pattern. We celebrate individual activists and leaders. We name buildings after them. We quote their speeches. But successful movements require networks of organisers doing unglamorous work. Revere gets the statue. The unnamed woman who donated her petticoat gets forgotten. Yet both were necessary. The Midnight Ride also demonstrates the power of accurate intelligence. Warren's spy network gave the colonists advance warning. This transformed a surprise British raid into a prepared defence. Information advantage matters. It mattered in 1775. It matters now. Knowing what your opponent plans before they execute it changes everything. The alarm system shows what happens when communities prepare coordinated responses to threats. The riders did not invent the system that night. They activated a system that was already in place. The planning happened over months. The execution happened in hours. This is emergency preparedness done right. The British failure teaches opposite lessons. They assumed superiority would carry the day. They underestimated colonial intelligence and organisation. They failed to plan for contingencies when the mission went wrong. Their retreat from Concord became a disaster because they had no backup plan for facing an aroused countryside. Overconfidence kills plans as surely as poor execution. The British were professional soldiers facing farmers. They should have won easily. They lost because they did not respect their opponents, or understand the terrain or prepare for complications. These are mistakes modern organisations still make. The way the story simplified over time reveals how memory works. Complex events get reduced to memorable narratives. Details that do not fit the narrative get dropped. The story becomes easier to tell but less accurate. This happens with every historical event. The challenge is recognising when simplification becomes distortion. Teaching the real story requires effort. It is easier to read the Longfellow poem than to research primary sources. It is simpler to remember one name than three. Educational systems favour efficiency over accuracy. So the legend spreads while the history requires deliberate effort to preserve. But accuracy matters, not because we need to honour every person who participated, but because understanding how things actually worked helps us understand how to make things work in our own time. The Midnight Ride was a success. Understanding why it succeeded gives us a template for organising collective action under pressure. The riders that night were not trying to become legends. They were trying to survive and warn their communities. They succeeded through planning and bravery and a lot of luck. Their success triggered a war that created a country. Cause and effect cascade across centuries. You carry forward their legacy whether you know their names or not. The systems they built for spreading alarms evolved into modern communication networks. The principle of distributed resilience appears in everything from internet architecture to emergency response protocols. The Midnight Ride is not just history, it is a pattern that keeps repeating. The revolution that followed the ride lasted 8 years. Thousands died. The war bankrupted both sides. The outcome was far from certain until the very end. All revolutions are expensive and risky and uncertain. The Midnight Ride was the easy part. Starting a war is simpler than winning one. But the ride mattered because it proved something. A scattered colonial resistance could organise and respond faster than a professional army. Farmers could outmaneuver soldiers. Information networks could defeat military planning. These proofs of concept carried the revolution through darker days when everything seemed lost. The people who rode that night are dead. The horses are dead. The roads have changed. The towns have grown. But the pattern remains. When communities organise and share information and coordinate action, they can resist power that seems overwhelming. This is not a romantic notion. This is practical observation based on what actually happened. The Midnight Ride was not one man on one horse shouting one warning. It was a network activating. It was redundancy succeeding where singular effort would have failed. It was planning paying off under pressure. It was ordinary people doing extraordinary things because the moment demanded it. That is the story worth remembering. Not because it is more dramatic than the poem, but because it is more useful. Understanding how collective action works matters more than memorising heroic names. The ride happened 250 years ago. The lessons remain current. Build networks before you need them. Create redundancy in critical systems. Trust that when you activate a prepared community, people will respond. These principles worked in 1775. They work now. So sleep well tonight, my tired potatoes. If you find yourself needing to spread an alarm across a suspicious countryside, remember to arrange for backup riders, muffle your oarlocks with donated petticoats, and please, for the sake of historical accuracy, do not ride around shouting that the British are coming. Shout about the regulars instead. Details matter, even at midnight, even on horseback, even when launching a revolution that will echo through centuries and inspire mediocre poets to write verses that overshadow the actual remarkable events. The lanterns are extinguished. The riders have gone home. The story lives on in both its simplified glory and its complicated truth. You now know both versions. Use this knowledge wisely, or just use it to fall asleep knowing that history is messier and more collaborative than poems suggest. Either application works fine. Sweet dreams. And if you wake up needing to warn anyone about anything, consider using a group text instead of a horse. Technology has improved since 1775, though honestly a good horse and a determined rider still have their advantages. No dead zones, no autocorrect fails, just mud and cold and the very real possibility of getting captured by soldiers. On second thought, stick with the group text. The revolution thanks you for your attention. Now go to sleep. Imagine living in a world where nobody really agreed on how to figure out what was true. Not just disagreeing about the facts, that happens all the time, but fundamentally disagreeing about the process itself. Should you trust your senses, or are they lying to you? Should you rely on logic and mathematics, or should you look at the actual world around you? Can you even trust that the world around you is real? This was Greece in the 5th century BCE, and it was having something like an intellectual identity crisis. For most of human history, people had explained the world through stories about gods and heroes. Thunder wasn't a meteorological phenomenon, it was Zeus having a bad day. Disease wasn't about germs and immune systems, it was divine punishment, or maybe a curse from that neighbour who gave you the evil eye last Tuesday. But then something remarkable happened. A group of people in the Greek world started asking a revolutionary question. What if we could understand the world without resorting to supernatural explanations? What if there were natural causes for natural effects? What if, instead of just accepting that things happen because the gods will it, we could actually figure out how the world works? These early thinkers, we call them the pre-Socratics because they came before Socrates, which is a bit like calling everyone who lived before Shakespeare pre-Shakespeareans, came up with wildly different theories. Thales thought everything was made of water. Heraclitus believed everything was constantly changing. Like a river you can never step in twice. Parmenides argued the opposite, that change was an illusion and reality was actually perfectly still and unchanging. You can imagine how confusing this must have been for regular people trying to live their lives. One philosopher tells you everything is water, another says everything is fire, and a third insists that motion is impossible, and you're not really walking to the market, you just think you are. It was like having too many fortune cookies with contradictory advice, except these philosophers were dead serious and would debate these points for hours. Then came Socrates, wandering around Athens like that uncle who asks uncomfortable questions at family dinners. Socrates didn't claim to know anything. In fact, his whole thing was admitting he knew nothing, which somehow made him wiser than everyone else. His method was to ask questions until people realized they didn't actually understand the things they thought they understood. This made him simultaneously the most important philosopher in Athens and probably the most annoying person at parties. Socrates had a brilliant student named Plato who took his teacher's question-asking method and built an entire philosophical system around it. Plato believed that the world we see around us is just shadows on a cave wall, imperfect copies of perfect forms that exist in some higher realm. That chair you're sitting on? It's just a flawed imitation of the perfect form of chairness that exists in the realm of forms. Plato's philosophy was beautiful, elegant, and deeply mathematical. It appealed to people who like their truth pure, abstract, and divorced from the messy complications of everyday reality. The physical world, in Plato's view, was just a distraction from true knowledge, which could only be found through pure reason and contemplation. This was the intellectual world into which Aristotle would be born, a world where philosophers disagreed about everything, where the relationship between thought and reality was unclear, and where nobody had quite figured out how to systematically study the natural world. It was like the internet before search engines or a library where all the books were filed randomly, and nobody could agree on what counts as a book. The Greeks had made tremendous progress in mathematics, logic, and abstract thinking. What they needed was someone who could take all these brilliant ideas and connect them to the actual observable world. They needed someone who could bridge the gap between pure philosophy and empirical observation, between what we can think and what we can see. They were about to get exactly that person, though he would arrive from an unexpected place, not from Athens itself, but from the wild northern frontier of the Greek world. In 384 BCE, in a small town called Stagira on the Macedonian peninsula, a child was born to a family that straddled two worlds. His name was Aristotle, Aristoteles in Greek, which means something like the best purpose or excellent end, a name that turned out to be remarkably prophetic, even if his parents couldn't have known it at the time. Aristotle's father, Nicomachus, was the court physician to the Macedonian king. This was no small thing. Imagine being the personal doctor to royalty in an era when medicine was part science, part guesswork, and part hoping really hard that your treatments worked before the patient died. Nicomachus apparently did well at it, which suggests he had a combination of observational skills, empirical knowledge, and the bedside manner necessary to keep nervous monarchs calm. Growing up in a physician's household meant young Aristotle was exposed to a very different way of thinking than most Greek philosophers of his time. While Plato and his students in Athens were debating abstract forms and mathematical perfection, Aristotle was probably watching his father dissect fish, examine symptoms, and make careful notes about which treatments worked and which ones didn't. This early exposure to empirical observation, to the idea that you learn by looking, touching, measuring and recording, would shape everything Aristotle would later do. Medicine in ancient Greece wasn't about applying perfect theoretical principles. It was about noticing patterns, testing treatments, and learning from experience. It was messy, practical, and grounded in the physical world. Tragically, both of Aristotle's parents died when he was young, probably around 10 years old. This must have been devastating for the boy, but it also set in motion events that would change the course of intellectual history. His guardian, a man named Proxenus, took responsibility for the orphaned child and continued his education. Young Aristotle grew up in Macedonia, which was considered the backwoods of the Greek world. Athenians looked down on Macedonians the way sophisticated urbanites have always looked down on rural populations. They saw them as rough, unsophisticated, and not quite civilized. The Macedonian accent was apparently a source of mockery in Athens, like speaking with a strong regional accent in a place that prides itself on its sophistication. But being from the provinces gave Aristotle something valuable, a certain independence from Athenian intellectual fashion. He wasn't raised in the echo chamber of elite Athenian thought. He'd seen how people lived in different places, under different systems. He'd been exposed to the practical, empirical approach of medicine rather than just the abstract reasoning of philosophy. When Aristotle was 17, an age when most of us were trying to figure out who we were and what we wanted to do with our lives, his guardian made a decision that would alter the course of philosophy forever. He sent the young man to Athens to study at Plato's Academy, the most prestigious philosophical school in the Greek world. Imagine being a teenager from a small provincial town, arriving in Athens, the intellectual and cultural capital of Greece. It would be like moving from a rural town to the most exciting city you can think of, except instead of worrying about where the good coffee shops are, you're suddenly surrounded by the greatest minds of the ancient world debating questions about the nature of reality. Athens in the 360s BCE was extraordinary. It was recovering from the devastating Peloponnesian War, but still retained its status as the centre of Greek intellectual life. The agora, the marketplace, wasn't just where people bought vegetables and sandals. It was where philosophers held forth, where politicians debated, and where ideas collided and combined in fascinating ways. Plato's Academy sat just outside the city, walls, in a grove sacred to the hero Academus, which is where we get the word academy. It wasn't a school in the way we think of schools today, with classrooms and curricula and final exams. It was more like an advanced research institute crossed with a philosophical monastery, where brilliant people gathered to think, debate, and pursue knowledge for its own sake. Young Aristotle, arriving from Macedonia with his provincial accent and his physician father's emphasis on observation, must have seemed a bit odd to the other students. But he had something they lacked, a mind that could absorb and synthesize information like a sponge absorbing water. Within a short time, it became clear that this young man from the provinces was something special. You know how in university some students just coast through, doing the minimum required to get by, while others become completely absorbed in their studies to the point where they forget to eat or sleep? Aristotle was definitely the second type, except more so. He didn't just study at Plato's Academy. He became its most brilliant and ultimately most independent-minded student. Plato apparently called him the mind of the school, which is high praise from someone who didn't hand out compliments lightly. But Plato also called him the foal or the reader, nicknames that suggest Aristotle was always reading, always learning, always consuming knowledge with an appetite that probably worried the Academy's librarians about the survival of their scrolls. Aristotle spent 20 years at the Academy from age 17 to 37. That's longer than many people spend in their entire educational career today. But ancient philosophical education wasn't like modern university, where you take classes, write papers, and graduate after 4 years. It was more like a lifelong apprenticeship in thinking itself. During these years, Aristotle absorbed everything Plato had to teach. He learned about the forms, about the immortality of the soul, and about mathematics as the key to understanding reality. He learned Socrates' method of questioning, Plato's theory of knowledge, and the elaborate philosophical system that Plato had built over his lifetime. But something interesting was happening as Aristotle learned. He was also beginning to disagree, not in small ways, but fundamentally. While Plato looked at a tree and saw an imperfect copy of the form of treeness existing in some perfect realm, Aristotle looked at a tree and thought, This tree right here is real and worth studying for itself. This might not sound like a revolutionary insight, but it was. Plato's philosophy essentially said that the physical world was less real, less important, and less worthy of study than the abstract realm of forms. Aristotle was starting to think the opposite, that you couldn't understand anything without careful study of actual physical things. Imagine being a student whose growing convictions directly contradict your revered teacher's fundamental beliefs. It must have created considerable tension. Plato had built his entire philosophical system on the idea that true knowledge comes from reason alone, that the senses deceive us, and that the physical world is just shadows on a cave wall. And here was his best student, increasingly convinced that observation and empirical study were essential to understanding anything. Aristotle began writing during this period, though most of his early works are lost. What we do know is that he was developing his own philosophical positions, often in direct contradiction to Plato's teachings. There's a famous saying attributed to Aristotle: "Plato is dear to me, but dearer still is truth." Whether he actually said this or not, it captures his attitude. Loyalty to his teacher, yes, but greater loyalty to following arguments wherever they led. The academy during these years was like an intellectual pressure cooker. Students and teachers would debate for hours, testing ideas against each other, looking for weaknesses in arguments, and trying to build philosophical systems that could withstand scrutiny. It was mentally exhausting and exhilarating in equal measure. Aristotle distinguished himself not just by his intelligence, but by the breadth of his interests. While other students might focus narrowly on one area of philosophy, Aristotle seemed interested in everything. Ethics? Sure. Politics? Absolutely. The natural world? Fascinating. Poetry and drama? Why not? He was developing into what we might call a polymath, someone whose curiosity encompassed the entirety of human knowledge. But there were social challenges too. Aristotle's provincial background and his Macedonian connections made him something of an outsider in Athenian society. Athens and Macedonia had complicated relations, sometimes allies, sometimes rivals, always regarding each other with a mixture of respect and suspicion. Being Macedonian in Athens was like being permanently foreign, never quite fitting in no matter how long you stayed. In 347 BCE, after 2 decades at the academy, Plato died. He was over 80 years old and had shaped Western philosophy more profoundly than perhaps any single person before or since. His death left a vacancy at the head of the academy, and many people, probably including Aristotle himself, expected that the brilliant student would succeed his master. But that's not what happened. The academy's leadership chose Plato's nephew Speusippus instead. We can't know exactly why. Maybe Aristotle's disagreements with Platonic doctrine were already too well known. Maybe his Macedonian background worked against him, or maybe there were personal factors we'll never understand. Whatever the reason, Aristotle found himself passed over for the position he'd spent 20 years preparing for. So Aristotle did what any reasonable person would do when faced with professional disappointment. He left Athens entirely and began an entirely new chapter of his life. He was 37 years old, intellectually mature and ready to chart his own course. What he didn't know was that his best work still lay ahead of him. Leaving Athens after 20 years must have felt like leaving home, even if that home had never quite accepted you as family. Aristotle travelled to Assos, a small city on the coast of what's now Turkey, where a former fellow student named Hermias ruled as a local tyrant. Though tyrant in Greek didn't necessarily mean bad ruler, just sole ruler, which shows you how differently ancient Greeks thought about political terminology. Assos gave Aristotle something he'd never really had before: freedom to pursue his own philosophical vision without being in Plato's shadow. He established a small philosophical school, gathered students, and began to seriously work out his own ideas. It was like being a musician who'd apprenticed with a master for 20 years and was finally ready to compose their own music. But Assos also gave Aristotle something unexpected: love. He married Pythias, who was either Hermias' daughter or niece. Sources disagree, and ancient family trees are notoriously difficult to untangle. What we do know is that Aristotle seems to have genuinely loved her, which is worth noting in a time when philosophical marriages were often more about alliances than affection. The couple had a daughter, also named Pythias. Aristotle would later write about marriage and family life with the kind of nuanced understanding that suggests his own experience informed his philosophy. He understood that human flourishing wasn't just about abstract contemplation. It was also about relationships, love, and the texture of daily life. During his time in Assos and later on the nearby island of Lesbos, Aristotle began the biological, research that would occupy him for much of his life. The Aegean coast was perfect for this. Tide pools full of sea creatures, forests with diverse plant life, and marine environments that changed with the seasons. It was a living laboratory, and Aristotle approached it with the systematic curiosity he'd inherited from his physician father. He would wade into tide pools, examining starfish and sea urchins with the focus of a modern marine biologist. He dissected squid, studied dolphins, and observed how different fish species spawned. He collected plants, noted their characteristics, and tried to understand the patterns that connected different forms of life. It was hands-on, empirical work that would have made Plato deeply uncomfortable. All this focus on the physical world, this belief that truth could be found by getting your feet wet and your hands dirty. Aristotle was developing a method that combined observation with logical analysis. He would look at many examples of something, say different types of fish, notice their similarities and differences, and then try to work out the principles that explain these patterns. It was the beginning of what we now call the scientific method, though Aristotle would have just called it investigating nature. His biological observations were remarkably accurate. He correctly described the development of chick embryos inside eggs, noted that whales and dolphins are mammals rather than fish, and documented hundreds of species with precision that wouldn't be matched until centuries later. Some of his observations were so detailed that modern biologists who've gone back to check have found them essentially correct. But then, in 343 BCE, Aristotle received an invitation that would change his life again. Philip II of Macedonia, remember that kingdom in the north that sophisticated Athenians looked down on, had a teenage son who needed a tutor. The son's name was Alexander, and Philip was willing to pay handsomely for the best education money could buy. For Aristotle, this was both an opportunity and a homecoming. He would be returning to Macedonia, the land of his childhood, but now as a distinguished philosopher rather than an orphaned boy. More importantly, he would have the chance to shape the mind of a young prince who might someday rule Macedonia. Neither Philip nor Aristotle could have imagined that this teenage student would become Alexander the Great, conqueror of the Persian Empire and creator of an empire stretching from Greece to India. But for 3 years, in a quiet grove in Macedonia, one of history's greatest minds taught one of history's greatest conquerors. Picture this. You're Aristotle, a 40-year-old philosopher who spent your entire adult life studying everything from ethics to zoology, and now you've been hired to teach a headstrong, ambitious 13-year-old prince who's already been training with weapons and horses, who's grown up hearing stories of military glory, and who shows about as much interest in philosophical contemplation as most teenagers show in eating vegetables. The tutoring took place at Mysa, a village in Macedonia, where Philip had established something like a private school for Alexander and a few select companions. It was quieter than the royal court, which was probably essential for any serious studying, and it had the kind of natural surroundings that Aristotle loved for observing and collecting specimens. What did Aristotle teach a future world conqueror? We know he introduced Alexander to Homer's Iliad, which became the prince's favourite book. Alexander reportedly slept with a copy under his pillow, along with a dagger, which tells you something about his priorities. The Iliad wasn't just entertainment, it was a manual on honour, glory, and what it meant to be a hero in the Greek tradition. But Aristotle taught more than literature. He introduced Alexander to philosophy, science, medicine, and the Greek ideal of education as forming the complete person, body, mind, and character all developed in harmony. He encouraged the young prince's curiosity about the natural world, his interest in different cultures, and his appreciation for knowledge of all kinds. There's a wonderful image of Aristotle and his teenage students, Alexander and his companions, walking through the countryside, discussing philosophy while observing plants and animals. It combines everything Aristotle loved: intellectual conversation, empirical observation, and the belief that education happens best when you're actively engaged with the world rather than locked in a classroom. Did Aristotle's teaching actually influence the man Alexander became? It's hard to say for certain. Alexander the Conqueror, who swept across Asia, wasn't exactly practicing the moderate contemplative life that Aristotle advocated in his Ethics. He was more interested in military glory than philosophical wisdom, more concerned with conquest than with the careful observation of nature. but there are hints of Aristotle's influence. Alexander founded cities throughout his empire and filled them with Greek culture, libraries, theatres and schools. He collected botanical and zoological specimens during his campaigns and sent them back to Aristotle, supporting his former teacher's scientific research. He showed curiosity about the peoples he conquered, trying to understand their customs and incorporate them into his empire rather than simply destroying them. Their relationship was complicated, like many relationships between teachers and students, who've gone in different directions. Later, when Alexander executed Aristotle's nephew Callisthenes for alleged treason, it created a rift between them. Aristotle had shown Alexander how to think, but he couldn't control what the young man thought about or what he chose to do with his power. After 3 years, when Alexander was 16, Philip decided his son was ready for more practical education, namely learning to be a warrior and leader. Aristotle's job was done. The tutor and his student would go their separate ways, one to conquer the known world, the other to found a school and revolutionize human understanding. In 335 BCE, at age 49, Aristotle returned to Athens. Alexander was now king, Philip had been assassinated, and beginning his conquest of Persia. Athens was nervous about Macedonia's growing power, but Aristotle's connection to the Macedonian court actually gave him resources and protection that few other philosophers enjoyed. It was time for Aristotle to do what he'd been preparing for his entire adult life: establish his own school, develop his own philosophical system, and teach students according to his own vision rather than Plato's. The intellectual adventure was about to enter its most productive phase. When Aristotle returned to Athens in 335 BCE, he couldn't return to Plato's academy. It had its own leadership and its own Platonic tradition that Aristotle had largely rejected. So he did what any philosopher with ambition and resources would do. He founded his own school. The Lyceum, named after the nearby temple of Apollo Lyceus, became Aristotle's intellectual home for the next 12 years. Located in a grove just outside Athens, it was similar to the academy in being a place where philosophers gathered to study, debate, and pursue knowledge. But in crucial ways, it was completely different. For one thing, the Lyceum was far more empirically focused. Where the academy emphasized mathematics and abstract reasoning, the Lyceum collected specimens, dissected animals, gathered data, and built what was essentially the ancient world's first research library. Aristotle wanted his students to study the actual world, not just contemplate perfect forms. The school got the nickname peripatetic, which comes from the Greek word for walking around. This wasn't because they were wanderers or couldn't sit still. It was because Aristotle liked to teach while strolling through the covered walkways of the Lyceum. There's something about walking that helps thinking, as if the physical movement somehow facilitates intellectual movement as well. Imagine morning lectures where Aristotle and his advanced students would walk slowly through the colonnade discussing complex philosophical questions while the less advanced students listened and tried to keep up, both physically and intellectually. In the afternoons, Aristotle would give public lectures on more accessible topics, drawing crowds of interested Athenians who wanted to hear what this brilliant Macedonian philosopher had to say. The Lyceum became a centre for what we might call systematic research. Aristotle organised his students to collect and organise information on an unprecedented scale. They gathered constitutions from 158 different Greek city-states, analysing how different political systems worked. They collected biological specimens, built up a library of books and scrolls, and created charts and diagrams to organise information. This was revolutionary. Before Aristotle, philosophy was largely about individual thinkers developing their own systems. Aristotle turned philosophy into something more like a research enterprise, with multiple people working together to gather data, test hypotheses, and build cumulative knowledge. The library at the Lyceum was apparently extraordinary for its time. Aristotle collected not just philosophical works, but texts on every subject: history, medicine, drama, politics, and natural science. He understood that to think clearly about any topic, you needed to know what others had thought before you. It was an early version of the research library concept that would become essential to universities centuries later. During his morning sessions, Aristotle would address the more technical aspects of his philosophy. These weren't casual conversations, they were rigorous, systematic explorations of difficult questions. How do we gain knowledge? What is the nature of reality? What makes an action ethical? How should societies be organised? Aristotle approached these questions differently than Plato had. Instead of starting with abstract principles and deducing conclusions, he would often start with observations and work his way toward principles. He believed that philosophy should be grounded in how the world actually works, not in how we might wish it to work in some perfect realm of forms. His teaching method involved what we might call collaborative inquiry. He would raise a question, examine what previous thinkers had said about it, identify the difficulties with their answers, and then work toward his own solution, always testing his ideas against observations and common sense. The atmosphere at the Lyceum must have been intense but also collaborative. Students weren't just passively absorbing Aristotle's wisdom, they were actively engaged in research, debate, and the collective pursuit of knowledge. Some were dissecting animals and examining their organs, others were studying plant life or collecting information about different governments. Still others were working through logical problems or ethical questions. Aristotle himself was incredibly productive during these years. He wrote on an astonishing range of topics: physics, metaphysics, ethics, politics, poetics, rhetoric, biology, and psychology. His works weren't written in the polished literary style of Plato's dialogues. They read more like lecture notes or research papers, dense with argument and packed with observations. This wasn't because Aristotle couldn't write well. His lost dialogues were apparently beautifully written. It's because what survived were his working texts, the materials he used for teaching and research rather than for public consumption. It's like the difference between a professor's polished textbook and their lecture notes. The notes are rougher, but often contain more of the real thinking. The Lyceum attracted students from throughout the Greek world and beyond. Some came because of Aristotle's connection to Alexander, who was now conquering the Persian Empire and making Macedonia the dominant power in the Mediterranean world. Others came because the Lyceum represented something new in education, not just learning to think, but learning to observe, analyse and understand the natural and human world. For 12 years, Aristotle led the Lyceum in this systematic investigation of reality. It was the most productive period of his intellectual life, when he synthesized everything he'd learned into comprehensive philosophical and scientific systems that would influence human thought for the next 2 millennia. But this productive period was about to end in a way that must have felt painfully familiar to Aristotle. Once again, political events would force him to leave Athens, once again demonstrating that philosophers, however wise, cannot escape the tumultuous currents of history. Before we discuss how Aristotle's time in Athens ended, let's explore what made his approach to knowledge so revolutionary, because this is really the heart of Aristotle's legacy, not any single discovery, but a whole new way of thinking about how we understand the world. Settle back into your cushions as we dive into philosophy, but I promise to keep it relaxed and avoid the kind of dense jargon that makes most people's eyes glaze over. Aristotle's ideas at their core are actually quite practical and grounded in common sense. Remember how Plato believed that true knowledge came from contemplating perfect, eternal forms that exist in some realm beyond the physical world? Aristotle looked at this theory and essentially said, "That's beautiful, but it doesn't help us understand the actual world we live in. If you want to understand horses, you don't contemplate the perfect form of horseness. You go observe actual horses." This might seem obvious to us now, but it was radical then. Aristotle was saying that the physical world isn't just imperfect copies of something better. It's real and worth studying for its own sake. That tree outside your window isn't a poor imitation of some perfect tree form. It's an actual tree with its own nature, and you can learn about trees by examining it. Aristotle developed what we call an empirical approach to knowledge. Empirical just means based on observation and experience. He believed that knowledge begins with our senses, what we see, hear, touch, taste, and smell. These sensations give us raw data about the world, which our minds then process into understanding. But Aristotle wasn't naive about this. He knew that senses can be deceived, and that appearances can be misleading. His solution was to combine observation with reason, to look carefully at many examples, notice patterns, and use logic to work out the principles underlying what we observe. His biological work shows this method perfectly. He didn't just look at one dolphin and declare he understood all dolphins. He examined many dolphins, dissected them, observed their behaviour, talked to fishermen about what they'd seen, and gradually built up a comprehensive understanding. It was painstaking, systematic work that required patience and attention to detail. Aristotle organised knowledge in ways that still influence how we think. He created the first system for classifying living things, grouping organisms by their shared characteristics. His categories weren't always perfect by modern standards, but the underlying method, observe similarities and differences, group things accordingly, look for the principles that explain the patterns, is still how biological classification works. Today, he applied the same systematic approach to other areas. In ethics, he observed how people actually live and what seems to make them happy, then worked out principles for good living based on these observations. In politics, he studied 158 different governments, noting what worked and what didn't, building a political science grounded in actual experience rather than abstract ideals. Aristotle's concept of causation was particularly influential. He argued that to truly understand something, you need to understand 4 different types of causes. Take a bronze statue as an example. The material cause is the bronze itself, what it's made of. The formal cause is the shape, the design of the statue. The efficient cause is the sculptor who made it. And the final cause is its purpose, why it was made. This framework might seem complicated at first, but it's actually quite intuitive. When you ask, why is this statue here? You might mean, what is it made of? Or, who made it? Or, what's it for? Aristotle recognized these as different types of questions that all contribute to complete understanding. His emphasis on final causes, on purpose and function, was especially important for biology. Aristotle understood that you can't fully understand an organ or organism without understanding what it's for. The heart makes sense when you understand it's for pumping blood. Eyes make sense when you understand they're for seeing. Everything in nature exists for a reason, serving some purpose in the organism's life. Now, Aristotle sometimes took this teleological thinking too far. He assumed that everything has a purpose assigned by nature, which isn't quite how evolution actually works. But his instinct that function and purpose are essential to understanding was fundamentally sound. Modern biology still asks, what is this for? Even if it answers that question in terms of evolutionary advantage rather than in inherent purpose. In logic, Aristotle literally invented formal logic as a discipline. He developed the syllogism, that method of reasoning where you start with 2 premises and derive a conclusion. All men are mortal. Socrates is a man. Therefore, Socrates is mortal. It sounds simple, but Aristotle systematically worked out all the valid and invalid forms of this kind of reasoning, creating a tool for checking whether arguments actually make sense. For over 2,000 years, Aristotle's logic was essentially all of logic. It wasn't until the 19th century that mathematicians developed forms of logical reasoning that went beyond what Aristotle had created. That's an extraordinary intellectual achievement, creating a system so robust that it remains fundamentally sound for millennia. Aristotle's ethics emphasized something he called eudaimonia, usually translated as happiness or flourishing. But he didn't mean momentary pleasure or simple contentment. He meant living well in the fullest sense, developing your capacities, acting virtuously, engaging with your community, and using your reason well. The key to eudaimonia, Aristotle argued, is virtue, but virtue understood as a kind of skill or excellence that you develop through practice. Courage isn't something you're born with, it's something you cultivate by repeatedly facing your fears appropriately. Generosity is a habit you develop by practicing giving well. Every virtue lies between 2 extremes. Courage between cowardice and recklessness, generosity between stinginess and wastefulness. This is practical ethics grounded in how people actually become good, rather than abstract theories about moral perfection. Aristotle understood that becoming a good person is like learning to play an instrument. It requires practice, guidance, and the formation of good habits over time. In all these areas, biology, logic, ethics, politics, Aristotle's method was similar. Start with careful observation. Notice patterns, work out underlying principles, test these principles against further observations, and build systematic understanding. It was the birth of organized science and systematic philosophy, even though Aristotle wouldn't have recognized those as separate disciplines. What made Aristotle's approach so revolutionary was this combination of respect for empirical observation, with confidence in human reason. He believed we could understand the world, not through divine revelation, not through pure mathematics divorced from reality, but through the careful, systematic application of our observational and rational faculties. This was optimistic without being naive, empirical without being merely fact-collecting, and systematic without being rigid. It was a vision of human knowledge as something we build gradually, collectively, through careful attention to reality and rigorous thinking about what we observe. And now, with your tea perhaps growing cold and your eyelids perhaps growing heavy, we need to see how Aristotle's story ends, because even the greatest philosophers cannot entirely control the historical currents that sweep them along. In 323 BCE, news reached Athens that would change everything. Alexander the Great had died in Babylon. At the age of 32, the empire he'd built with astonishing speed was already fracturing as his generals fought over the pieces, and in Athens, anti-Macedonian sentiment that had been simmering for years suddenly boiled over. Aristotle found himself in an impossible position. He was Macedonian by birth, had been Alexander's tutor, and maintained close connections to the Macedonian court. For 12 years, Athens had tolerated his presence because Macedonia's power made it necessary. But with Alexander dead and Macedonia temporarily weakened, old resentments surfaced. Someone brought charges of impiety against Aristotle, the same charge that had been used against Socrates a century earlier. The specific accusation was something about honouring a friend in ways reserved for gods, which sounds technical but was really just a pretext. The real issue was politics. Aristotle represented Macedonia, and Athens wanted to strike back at Macedonia however it could. Aristotle, now 61 years old, and having watched Socrates' fate unfold from his prison cell, made a different choice. He decided not to stay and face trial. According to tradition, he said he wouldn't let Athens sin twice against philosophy, a reference to Socrates' execution. So he left Athens, turning over the Lyceum to his student Theophrastus, and retired to Chalcis, his mother's hometown. Think about what this meant. For 12 years, Aristotle had built the Lyceum into the ancient world's premier research institution. He had gathered an incredible library, trained brilliant students, and created systematic approaches to nearly every field of knowledge. And now, because of politics he couldn't control, he had to walk away from it all. In Chalcis, Aristotle lived quietly for about a year. We don't know much about this final period of his life. He was likely working on his writings, perhaps revising and organising the vast body of work he'd produced over his lifetime. He may have been suffering from some illness. Ancient sources mention stomach problems, which given ancient medicine's limitations could have meant almost anything. In 322 BCE, just 1 year after leaving Athens, Aristotle died at the age of 62. It wasn't a dramatic death like Socrates' execution, or a mysterious one like Alexander's early demise. It was simply the end of a life that had been, by any measure, extraordinarily productive and influential. Aristotle left behind his daughter Pythias. His wife of the same name had died years earlier, and he'd later had a relationship with a woman, named Herpyllis, with whom he had a son named Nicomachus. His will, which survived, shows him as a thoughtful, caring person who made provisions for his family, his slaves, whom he freed, and even his concubine's future. It's a touching document that reveals the human side of this towering intellect, but more importantly, he left behind an intellectual legacy that would shape human thought for the next 2,000 years. His works, or rather the lecture notes and research texts that survived, were preserved and eventually edited by scholars in later centuries. They became the foundation for education throughout the Mediterranean world, and eventually throughout medieval Europe. Now comes one of the most fascinating parts of Aristotle's story. Not what he did during his life, but what happened to his ideas after his death. Because unlike many philosophers whose influence fades with time, Aristotle's impact actually grew over the centuries, spreading far beyond the Greek world he knew. After Aristotle's death, his writings were preserved by the Lyceum under Theophrastus's leadership, but they weren't immediately famous throughout the ancient world. For several centuries, Aristotle was known more for his published dialogues, works that haven't survived, than for the dense technical treatises we now have. Then came a strange period where Aristotle's works apparently disappeared from circulation. According to tradition, they were hidden in a cellar in Asia Minor to protect them from being seized, where they suffered damage from moisture and insects. Whether this story is entirely true or partly legend, we do know that Aristotle's major works were relatively unknown for a couple of centuries. In the 1st century BCE, a scholar named Andronicus of Rhodes collected and edited Aristotle's writings, organising them into the form we know today. This wasn't just filing papers, it was an act of reconstruction and interpretation that shaped how we read Aristotle. The arrangement of his works, the way they're grouped and titled, comes largely from Andronicus's editorial decisions. As Rome became the Mediterranean's dominant power, Greek philosophy spread throughout the empire. Aristotle's works became central to higher education. Young Romans who wanted philosophical training studied Aristotle along with Plato and the Stoics. His logic became the standard method for teaching reasoning, and his ethics a framework for thinking about the good life. But Aristotle's most significant journey was yet to come. As the Roman Empire declined and eventually fell in the West, much of Greek learning was lost in Europe. The sophisticated intellectual culture that had produced and preserved Aristotle's works crumbled as cities shrank. Trade declined, and literacy became increasingly rare outside monasteries. However, Aristotle's work survived in the Eastern Roman Empire, what we call the Byzantine Empire, centered on Constantinople. Byzantine scholars continued to read, copy, and study Aristotle in Greek. Meanwhile, something extraordinary was happening further east. Islamic scholars in the expanding Arab world encountered Aristotle's works and recognized their value immediately. Beginning in the 8th century CE, a massive translation movement began in Baghdad and other centers of Islamic learning. Aristotle's treatises were translated from Greek into Arabic, often by Christian scholars working in Muslim courts. Islamic philosophers like Al-Farabi, Avicenna, and Averroes didn't just translate Aristotle, they engaged with his ideas, wrote extensive commentaries, and integrated his philosophy with Islamic theology and science. Averroes in particular became such an important interpreter of Aristotle that medieval Europeans would later call him simply the commentator, while Aristotle was the philosopher. This Islamic engagement with Aristotle preserved his works and developed his ideas in ways that would prove crucial for European intellectual history. When Europe began to recover economically and culturally in the 11th and 12th centuries, scholars rediscovered Aristotle, but often through Arabic translations and Islamic commentaries, rather than directly from Greek sources. The reintroduction of Aristotle to Western Europe was like injecting intellectual electricity into a system that had been running on minimal power. Suddenly, European scholars had access to systematic treatments of logic, natural science, ethics, and metaphysics that far exceeded anything available in Latin. It was like upgrading from a basic toolset to a fully equipped workshop. But this created a problem. Much of Aristotle's philosophy, particularly his ideas about the eternity of the world and the nature of the soul, seemed to conflict with Christian theology. Church authorities were unsure whether this pagan Greek philosopher from ancient times should be taught in Christian universities. Enter Thomas Aquinas, a 13th century Dominican friar who accomplished one of the great intellectual syntheses in Western history. Aquinas carefully worked through Aristotle's philosophy, showing how it could be reconciled with Christian doctrine. He distinguished between what reason could discover, Aristotle's domain, and what required divine revelation, theology's domain, creating a framework where both could coexist. Aquinas' achievement meant that Aristotle became central to medieval university education. Students learned Aristotelian logic, physics, ethics, and metaphysics as the foundation for their studies. The University of Paris, Oxford, Cambridge, all the great medieval universities made Aristotle the core of their curriculum. For several centuries, Aristotle's authority was so great that Aristotle said so was considered a sufficient argument to settle most questions. This led to some absurdities. Scholars would debate how many teeth a horse has by analysing what Aristotle wrote rather than, just counting a horse's teeth. Aristotle himself, who emphasised observation, would have been appalled. The scientific revolution of the 16th and 17th centuries involved, in many ways, overthrowing Aristotelian physics and cosmology. Galileo's experiments contradicted Aristotle's claims about motion. Harvey's discovery of blood circulation contradicted Aristotelian physiology. Newton's physics replaced Aristotelian explanations of how things move. But interestingly, even as scientists rejected Aristotle's specific conclusions, they often kept his method, the emphasis on observation, the search for causes, and the systematic organisation of knowledge. Modern science isn't Aristotelian, but it's arguably descended from Aristotle's approach to investigating nature. Today, you might think Aristotle is just a historical curiosity, relevant only to scholars studying ancient philosophy, but his influence persists in surprising ways. Every time you use formal logic, you're using tools Aristotle developed. When you think about ethics in terms of character and virtue rather than just rules, you're thinking in Aristotelian terms. When scientists classify organisms or analyse functions, they're following procedures Aristotle pioneered. His political science, his analysis of poetry and drama, his psychology, and his understanding of how we form concepts, all of these continue to influence how we think, often without our realizing it. Aristotle is like the foundation of a building you live in. You don't usually notice it, but everything rests on it. As your tea grows cold and the hour grows late, let's consider what Aristotle's life and work mean for us today. Because this isn't just ancient history, it's about how we understand the world and our place in it. Aristotle gave us something fundamental: confidence that the world is knowable through careful observation and clear thinking. Before him, many people thought true knowledge required mystical insight or divine revelation. After him, it became possible to believe that ordinary human beings, using their senses and their reason, could genuinely understand reality. This is such a basic assumption for us that we barely notice it. When you wonder how something works and decide to look it up or experiment to find out, you're operating on Aristotelian principles. The idea that we can figure things out by observing carefully and thinking clearly, that's Aristotle's legacy. His emphasis on studying actual things in the actual world rather than abstract perfections influenced the entire development of science. Yes, scientists have rejected many of his specific conclusions. His physics, his astronomy, and his chemistry were wrong in important ways. But his method of systematic observation, careful classification, and looking for underlying principles, that's still how science works. Aristotle's virtue ethics has seen a remarkable revival in recent decades. Modern philosophers rediscovered that his approach to ethics, focusing on character, habits, and human flourishing rather than just rules and duties, addresses aspects of moral life that other ethical theories miss. How do we become good people? What does it mean to live well? These Aristotelian questions feel more relevant to many people than abstract debates about moral principles. His political science, with its careful analysis of different forms of government and what makes them work or fail, still informs political theory. His understanding that politics isn't about implementing perfect systems, but about finding arrangements that work for actual human beings with all their flaws, that's a lesson every generation needs to relearn. In education, Aristotle's model of learning through apprenticeship and hands-on experience with a master teacher influenced how universities developed and still shapes how we think about advanced education. The idea of gathering students around a wise teacher to pursue knowledge collectively, that's the Lyceum's legacy, still alive in graduate seminars and research groups. But perhaps Aristotle's most important legacy is something less tangible, his demonstration that human knowledge is cumulative, that we can build on what previous thinkers discovered, and that intellectual progress is possible. Before Aristotle, philosophers tended to create their own complete systems from scratch. Aristotle showed that you could start with what others had learned, identify their insights and errors, and build something better. This is how knowledge actually grows, not through lone geniuses inventing everything themselves, but through communities of thinkers building on each other's work. Every scientific paper that begins with a literature review, every philosopher who engages with previous traditions, every scholar who stands on the shoulders of giants, they're all following the model Aristotle established at the Lyceum. Aristotle also showed us that intellectual breadth matters. In our age of specialization, when experts know more and more about less and less, Aristotle reminds us that understanding anything fully requires understanding its connections to everything else. His interests spanned from marine biology to literary criticism, and from formal logic to political science, because he understood that reality doesn't come neatly divided into academic departments. There's something profoundly human about Aristotle's approach to knowledge. He wasn't interested in abstract perfection divorced from lived experience. He wanted to understand the world we actually inhabit, messy, complicated, full of purposes and functions and constant change. He believed that ordinary things, plants, animals, human relationships, political systems, were worthy of serious systematic study. This might sound obvious now, but it was revolutionary then and remains important today. How often do we dismiss the everyday as uninteresting, searching for something more exotic or dramatic to hold our attention? Aristotle teaches us to look closely at what's right in front of us, because ordinary reality is actually extraordinary when you examine it carefully. His life also reminds us that intellectual work happens in communities. Aristotle didn't develop his ideas in isolation. He learned from Plato, taught Alexander, collaborated with students at the Lyceum, and engaged with other philosophers. Knowledge is social, built through conversation, debate, teaching, and collaborative investigation. And yet Aristotle's story also carries a cautionary note. His systematic approach sometimes became too rigid. His confidence in human reason sometimes led to speculation beyond what observation could support, and his influence eventually became so great that it stifled rather than stimulated inquiry. Aristotle said so became an excuse to stop thinking rather than a starting point for further investigation. This tension between respect for tradition and openness to new discovery is something every field of knowledge must navigate. We need to learn from the past without being imprisoned by it, to respect previous thinkers without treating their words as sacred scripture. Aristotle himself would have understood this. He honoured Plato while departing from Platonic philosophy, and learned from his predecessors while correcting their errors. As we near the end of our journey with Aristotle, imagine him in those final months in Chalcis, looking back on his 62 years. What did he think about when he reflected on his life? We can't know for certain, but we can imagine. Perhaps he thought about his childhood in Macedonia, watching his father practice medicine with careful attention to symptoms and treatments. Those early lessons in observation stayed with him throughout his life, shaping his entire approach to knowledge. Perhaps he remembered arriving in Athens as a young man, feeling provincial and out of place, but discovering at Plato's academy an intellectual home that would shape him for 20 years. Even as he eventually departed from Plato's teachings, he never forgot what he learned there: the importance of rigorous argument, the value of questioning assumptions, and the pursuit of truth wherever it leads. He might have smiled, remembering his time teaching young Alexander, that energetic, ambitious teenager who would grow up to conquer the world. Did Aristotle feel pride at his students' achievements, or dismay at how different Alexander's path was from the contemplative life Aristotle advocated? Probably both. Like any teacher watching a brilliant student make choices they wouldn't have made themselves. Surely he thought about his years at the Lyceum, those productive, satisfying years when he'd finally been able to pursue his own vision of what philosophy and science should be. The morning walks with advanced students discussing complex questions while strolling through shaded colonnades. The afternoon public lectures share knowledge with anyone interested enough to listen. The collaborative research projects have students collecting data on everything from fish to governments. He might have felt regret about leaving Athens, forced out by political circumstances beyond his control. To build something significant and then have to abandon it must have been painful. But perhaps he found some comfort in knowing he'd trained capable students like Theophrastus who could carry on his work. If Aristotle had known how his ideas would travel through time, translated into Arabic, preserved by Islamic scholars, reintroduced to Europe, becoming the foundation of medieval universities, influencing thinkers for 2,000 years, what would he have thought? Probably a mixture of satisfaction and bemusement, especially at the ways his ideas would be misunderstood, ossified into dogma, and eventually partially overturned. But he would likely have been pleased that his fundamental approach, careful observation, systematic thinking, and the belief that the world is knowable, continued to influence how humans pursue understanding. That was his real contribution, not any specific doctrine, but a whole way of approaching knowledge. Aristotle understood that knowledge is always provisional, always subject to refinement as we learn more. His works constantly engage with previous thinkers, building on their insights and correcting their errors. He would have expected, probably hoped, that future thinkers would do the same with his work. In his final days, perhaps Aristotle found peace in having lived a life devoted to understanding. He'd started with nothing but curiosity and intelligence, and he'd used these to investigate nearly every aspect of reality accessible to human inquiry. He'd been a student, a teacher, a researcher, a founder of institutions, and a systematizer of knowledge. He'd loved his wife, Pythias, his companion, Herpyllis, and his children. He'd formed friendships with students and colleagues. He'd experienced political success and political exile. He'd known the satisfaction of intellectual breakthrough and the frustration of unanswered questions. In short, he'd lived a fully human life while also living a life of the mind. The ancient Greeks had a concept that Aristotle wrote about extensively: eudaimonia, human flourishing, living well. By his own account, this came from developing your capacities, acting virtuously, engaging meaningfully with others, and using your reason well. By these measures, Aristotle had indeed achieved eudaimonia, even if his life ended in exile rather than triumph. When he died in 322 BCE, Aristotle probably had no idea that he was, in a sense, immortal. His body would decay like all physical things. He understood biology too well to imagine otherwise. But his ideas, his methods, and his approach to understanding the world, these would outlast empires and influence civilizations he'd never heard of. That's a legacy worth reflecting on as you drift towards sleep. A single person, through careful thought and systematic inquiry, can influence how millions of future people understand reality. The questions Aristotle asked, the methods he developed, and the knowledge he systematized, these became tools that countless others would use to build their own understanding. As you settle into that space between waking and sleeping, where thoughts become less linear and more dreamlike, consider this. Aristotle's greatest achievement wasn't any single discovery, but showing that the world is comprehensible. Before him, many people thought that true understanding required mystical revelation or abstract mathematics divorced from physical reality. After him, it became possible to believe that ordinary people could understand the world by looking carefully, thinking clearly, and building knowledge systematically. Every time you try to understand something by observing it carefully, you're following Aristotle's path. Every time you classify things by their similarities and differences, you're using Aristotle's method. Every time you ask, "What is this for?" or "How does this work?" you're asking Aristotelian questions. You might never have studied Aristotle in school. You might not be able to name a single one of his books, but his influence is in the very air you breathe intellectually, in how you think about causes, in how you understand living things, in how you reason about ethics, and in your assumption that the world makes sense and can be understood. This is what it means to be a foundational thinker. Not that everything you say is correct. Aristotle was wrong about many things, but that you change how people think about thinking itself. You create tools that others can use, methods that others can follow, and frameworks that others can build upon. Aristotle showed us that knowledge is not something revealed from above, but something built from below, starting with simple observations and building toward comprehensive understanding. He demonstrated that you don't need mystical insights or mathematical perfection to understand reality. You need careful attention, clear thinking, and the patience to work through problems systematically. This optimistic view of human knowledge, that we can figure things out, that the world is knowable, that reason and observation together can lead us toward truth, remains one of civilization's most important assumptions. When we doubt it, science stops, inquiry ends, and we retreat into authority and tradition. Aristotle also reminds us that intellectual work is deeply human. It happens in communities of teachers and students. It requires conversation and debate. It builds on what others have learned. It connects to the practical concerns of living well. Knowledge isn't just abstract information. It's part of how we flourish as human beings. As sleep approaches and this story ends, remember that the quiet philosopher from Stagira, who spent his life observing, thinking, and teaching, changed the world, more profoundly than many conquerors. His student Alexander's empire fell apart within years of his death, but Aristotle's intellectual empire, his methods, his insights, his approach to understanding, has lasted more than 2 millennia and shows no signs of disappearing. Tomorrow, when you wake and observe the world around you, noticing patterns, asking questions, trying to understand how things work, you'll be thinking in ways that Aristotle helped make possible. The morning light streaming through your window illuminates a world that Aristotle taught us could be studied and understood, rather than merely feared or worshipped. That's his gift to us. Confidence that the world makes sense, methods for making sense of it, and the belief that understanding is worth pursuing for its own sake, not for power or wealth or fame, but simply for the joy of knowing, the satisfaction of understanding, and the human fulfillment that comes from using our minds well. Sleep now, with gratitude for this ancient Greek physician's son who devoted his life to helping humanity wake up to the intelligibility of the world. May your dreams be full of wonder at the patterns that connect all things, the purposes that animate living creatures, and the joy of understanding that makes us most fully human. And when you wake, may you see the world with fresh eyes, not as a chaos of random events, but as Aristotle taught us to see it, as a cosmos, an ordered whole that our minds are capable of comprehending, one careful observation and clear thought at a time. sweet dreams, and may Aristotle's spirit of systematic wonder follow you into sleep and beyond. You're entering a world of wood and graphite, of sharpened points and soft erasures, where one of the simplest tools ever made has quietly served human hands for centuries. This is the history of the pencil, told not through invention or upheaval, but through the everyday rhythms of writing, drawing, and resting that have shaped how people work and think. Long before the pencil takes its familiar form, people make marks in ways that feel natural to their hands and materials. You press charred wood against stone, leaving dark lines that record what needs remembering. The charcoal crumbles slightly and smudges when touched, but serves well enough for temporary notes and quick sketches. Children learn to draw with it. Builders mark measurements. The marks fade over time, but new ones replace them without ceremony. In workshops and scriptoriums, you use metal points. A stylus of lead or silver glides across prepared surfaces, leaving faint grey traces. The pressure must be steady but not heavy. The marks are subtle, suitable for guidelines that will later be inked over, or for private notes that need not shout from the page. You develop a feel for how hard to press, how to angle the point, and how to keep your hand relaxed so the lines stay smooth. These metal points require maintenance. You sharpen them on stones, feeling the metal grow finer under your careful attention. The points wear down with use, slowly, predictably. You learn to anticipate when sharpening is needed, keeping a small whetstone nearby. The rhythm of preparation becomes part of the work itself. Paper begins to replace parchment in many places, and the texture changes how marks appear. Rougher surfaces catch more material from your marking tool. Smoother papers allow finer lines. You adjust your pressure and speed according to what you're writing on, developing an unconscious familiarity with how different materials respond to touch. In schools, young hands learn letter forms using whatever tools are available and affordable. Slate pencils screech softly against small boards, creating temporary practice strokes that can be wiped away and rewritten. The sound is sharp but brief. Students grow accustomed to it, barely noticing after the first few days. The marks appear light grey, easy to see but not permanent, which suits the nature of learning. Graphite is discovered in England in the region of Borrowdale during the 1500s. The material is unusual. Soft, dark and remarkably pure, it leaves strong marks without requiring much pressure. Local people begin using it for marking sheep, then for other practical purposes. The graphite is too soft and crumbly to hold in the hand directly, so it gets wrapped in string or inserted into wooden holders. You hold one of these early graphite sticks, feeling how the wood casing protects your fingers from the dark dust. The marks it makes are darker and smoother than metal points, and more controllable than charcoal. Erasing is difficult, but the clarity of the line makes the effort worthwhile for important work. Architects appreciate the precision. Scribes use it for layouts before inking. The supply of graphite from Borrowdale is limited, controlled and valued. People do not waste it. You use your graphite stick carefully, making deliberate marks, saving it for work that benefits from its particular qualities. For rough notes, charcoal or chalk still suffices. Other regions search for similar deposits but find graphite of lower quality, mixed with impurities. Methods are developed for grinding poor graphite into powder, mixing it with binders, and forming it into usable sticks. The process is experimental at first and inconsistent, but gradually improves. You learn which makers produce reliable sticks, and which are too brittle or too faint. The idea of encasing graphite fully in wood becomes standard practice. 2 wooden halves are carved with a groove, the graphite stick is laid inside, and the halves are glued together. The result is sturdy, comfortable to hold, and protects the graphite from breaking. You can carry it without worry. The wood wears smooth with handling, taking on the warmth of your palm. Mark making becomes less about ceremony and more about daily routine. You reach for your pencil without thinking, the way you reach for a cup or a door handle. It sits on tables, in pockets, and behind ears. The familiarity breeds a kind of comfort. This tool does not demand special preparation or particular conditions, it simply works when you need it. In homes, people sketch for pleasure. Small drawings of flowers, animals, or familiar scenes appear in margins and on spare paper. The pencil allows for experimentation without commitment. If a line goes wrong, you can often rub it lighter or simply start again on another sheet. The ease of use invites practice. Carpenters mark measurements on wood, making light lines that guide their saws and chisels. The marks are clear enough to follow, but do not deeply score the surface. After cutting, they can brush or plane away the guidelines, leaving the finished work unmarked. The pencil serves the work without becoming part of it. Students copy texts and diagrams, their pencils moving across pages in steady repetition. The practice builds muscle memory. Letter forms become automatic. Hands learn to maintain even pressure, to lift the pencil at consistent intervals, and to return to the proper starting position. Writing grows smoother with time and repetition. You notice that your pencil wears down, the point dulls, the wood needs trimming. A small knife serves this purpose, carefully shaving away thin curls to reveal fresh graphite. The sharpening is quick work, done every few pages or whenever precision matters. The wood shavings smell faintly sweet, pleasant in a quiet way. The pencil does not demand attention. It sits ready, requires little upkeep, and performs the same task day after day. This reliability makes it easy to forget how much you depend on it until the moment you reach for one and find it missing. Then you notice the absence, small but definite, like a missing button or a forgotten name. In workshops dedicated to pencil making, the process begins with selecting wood. Cedar is favoured for its straight grain, smooth texture and pleasant scent. The wood arrives in planks, already dried and aged. Workers examine each piece, looking for knots, splits or irregularities that would weaken the final product. Acceptable planks are set aside, stacked neatly for the next stage. You stand at a workbench, guiding a plank through a saw that cuts thin slats. The blade moves steadily, the wood parts cleanly, and the slats emerge uniform in thickness. Sawdust drifts down, fine and pale. The rhythm of cutting is measured, not rushed. Each slat will become part of many pencils, so precision matters from the start. The slats are planned smooth on both sides, removing rough spots and ensuring even thickness. You run your hand along the surface, feeling for any remaining texture. The wood should be consistent, neither too thick nor too thin, so that when two halves are joined they fit together without gaps. The planning takes time, but the result is worth the effort. Grooves are cut into one side of each slat, creating shallow channels that will hold the graphite. The cutting tool must be set to the correct depth. Too shallow, and the graphite will not sit securely. Too deep, and the wood may split when pressure is applied. You adjust the tool carefully, test it on a scrap piece, and then proceed with the production slats. Graphite preparation happens in another part of the workshop. If the graphite is pure and solid, it is cut into thin rods that match the length and diameter of the grooves. If the graphite is powdered, it must be mixed with clay and water, kneaded into a smooth paste, and extruded through moulds to form consistent sticks. The ratio of graphite to clay determines hardness. More clay makes a harder, lighter mark. More graphite makes a softer, darker mark. The graphite sticks are fired in kilns to harden them, then cooled slowly to prevent cracking. You handle the finished sticks carefully, knowing they remain somewhat fragile. Each stick is inspected for flaws. Broken or irregular pieces are set aside to be reground and remade. Only the straight solid sticks proceed to assembly. Assembly is methodical. You place a graphite stick into the groove of a prepared slat, ensuring it sits centered and level. Glue is applied to the groove of a second slat, which is then pressed down onto the first, sandwiching the graphite between two layers of wood. Clamps hold the pieces together while the glue sets. The pressure must be firm but not crushing. Once the glue has dried, the bonded slats are cut into individual pencils. A blade slices through wood and graphite cleanly, separating each pencil from its neighbours. The ends are trimmed square. Any rough edges are sanded smooth. You hold a finished pencil, turning it in your fingers, checking that it is straight, that the wood is smooth, and that the graphite is centered. Some pencils receive additional finishing. Paint is applied in thin coats, allowed to dry, and sanded lightly between layers. The goal is a smooth, even surface that feels pleasant to hold. Colours vary by maker and purpose. Yellow becomes common, though the reason is partly tradition and partly practicality. The colour shows dirt less readily than white, but remains bright enough to find easily in a cluttered workspace. Metal ferrules are attached to one end of some pencils, providing a secure place to attach an eraser. The ferrule is crimped onto the wood, tight enough to hold but not so tight that it splits the grain. The eraser itself is a small cylinder of rubber or similar material pressed into the ferrule. This addition makes corrections easier, reducing the need for separate erasing tools. In your own home or workspace, you maintain the pencils you use. Sharpening is the primary task. You hold a small knife at an angle, shaving away wood in thin, controlled strokes. The goal is to expose enough graphite to create a fine point without removing excess material. The shavings curl away, light and fragrant, collecting in a small pile that you sweep away when finished. Some people prefer mechanical sharpeners, small devices with blades set at fixed angles. You insert the pencil and twist, feeling the resistance as the blades carve away wood and graphite. The shavings emerge in neat spirals. The process is quicker than using a knife, though less precise. For everyday writing, the difference is minimal. You learn to recognize when a pencil is too short to use comfortably. The stub becomes difficult to grip and the angle grows awkward. Some people save these short pieces for small tasks or give them to children. Others simply discard them, accepting that every tool has a lifespan. The wood and graphite return to dust, as unremarkable in ending as in use. Pencils are stored in jars, trays or boxes kept upright or laid flat depending on space. You develop habits about where to place them, ensuring they are ready when needed. A pencil left loose on a cluttered desk may roll away or become buried under papers. A pencil kept in a designated spot is always findable. Occasionally a pencil breaks internally. The graphite cracks inside the wood, making it impossible to sharpen properly. The point crumbles away no matter how carefully you cut. You recognize this failure quickly and set the pencil aside. Sometimes you can salvage part of it by cutting away the damaged section. Other times, the entire pencil is compromised. You notice the texture of different woods, the way some are softer and easier to sharpen, while others are harder and hold a point longer. You notice the variation in graphite quality, how some marks flow smoothly while others feel gritty or uneven. These small observations accumulate into preference, guiding which pencils you choose for different tasks. Maintenance becomes automatic. You sharpen without thinking about it, responding to the feel of the point rather than to any deliberate decision. You store pencils where they will not be damaged, where moisture will not warp the wood or soften the glue. Care is minimal, but consistent care extends usefulness. The pencil requires little from you, but what it requires is straightforward. Keep it dry, keep it sharp, use it without excessive force. In return, it provides reliable service day after day for as long as the graphite and wood hold together. The exchange is simple, balanced, and enduring. Pencils appear on desks in offices where clerks record figures and correspondence. You sit at one such desk, copying information from ledgers, making notes in margins and drafting letters that will later be written in ink. The pencil allows you to plan before committing. Mistakes can be erased or crossed out lightly, leaving the page tidy enough for reference. In schools, children learn their letters with pencils gripped in small hands. The teacher demonstrates proper form, and students mimic the movements, pressing too hard at first, then learning to relax. The pencils create marks that can be corrected without shame. A wrong letter can be erased and rewritten. Learning happens through repetition, and the pencil accommodates this need. You watch a classroom full of students, all writing at once, and notice the gentle scratching sound of graphite on paper. a soft collective murmur that rises and falls with concentration. Some children chew the ends of their pencils absently, leaving small tooth marks in the wood. Others spin them between fingers during moments of thought. The pencil becomes an extension of the hand, manipulated without conscious attention. At home, you keep a pencil in the kitchen for noting shopping lists or recipes. The marks on scrap paper are casual, not meant to last, but useful in the moment. You cross off items as you acquire them, adding new ones as they come to mind. The list grows and shrinks, a living document that serves immediate needs. Artists use pencils for sketching outdoors. You carry a small notebook and a few pencils, find a comfortable spot to sit, and begin drawing what you see. Trees, buildings, and people passing by. The pencil moves quickly when capturing motion, and slowly when recording detail. The flexibility suits the unpredictable nature of drawing from life. Engineers draft plans with pencils, using straight edges and compasses to create precise diagrams. The lines must be exact, the measurements clear. You draw, erase, and redraw, refining the design through iteration. The pencil's erasability is essential here. Every design goes through revisions, and the ability to remove mistakes without starting over saves time and materials. In libraries, readers make notes in margins of their own books, underlining passages and adding thoughts. The marks are light and personal, a record of engagement with the text. You read and mark, building a layered understanding. The pencil does not damage the page the way ink might. The marks feel temporary, even when they remain for years. Tailors and seamstresses use pencils to mark fabric before cutting. The lines guide scissors and needles, ensuring pieces fit together correctly. After sewing, the marks can often be brushed away or hidden within seams. The pencil serves the craft without becoming part of the finished garment. You use a pencil to fill out forms, applications, and surveys. The blanks require specific information, and the pencil allows you to write neatly, correcting errors as needed before submission. The bureaucracy of daily life often involves pencils. Their marks formal enough for record keeping, but flexible enough for human fallibility. Children draw for pleasure, creating pictures of homes, animals, and imagined scenes. The pencil does not limit them. They can sketch freely, change their minds, add details, or start over. The process is exploratory, driven by curiosity rather than outcome. Parents keep these drawings, valuing them as records of growth and imagination. In workshops, craftspeople sketch ideas before committing to materials. You draw a rough plan for a piece of furniture, considering proportions and joinery. The sketch is not beautiful, but it clarifies your thinking. Once the design is settled, you can proceed with confidence. The pencil serves as a thinking tool, externalizing ideas so they can be examined and refined. Gardeners use pencils to label seed packets, mark planting dates, and sketch garden layouts. The marks may smudge in damp conditions, but they last long enough to serve their purpose. You plan your rows, noting what grows well and what struggles, using the pencil to capture observations that inform future seasons. At community centres and meeting halls, people sign attendance sheets with pencils. The marks are legible enough for record keeping, and the availability of erasure means mistakes in spelling or date can be quietly corrected. The pencil does not judge errors. It simply allows them to be undone. You lend a pencil to someone who needs one, and they return it without fuss. The exchange is casual, unworried. Pencils are common enough that temporary loss is not a concern. They circulate through communities, shared and returned, or sometimes kept and replaced without resentment. Farmers use pencils to record weather observations, crop yields, and livestock counts. The notebook sits in the barn or kitchen, accumulating information year after year. You flip through old entries, comparing the season to past ones, noticing patterns. The pencil marks fade slightly over time but remain readable, a stable archive of daily details. In hospitals and clinics, staff use pencils for temporary notes and charts. The marks can be updated as conditions change and erased and rewritten without creating confusion. You jot down a symptom, a measurement, and a time, knowing the information will be transferred to permanent records later. The pencil serves as an intermediary, holding information just long enough. Musicians annotate sheet music with pencils, marking dynamics, fingerings, and phrasing. The marks are personal reminders, not meant for others to interpret. You practice a passage, add a note about where to breathe or slow down, and the next time you play, the reminder is there. The music becomes layered with your learning. You find pencils in pockets, drawers, bags, and boxes. They accumulate quietly, neither precious nor worthless. Their ubiquity makes them easy to overlook, but their absence is immediately felt. The moment you need to write something down and no pencil is available, you remember how much you rely on this simple tool. In public spaces, pencils sit beside guestbooks, suggestion boxes, and voting booths. You pick one up, use it briefly, and set it down for the next person. The tool is communal, serving whoever needs it without ceremony. The worn surface and dull point speak to shared use, to many hands performing small acts of communication. You sit at a table in the afternoon, light slanting through a window, and pick up a pencil to write a letter. The first few sentences come easily, then you pause, thinking about what to say next. The pencil rests against your fingers, its weight barely noticeable. You gaze out the window, gathering thoughts, and when you're ready, the writing resumes. The pauses are as much a part of the process as the words themselves. Drawing invites similar rhythms. You sketch a shape, step back to observe, and return to add details. The pencil moves in bursts, then stills while your eyes assess proportion and balance. The rests are not interruptions, but necessary intervals where observation happens. Without them, the drawing would be rushed, unconsidered. Students work through assignments, writing steadily for a time, then setting the pencil down to rest their hands. The muscles tire from gripping and pressing. You flex your fingers, shake out your wrist, and pick up the pencil again when ready. The breaks prevent cramping and allow the mind to reset, approaching the next section with fresh attention. In workshops, craftspeople make marks, measure, mark again, and pause to consider their work. The pencil serves quick decision-making, but decisions themselves take time. You stand back, looking at the piece from different angles, and only when satisfied do you proceed. The pencil waits, ready but passive, exerting no pressure to hurry. Evening work often includes natural stopping points. You write until a page is full, or until a particular task is complete, and then you set the pencil aside. The transition from work to rest is gentle. The pencil does not demand closure. It can be picked up again tomorrow, the work continuing from where it paused. You notice that writing by hand encourages a certain pace. The physical act of forming letters limits speed, which in turn allows thought to accompany the words. Typing can outpace thinking, but writing with a pencil keeps the two aligned. The rhythm is slower, more deliberate, and often more thoughtful as a result. Children draw until they grow tired or distracted, then wander away, leaving half-finished pictures on the table. The pencil does not mind being abandoned. It lies where it was left, ready for return. The drawings may be completed later, or they may remain as they are, capturing a moment of interest that passed naturally. You keep a pencil beside your bed for jotting down thoughts that arrive in quiet moments before sleep. The act of writing them down releases them from your mind, allowing rest to come more easily. The marks are brief, sometimes barely legible in the dim light, but they serve their purpose. In the morning you may or may not remember what seemed important enough to record. Reading often involves breaks where you set the book down and pick up a pencil to note a thought or underline a passage. The transition is seamless. Reading and marking alternate in a comfortable rhythm that deepens engagement without disrupting the flow. The pencil supports reflection rather than interrupting it. In classrooms, lessons include time for students to work independently while the teacher circulates, offering guidance. You write or draw, and when you encounter difficulty, you pause, raising a hand or waiting for assistance. The pencil rests on the desk, the problem suspended until help arrives. The pause is patient, not anxious. Artists develop habits around rest. After sketching for a period, you set the pencil down and stretch, letting your eyes rest from close focus. The break is brief, but necessary. When you return, you see the drawing with slightly fresh eyes, noticing things you missed before. The rhythm of work and rest sharpens perception. You write in a journal, recording the day's events or working through a problem. The writing flows for a while, then slows as you reach the edge of what you can express. The pencil hovers, uncertain, and you let it rest, closing the journal for the night. Some thoughts need time to settle before they can be articulated. Correspondence involves waiting periods. You write a letter and set it aside to review later. When you return, you read it with distance, catching awkward phrasing or missing information. The pencil allows corrections before the final version is committed to ink. The pause between drafting and sending improves the result. Craftspeople work until natural light fades, then set their tools aside. The pencil is placed in its jar or box, and the workspace is tidied. The day's work is complete, not because a specific goal was reached, but because the conditions for work have passed. The rhythm follows light and energy, not arbitrary targets. You find that the best ideas often arrive not while actively working, but during the pauses between efforts. The mind continues processing while the hand rests. When you pick up the pencil again, the solution or next step often presents itself clearly. The rest is productive in ways that constant activity is not. In meetings, notes are taken in bursts as important points arise, followed by quiet listening. The pencil moves and stills according to the flow of conversation. You do not write constantly, but capture key ideas, trusting your attention to fill in the gaps. The rhythm of notation supports memory without overwhelming it. Evening routines often include a period of quiet writing or drawing, a way to transition from the day's demands to rest. You sit with a pencil and paper, recording thoughts, sketching, or simply doodling. The activity is calming, occupying the hands while the mind unwinds. The marks matter less than the process. You learn to recognize when continuing would be counterproductive. The hand grows tired, the marks less precise, and the thoughts less clear. Setting the pencil down at this point is not giving up, but honoring the body's limits. Rest restores capacity. Tomorrow the work will resume with renewed steadiness. Graphite mines in various regions supply the raw material that becomes the heart of every pencil. You work in one such mine, extracting veins of graphite from deep within the earth. The process is steady and careful, as the material is valuable. Loose chunks are collected in baskets sorted by quality and transported to workshops where they will be processed. Cedar forests provide the wood that encases the graphite. Trees are selected for harvest based on age and straightness, and cut during seasons when the wood is most stable. You help load logs onto wagons, watching them roll away towards sawmills. The scent of fresh-cut cedar is strong and resinous, lingering in the air long after the work is done. At the sawmill, logs are transformed into planks, then into slats suitable for pencil making. The machinery is loud but efficient, cutting with precision that hand tools cannot match. Workers guide the wood through blades, collect the finished pieces, and stack them for drying. Moisture must be reduced gradually to prevent warping. Graphite processing workshops receive raw material and refine it. Impure graphite is crushed into powder, mixed with clay and water, and formed into sticks through extrusion. The ratio of ingredients is carefully controlled to produce consistent hardness across batches. You monitor the mixture, adjusting as needed to maintain quality. Kilns fire the graphite clay sticks, hardening them into stable cores. The temperature and duration must be precise. Too little heat, and the sticks remain fragile. Too much, and they become brittle. You tend the kiln, checking progress, ensuring the firing proceeds evenly. The finished sticks cool slowly, ready for assembly. Trade routes carry materials from mines and forests to workshops, and finished pencils from workshops to markets. You help load crates onto ships or wagons, each crate containing hundreds of pencils destined for distant cities. The movement of goods is constant, linking producers and users across wide distances. In markets, vendors display pencils alongside other writing supplies. You browse the selection, comparing prices and quality. Some pencils are plain and functional, others are painted, stamped with maker's marks, or sold in decorative boxes. The variety reflects different needs and budgets, but all serve the same basic purpose. Retailers order pencils by the gross, receiving them in bulk shipments. You unpack crates, count pencils, and arrange them for sale. The work is routine, the product familiar. Pencils sell steadily, neither fast nor slow, a reliable part of inventory that turns over without drama. Rubber for erasers is sourced from trees in tropical regions, collected as sap, and processed into usable material. The sap is coagulated, dried, and shaped into small cylinders. You work in a facility that receives raw rubber and produces eraser cores, which are then shipped to pencil manufacturers. The supply chain is long, spanning continents, but each link is dependable. Metal for ferrules comes from foundries that produce small components for various industries. Thin strips of metal are cut, shaped into rings, and finished to fit pencil dimensions. You operate machinery that forms ferrules, checking each batch for consistency. The work is repetitive but essential to the final product. Glue used in pencil assembly is made from animal products or plant starches, cooked into thick adhesives that bond wood reliably. You prepare batches of glue, heating and stirring until the consistency is right. The glue must be strong enough to hold under normal use, but not so rigid that it causes wood to crack. Workshops employ many workers, each specializing in a part of the process. You may spend your days cutting slats, or grooving wood, or inspecting finished pencils. The division of labor increases efficiency, allowing large quantities to be produced without sacrificing quality. Each person becomes skilled in their specific task. Trade associations set standards for pencil grading, ensuring buyers know what they are purchasing. A number 2 pencil, for instance, has a specific hardness and darkness, recognizable across different manufacturers. You mark pencils with the appropriate grade following established guidelines. Consistency builds trust in the market. Export and import records track the movement of pencils across borders. You work in a customs office, recording shipments, collecting duties, and ensuring compliance with regulations. The paperwork is tedious but necessary for maintaining orderly trade. Pencils flow through these channels alongside countless other goods. Retailers sometimes return unsatisfactory stock, and you inspect the returns to determine the cause. Wood may have warped during shipping. Graphite may have been poorly centered. Paint may have chipped. Quality control is ongoing, addressing problems as they arise and adjusting processes to prevent recurrence. In workshops, leftover materials are salvaged when possible. Wood scraps are used for kindling. Broken graphite is reground and reused. Waste is minimized not from environmental concern, which is not yet a widespread priority, but from economic practicality. Materials cost money, and using them fully makes business sense. You notice the rhythm of production, how it aligns with demand. During school seasons, pencil production increases. During summer months, it slows. The workforce adjusts accordingly, with some workers hired seasonally. The industry breathes with the calendar, expanding and contracting in predictable cycles. Technological improvements gradually change how pencils are made. Machinery takes over tasks once done by hand, increasing speed and uniformity. You adapt to new equipment, learning to operate it safely and efficiently. The fundamental product remains unchanged, but the process becomes more streamlined. Local pencil makers compete with larger manufacturers, each finding their niche. Small workshops may focus on specialty items or serve regional markets. Larger factories produce in volume, supplying national or international demand. You work in one of these larger operations, part of a system that produces thousands of pencils each day. Trade catalogues advertise pencils to schools, businesses and individuals. You page through one such catalogue, noting descriptions and prices. The language is straightforward, emphasizing reliability and value. Pencils are not glamorous products, but they are essential, and the marketing reflects this practical reality. As daylight fades, you light a lamp and settle at your desk. Papers are arranged within easy reach, a pencil rests in your hand, and the quiet work of evening begins. Outside, the world grows darker, but here, under the steady glow, the pencil moves across the page, recording thoughts, plans and correspondence. You write letters to family members living at a distance. The pencil drafts what you will later copy in ink, allowing you to organise your thoughts before committing them. The first version is messy, crossed out and revised, but the process clarifies what you want to say. By the time you write the final copy, the words flow smoothly. Students study by lamplight, copying notes or completing assignments. You sit among them, pencil in hand, working through problems or memorising information. The scratching of graphite on paper is the dominant sound, punctuated by occasional sighs or shifts in posture. The shared quiet is comforting, a communal effort toward learning. Artists sketch evening scenes, capturing the interplay of light and shadow. You work quickly, aware that the quality of light changes as the lamp flickers or as you adjust its position. The pencil catches highlights and suggests depth, translating three-dimensional space onto flat paper. The process is absorbing, narrowing focus to what is immediately before you. Accountants and clerks balance ledgers, checking figures and making corrections. The pencil allows tentative calculations, scratched out and redone until the numbers align. You work methodically, line by line, ensuring accuracy. Mistakes are easier to catch in the controlled environment of evening, when distractions are fewer. You keep a journal, and evening is when you record the day's events. The writing is private, honest, and unpolished. The pencil moves without self-consciousness, capturing impressions and emotions as they arise. Over time, the journal becomes a record of days lived, a map of thoughts and experiences that might otherwise be forgotten. Children sometimes draw before bed, sitting at a table with paper and pencils while parents prepare the household for night. The activity is calming, occupying restless energy in a quiet way. You observe them, noting how their concentration deepens as they work, how the act of creating settles them. Correspondence courses rely on written lessons sent back and forth. You complete exercises in the evening, filling in answers and working through problems. The pencil is your primary tool for learning at a distance, connecting you to instructors you may never meet. The marks you make travel, carrying your understanding across miles. In workshops attached to homes, craftspeople refine designs or plan the next day's work. You sketch variations of a piece, considering which approach will be most efficient or aesthetically pleasing. The pencil allows exploration without commitment. Ideas can be tested on paper before materials are cut. Musicians practice by lamplight, reading scores annotated with pencil marks. You follow the notes, guided by reminders written in earlier sessions. The music and the marks work together, the pencil serving memory and interpretation. As you play, you may add new notes, refining your understanding of the piece. Naturalists record observations from the day, sketching specimens or noting behaviours. You work from memory and from samples collected earlier, translating what you saw into words and images. The pencil captures detail that might fade from memory, preserving knowledge for future reference or comparison. You write lists of tasks for tomorrow, organising priorities and allocating time. The act of writing them down releases the mental burden of remembering. The list sits ready for morning, a guide that structures the day ahead. Crossing off completed items becomes its own small satisfaction. In reading groups or study circles, participants make notes on text to be discussed. You mark passages that strike you, jotting questions or reactions in margins or on separate paper. The pencil supports active reading, transforming passive consumption into engaged dialogue with the material. Seamstresses and tailors plan garments, sketching patterns and calculating fabric requirements. The evening hours are quieter, more conducive to the detailed planning that precedes cutting and sewing. You measure, draw, adjust and measure again, ensuring everything will fit together correctly. You write poetry or stories, experimenting with language and form. The pencil makes revision easy, encouraging you to take risks. Lines can be reworked, words swapped, and entire passages rewritten. The creative process is iterative, and the pencil accommodates this fluidity without resistance. Farmers plan crop rotations, sketching field layouts, and noting which plots grew what in previous years. The pencil helps organise information spatially, creating visual representations that are easier to understand than lists alone. You refer to these sketches throughout the planting season, adjusting as conditions require. Evening settles deeper and you feel the day's fatigue in your hand and eyes. The pencil has moved for hours, its point wearing dull. You set it down, stretching fingers that have gripped it too long. The work is paused, not finished, but sufficient for now. Tomorrow will bring fresh light and renewed energy. You glance at what you have written or drawn, seeing both accomplishment and imperfection. The pencil has faithfully recorded your efforts, neither flattering nor condemning. The marks are what they are, honest traces of thought made visible. You gather the papers, blow out the lamp, and leave the pencil resting where you can find it in the morning. The day's work is complete, and you gather the pencils scattered across your desk. Some are sharp, others worn down to stubs. You sort them, placing the usable ones in a jar and setting aside those that need attention. The act of organising is brief but satisfying, bringing order to the workspace. You take a small knife and sharpen the dull pencils, working by the light of a single lamp. The wood shavings curl away in thin ribbons, accumulating in a small pile. Each pencil requires only a minute or two, but you take care to create a clean point without wasting material. The repetition is calming, a quiet ritual that marks the end of productive hours. In schools, teachers collect pencils left behind by students. You walk through rows of desks, picking up forgotten items and placing them in a box. Some pencils are chewed, and some are nearly new. They will be redistributed in the morning, recirculating through the classroom. Nothing is wasted. At home, children are reminded to put away their drawing supplies. You help them gather papers and pencils, storing everything in a box or drawer. The routine teaches responsibility and ensures materials remain in good condition. A pencil left on the floor may be stepped on and broken. A pencil stored properly is ready for use tomorrow. In workshops, tools are cleaned and organised before leaving for the night. You wipe sawdust from surfaces, return pencils to their designated spots, and check that everything is in its place. The preparation makes the next day's start easier. Walking into a tidy workspace allows you to begin immediately, without searching for what you need. You inspect your pencils for damage. A cracked pencil may still be usable for rough work, but should not be relied upon for precision. You set these aside, noting that they will serve temporary purposes before being discarded. Recognizing a tool's limitations prevents frustration during important tasks. Some people keep pencils in multiple locations, ensuring one is always within reach. You place a pencil in a kitchen drawer, another beside the bed, and a third in your coat pocket. The distribution reflects patterns of use. Wherever you might need to write something down, a pencil waits, reducing the friction of capture. In offices, workers tidy their desks before leaving for the night. You arrange papers in stacks, file completed work, and store pencils in desk organisers. The order creates mental clarity, separating work from rest. When you return in the morning, the clean desk signals readiness to begin anew. Pencils stored in humid conditions may develop issues. The wood swells, the graphite shifts, and the glue weakens. You learn to keep them in dry places, away from windows where condensation might form. Proper storage prevents problems, extending the life of each pencil. You notice that some pencils develop a patina from use. The wood darkens slightly where your fingers grip it, polished by repeated handling. These well-used pencils feel familiar and comfortable in a way that new ones do not. The wear is a record of service, not damage. Before bed, you prepare materials for the next day. Papers are stacked according to priority, pencils are sharpened and ready, and notes are reviewed briefly. The preparation takes only a few minutes but shapes how the morning unfolds. Starting prepared reduces morning confusion and allows you to engage with work immediately. In shared spaces, pencils are returned to communal containers. You place your pencil in the jar on the counter, where anyone may take it when needed. The system relies on trust and reciprocity. You take a pencil when you need one and you return it when finished. The flow is self-regulating, functioning without oversight. You occasionally find a pencil in an unexpected place, a pocket you forgot to check, or a book you set aside months ago. The discovery is mildly pleasant, like finding a small amount of money. The pencil is cleaned, sharpened if necessary, and returned to circulation. Nighttime brings a stillness that makes small tasks more noticeable. The sound of sharpening a pencil is louder in the quiet, the scrape of blade on wood distinct. You work carefully, aware of others who may be sleeping nearby. The consideration shapes your movements, making them deliberate and gentle. Children sometimes resist putting away their things, wanting to leave projects out to continue later. You negotiate, allowing some items to remain but insisting that loose pencils be collected. The compromise respects their work while maintaining order. Pencils left scattered are easily lost or damaged. You develop preferences for how to store pencils. Some people prefer them point up to protect the graphite. Others lay them flat, distributing weight evenly. You experiment and settle on what feels right, a personal system that suits your habits and space. The evening routine becomes automatic, performed without conscious thought. You move through the motions, tidying, sharpening and organising, your mind already shifting toward rest. The pencil is put away, the workspace is readied, and the transition from work to sleep begins. The day releases its hold, and the pencil waits patiently for morning. Centuries pass, and the pencil remains fundamentally unchanged. New materials are tested, manufacturing becomes more efficient, and production scales increase, but the basic design endures. You hold a pencil made in the 1800s and one made in the 1900s, and the differences are minor. Both serve the same purpose, in the same way, with the same reliability. Generations of students learn to write with pencils. You teach your children as you were taught, guiding their fingers to grip correctly, to apply appropriate pressure, and to form letters with care. The tool passes from hand to hand unchanged, a constant in an evolving world. The familiarity across time is comforting. In offices, pencils remain the tool of choice for drafts, calculations, and temporary notes. New technologies emerge, typewriters and later computers, but the pencil does not disappear. It occupies a niche that other tools cannot fully replace. For quick thoughts, rough sketches, and flexible work, the pencil continues to serve. Artists across decades use pencils for preliminary work. You study drawings from past masters and recognize the same materials you use today. The continuity connects you to a tradition, a lineage of makers who trusted the same simple tool. The pencil does not impose style or technique. It responds to the hand that guides it. Pencils adapt to new contexts without changing form. They are used in space missions where their lack of liquid components makes them safer than pens in zero gravity. They mark ballots in elections, providing a clear, erasable record. They serve in hospitals, workshops, forests, and fields. The simplicity allows broad application. You notice that people develop attachments to particular pencils. A favourite pencil is one that has been used long enough to feel like an extension of the hand. The balance is right, the point holds well, and the wood is smooth. You resist sharpening it down to nothing, reluctant to lose the tool that has become so familiar. Children who learn to write with pencils grow into adults who still reach for them when thinking through problems. You find yourself doodling in margins during meetings, the pencil moving almost unconsciously. The habit formed early persists, a physical manifestation of thought processes that remain fundamentally unchanged. Manufacturers continue producing pencils in vast quantities, meeting steady demand. You work in a factory that has operated for generations, using improved machinery but creating the same product your grandparents made. The business is stable, neither booming nor failing, sustained by ongoing need. Pencils are found in archaeological layers of more recent history, small artifacts of daily life. You uncover one while renovating an old building, its wood preserved by dry conditions. The pencil is unremarkable in every way except that it has survived, a tiny witness to ordinary moments long past. In schools, debates arise about whether pencils should be replaced by other tools. Each generation questions whether the old ways are best. Yet the pencil persists, not through inertia, but through continued usefulness. It is inexpensive, reliable, and requires no training to use. These qualities ensure its survival. You reflect on how the pencil has shaped habits of thought. The ability to erase encourages experimentation. The slowness of handwriting allows ideas to develop at a natural pace. The physicality of the tool keeps the body engaged with the mind. These effects are subtle but real, influencing how people think and create. Trade in pencils continues across borders, linking producers and users in quiet commerce. You work in logistics, tracking shipments of pencils to schools, offices and stores worldwide. The product is mundane, but the scale of distribution is remarkable. Millions of pencils move through systems designed to meet consistent demand. Pencils appear in literature and art as symbols of creativity, learning, or simplicity. You read stories where a pencil serves as a key object, its ordinariness transformed by context. The tool is so common that its presence often goes unremarked, yet it carries associations that resonate across cultures. You teach someone to sharpen a pencil with a knife, demonstrating the angle and pressure. They practice, creating uneven points at first, then improving with repetition. The skill is small but satisfying to pass along. In a world of disposable items, this bit of maintenance connects people to their tools. Evening finds you once again at a desk, pencil in hand, engaged in the same activities that people have performed for generations, writing letters, making lists, sketching ideas. The pencil has not transformed the world, but it has quietly served it, enabling communication, creativity, and thought with minimal fuss. You set the pencil down, noticing the slight indentation it has left in your finger from prolonged use. The mark fades quickly, but the work remains. Words on a page, drawings in a notebook, plans for tomorrow. The pencil has done what it has always done, reliably, without complaint. The night deepens, and you put your pencil in its place, ready for when it is needed again. The routine is familiar, almost invisible. Yet in this simplicity lies the pencil's greatest strength. It does not demand attention or reinvent itself. It simply continues day after day, serving hands that trust it to do what it has always done. The quiet continuity of the pencil is its own kind of grace, a stability in the small, necessary tasks that fill a life. You are stepping into the world of 1831 when a young naturalist named Charles Darwin joined a small British surveying ship called HMS Beagle. Over 5 years, this vessel would carry him across oceans, along coastlines, and into quiet harbours where careful observation became a daily practice. Tonight we follow the slow, steady rhythm of that voyage. The ship is smaller than you might imagine. HMS Beagle measures just 90 feet from bow to stern, and most of that space is claimed by equipment, supplies, and the crew of 74 men. You wake in a narrow cabin that you share with charts, instruments, and collections of specimens stored in bottles and boxes. The ceiling is low enough that you cannot stand fully upright. Light enters through small portholes, and the air smells of wood, canvas, and salt. Morning begins with the bell, It rings at regular intervals, marking the watches that organise shipboard time. You rise from your hammock, dress in layers suitable for the weather, and make your way to the upper deck. The motion of the ship is constant. Even in calm seas, the Beagle shifts and rolls with the water beneath its hull. You learn to move with this rhythm, bracing yourself as you walk, adjusting your balance without thinking. Breakfast is simple: ship's biscuit, salted meat, and tea. You eat at a small table in the cramped poop cabin, sometimes alone, sometimes with Captain Fitzroy or the ship's officers. Conversation is practical: weather conditions, the day's planned route, notes about provisions. There is little ceremony, only the steady continuation of shipboard routine. After breakfast, you step out onto the deck. The crew is already at work. Ropes are checked and adjusted. Sails are trimmed according to the wind. Decks are scrubbed with seawater and stiff brushes. The work is repetitive, a cycle that repeats itself day after day. You watch the crew move with practiced efficiency, each man knowing his task without needing instruction. Your own work begins quietly. You carry a notebook, a few glass jars and tools for collecting. When the ship anchors close to land, you get ready to disembark. On days at sea, you observe from the deck. Seabirds follow the ship, gliding on air currents. You note their colours, their calls, and the way they dip toward the water. You sketch their forms in your notebook, recording details that seem small but may later prove significant. The ship's naturalist role is not an official naval position. You're a guest aboard the Beagle, invited to accompany the voyage and make observations. This means you fit your work into the ship's schedule rather than directing it. You wait for opportunities. When the ship stops for surveying work, you explore. When it sails, you organise your notes and specimens. Midday brings another meal. Often it is similar to breakfast: salted pork or beef, dried peas, ship's biscuit again. The food is plain and becomes familiar quickly. You eat what is provided, grateful for the sustenance. On days when fresh provisions are available, there might be eggs or fruit, purchased from coastal settlements. These are welcomed but not expected. Afternoons vary. Sometimes you work in your cabin, arranging specimens collected during recent shore visits. Rocks are labelled and wrapped. Plants are pressed between sheets of paper. Small creatures are preserved in spirits. Each item requires careful handling and notation. You record where it was found, the date, and any observations about the environment. This work is slow and requires concentration. Other afternoons you simply watch. The ocean changes with the light. Morning seas are one colour, afternoon seas another. Clouds shift across the sky. The horizon remains constant, a line that never approaches. You lean against the rail and let your mind settle into the rhythm of observation. There is no urgency, only attention. The ship's carpenter works nearby, mending a section of rail. The sailmaker sits cross-legged on deck, stitching canvas. The cook prepares the evening meal below. Life aboard the Beagle is a collection of individual tasks performed side by side. Everyone works at a steady pace. The work simply continues. As afternoon turns toward evening, you return to your cabin. The light through the porthole shifts to a warmer tone. You review your notes from the day, adding details you remember and correcting errors. Your handwriting is small and precise, filling page after page of bound journals. These records will outlast the voyage itself, but for now, they are simply part of the daily routine. Evening comes gradually. The crew changes watches. Those who have worked through the afternoon descend below deck to rest. Others take their places, maintaining the ship through the night. You eat your evening meal, which is much like the others. The sameness is comforting. You know what to expect. Before full darkness, you spend a few more minutes on deck. The air cools. Stars begin to appear, first a few, then many. The ship's lanterns are lit, casting small pools of light. You listen to the sounds, canvas snapping in the wind, ropes creaking and water moving along the hull. These sounds become a kind of music, a backdrop to thought. You return to your cabin and prepare for sleep. The hammock sways with the ship's motion, a gentle rocking that makes rest easier. Tomorrow will bring another day much like this one. The routine is dependable. The voyage continues steady and slow across weeks that blend into months. A ship at sea requires constant care. The Beagle is a working vessel, and its maintenance shapes the rhythm of each day. You watch the crew perform tasks that seem small but are essential. Wood swells and shrinks with moisture. Ropes fray. Sails weaken. Nothing aboard the ship can be neglected. The carpenter is one of the busiest men. He inspects the hull regularly, looking for signs of wear or damage. When he finds a loose plank, he secures it. When a joint weakens, he reinforces it. His work is preventive, catching problems before they grow. You see him at his bench, planing wood, fitting pieces together with careful precision. The smell of fresh-cut timber mixes with the salt air. The sailmaker's work is equally important. Canvas sails endure tremendous strain. Wind fills them, stretching the fabric tight. Rain soaks them. Sun bleaches and weakens them. The sailmaker examines every sail regularly, running his hands over the surface, feeling for thin spots. When he finds damage, he cuts a patch and stitches it into place. His needle moves in a steady rhythm, pulling heavy thread through layers of canvas. Ropes require attention too. The rigging that controls the sails is a complex network of lines, each with a specific purpose. The crew inspects these ropes daily, looking for wear. When a rope shows signs of fraying, it is replaced before it fails. Spare rope is stored below deck, coiled neatly, ready for use. The boatswain oversees this work, his experience guiding the crew's efforts. Navigation is another ongoing task. Captain Fitzroy takes regular measurements of the ship's position, using a sextant and chronometer. He measures the angle of the sun at noon, calculates latitude, and records the information in the ship's log. These measurements are cross-checked and verified. Accuracy matters. The difference between a correct position and an incorrect one can determine whether the ship finds safe harbour or dangerous reefs. Charts are consulted frequently. The Beagle carries maps of coastlines, though many are incomplete or based on earlier surveys. Part of the ship's mission is to improve these charts, adding detail and correcting errors. This means coastal waters are approached carefully, with frequent depth soundings. A weighted line is dropped over the side, measuring the distance to the seafloor. The crew calls out the depth, and the information is recorded. You assist with some of this work when asked. You learn to read the instruments and to understand how position is calculated. The mathematics involved are straightforward but require care. A small error in measurement can compound over time. You appreciate the discipline required and the patience to double-check and verify before trusting a number. Below deck, the ship's stores require management. Barrels of salted meat are stacked in the hold. Sacks of dried peas, flour and ship's biscuit are arranged to maximise space. Water casks are secured against shifting. The purser keeps detailed records of what is consumed, calculating how long supplies will last. Rationing is standard practice, not because supplies are scarce, but because the next resupply point may be weeks away. Fresh water is precious. The crew uses it sparingly. Washing is done with seawater when possible. Drinking water is measured out carefully. Rain is collected when it falls, channeled from the sails into barrels. You grow accustomed to using water with intention, never wasting what cannot easily be replaced. The cook works in a small galley, preparing meals for the entire crew. His stove is fired with coal, and the heat it produces makes the galley uncomfortably warm even in cool weather. He boils salted meat to soften it, soaks dried peas overnight, and bakes ship's biscuit into something approaching bread. The meals he produces are plain, but they are regular and filling. Every few weeks, the ship requires a more thorough inspection. When the Beagle anchors in a sheltered harbour, the crew takes the opportunity to careen the vessel. This means tipping it onto its side to expose the underwater hull. Barnacles are scraped away, the hull is checked for damage. If needed, repairs are made. This work takes several days and involves the entire crew. It is labour-intensive but necessary. You help where you can, though your contributions are modest. You pass tools, carry supplies, and assist with measurements. The work is repetitive but satisfying. There is a sense of shared purpose, of maintaining something larger than any individual. The ship depends on this collective effort. Discipline structures the work. Orders are given clearly and followed promptly. The crew knows the consequences of neglect. A poorly maintained ship is a dangerous one, but the discipline is not harsh. It is simply the framework that allows 74 men to live and work together in close quarters for months at a time. At night, you sometimes hear the officer of the watch making his rounds, checking that all is secure, hatches are fastened, lanterns are positioned safely, the helm is manned, the ship is never left unattended. This vigilance continues regardless of weather or fatigue. It is part of the rhythm, one more element of the routine that keeps the voyage moving forward. The Beagle is not a swift ship, but it is a sturdy one. It was built for coastal surveying and designed to handle shallow waters and variable conditions. Its reliability comes from careful construction and diligent maintenance. You come to trust the ship, to feel secure in its solid timbers and well-tended rigging. The voyage depends on this trust. Your days are filled with looks. You're not searching or hunting for something specific, but simply observing what appears before you. The practice becomes habitual. You wake with the intention to notice, and that intention shapes how you move through each day. When the Beagle approaches land, you prepare your tools, a small hammer for breaking rocks, glass vials for specimens, paper for pressing plants, a notebook always at hand. These objects become extensions of your purpose. You carry them ashore when the ship's boats ferry crew and supplies to the beach. The shoreline offers endless variety. Rocky coasts differ from sandy beaches. Tidal pools contain creatures that disappear when the water recedes. You kneel beside these pools, watching small crabs navigate between stones, observing the patterns on shells, and noting which plants grow just above the waterline and which tolerate submersion. Your notes accumulate slowly. Each entry is dated and located. You describe what you see in plain language, avoiding assumptions. A shell's colour, a bird's size relative to familiar species, the texture of a leaf. These details may seem trivial, but you have learned that patterns emerge from accumulated observations. What appears random in a single instance may reveal structure when examined across many examples. Rocks interest you particularly. You break open samples, examining the layers within. Some show clear stratification, alternating bands of different materials. Others are uniform throughout. You collect samples of each type, wrapping them carefully and labelling them with the location where they were found. Later, aboard the ship, you will compare these samples to others collected from different sites. The comparison reveals something. Rocks from distant locations sometimes resemble each other closely. This suggests common origins or similar processes of formation. You begin to wonder about the forces that shape landscapes over time. Water, wind, heat, and pressure. These forces work slowly, but their effects accumulate. A coastline that appears permanent is perhaps slowly changing, wearing away grain by grain. Plants show equal complexity. You collect leaves, flowers, and seeds. You press them carefully between sheets of paper, applying weight to flatten them without crushing. Once dried, these specimens can be studied indefinitely. You note where each plant grew. Was it near water? Did it grow in shade or full sun, among other plants or isolated? These details help you understand what conditions each species requires. Animals are harder to observe. Many move quickly or hide when you approach. You watch from a distance when possible, using patience rather than pursuit. Seabirds nesting on cliffs ignore your presence once they become accustomed to it. You sit quietly and watch them feed their young, noting the frequency of feeding, the types of food brought, and the behaviour of the chicks. Insects are everywhere, even on remote islands. You collect them carefully, preserving them in small vials. Their diversity is astonishing. Different species occupy different niches. Some feed on particular plants, Others prey on other insects. The relationships between species are intricate, each one adapted to its specific role. You begin to notice patterns in these adaptations. Island species sometimes differ from mainland species in subtle ways. Size varies, coloration shifts, behaviour changes. These differences are small, but they are consistent. You record them without yet understanding their significance. The patterns are there, waiting for interpretation. Your geological observations accumulate alongside the biological ones. You notice fossils embedded in rock layers, remnants of creatures that no longer exist. These fossils are sometimes similar to living species, sometimes quite different. Their presence in rock suggests great age, time measured on scales beyond human experience. You think about these things during the long hours at sea. The ship moves slowly across the ocean, and there is time for reflection. You review your notes, looking for connections. You sketch diagrams, trying to visualize relationships. The work is tentative and exploratory. You're not reaching conclusions, only gathering evidence. Captain Fitzroy sometimes asks about your findings. You share what you have observed, describing specimens and locations. The conversations are cordial, but brief. Fitzroy's interest is genuine, though his own work focuses on charts and navigation. The ship values your observations, even though they are supplementary to its primary mission. Other crew members occasionally bring you specimens. A sailor finds an unusual shell on the beach and carries it back to the ship. The cook discovers a strange insect in the provisions. You accept these offerings gratefully, adding them to your collection. The crew's participation broadens what you can observe, extending your reach beyond your efforts. In the evenings, you organise the day's collections. Each specimen is examined, described, and stored. The work is meticulous and time-consuming. You cannot rush it. Accuracy matters more than speed. A specimen poorly preserved or incorrectly labelled loses much of its value. You take care, working by lamplight until fatigue forces you to stop. The collection grows steadily. Boxes fill with rocks. Bottles line the shelves of your cabin. Pressed plants accumulate in portfolios. This physical accumulation represents months of patient observation and countless hours spent looking closely at the natural world. Specialists will eventually return the collection to England for examination, but for now it simply forms part of your daily routine. The work itself brings you satisfaction. The process of observing, recording and organising brings you satisfaction. There is a calm rhythm to it, a sense of purpose that does not require dramatic discovery. Each day adds a little more to the accumulation of knowledge. Each observation contributes significantly to the larger puzzle. It's not necessary to view the entire picture to appreciate the individual pieces. The voyage is long and rest becomes its kind of practice. This is not the dramatic exhaustion of a crisis, but rather the steady fatigue that builds up over weeks and months of ship life. You learn to rest in stages, in moments stolen between tasks and in the regular intervals built into each day's schedule. Between landfalls, the ship settles into its sailing rhythm. Days pass without significant events. The horizon remains empty. The wind blows steadily, or not at all. During these stretches, the crew's energy shifts. Work continues, but at a measured pace. There is no urgency, only the slow movement toward the next destination. You spend these quiet days below deck more often. Your cabin becomes a refuge. The space is small, but it is yours. You arrange it to suit your needs. Books are stacked within reach. Specimens are organised on makeshift shelves. The hammock hangs at a height that allows you to sit on a low stool and write at the small fold-down desk. Afternoon light filters through the porthole, creating a small circle of illumination that moves across the cabin as the day progresses. You follow this light, positioning your work to take advantage of it. When the light fades, you light a lamp, though you try to conserve oil. The lamp's flame flickers with the ship's motion, casting shifting shadows on the wooden walls. Rest comes in unexpected moments. You sit with a book but find your eyes growing heavy. The text blurs. set the book aside and close your eyes, letting the ship's motion rock you into a brief sleep. 20 minutes later, you wake refreshed. These short rests punctuate your days, small pauses that prevent deeper fatigue from accumulating. The crew has its rest rhythms. Men off watch gather below deck, some sleeping, others playing cards or mending clothes. Conversation is quiet and respectful of those trying to rest. The ship's bell marks the passage of time, but between these regular signals, hours drift by without urgency. Seasickness, when it comes, demands its kind of rest. The motion that becomes familiar can sometimes overwhelm. You lie in your hammock, eyes closed, breathing slowly. The discomfort passes eventually. You learn to recognize the early signs and to rest before the sickness becomes severe. Ginger, when available, helps. Fresh air on deck helps more. But sometimes the only remedy is stillness and patience. Recovery follows its schedule. After a period of illness or particular fatigue, you need extra rest. You sleep longer. You work less. The ship tolerates this. There is no pressure to maintain a constant pace. The voyage is too long for unsustainable effort. Everyone aboard understands the need for recovery time. Shore visits provide a different kind of rest. After weeks at sea, solid ground feels strange beneath your feet. The earth does not move, and your body, accustomed to compensating for the ship's motion, initially struggles with stability. You walk on land with careful steps, your balance slowly readjusting. On shore, you sometimes find places to sit and simply be still. You may find a flat rock that provides a stunning view of the water. A grassy area nestled beneath a tree can also serve as a peaceful spot to relax. These moments of stillness on land are precious. The sounds are different here. Birdsong instead of rigging, wind through leaves instead of through canvas. You close your eyes and listen, storing the memory for the next stretch at sea. Returning to the ship after days ashore requires another adjustment. The first night back in your hammock, the motion seems pronounced again. You sway with the ship, your body relearning the rhythm. By the second night, it feels normal once more. This cycle of adjustment and readjustment becomes familiar. Sleep at sea is usually interrupted. The watch bell rings every 4 hours, footsteps sound on the deck above. The ship's motion changes with shifting winds. You learn to sleep through most disturbances, waking only when something truly unusual occurs. This light sleep is restorative enough. Your body adapts. Some nights are calmer than others. When the sea is smooth and the wind steady, the ship barely rocks. These nights allow deeper rest. You wake feeling genuinely refreshed, ready for whatever the day brings. You treasure these nights, knowing they are not guaranteed. On rougher nights, rest comes in fragments. You doze, wake, and doze again. The hammock sways more dramatically. Objects shift in the cabin. You hear the crew working above, adjusting sails to manage the conditions. You do not worry. The ship is well handled, and rough seas are part of the voyage. You simply rest as best you can. Midday often brings a quiet period. After the noon meal, when the sun is high and the day's work has settled into routine, you find yourself growing drowsy. Sometimes you surrender to this feeling, returning to your cabin for a short rest. Other times you fight it, preferring to use the daylight for observation. Both choices are acceptable. The voyage is long enough to accommodate either approach. You notice that rest and observation are not opposites but companions. When you are well rested, your observations are sharper. You notice details you might otherwise miss. Conversely, after intense periods of observation and collection, rest becomes necessary. Your mind needs time to process what you have seen, to consolidate memories and insights. The rhythm of rest aboard the Beagle is not dramatic. It does not involve collapse and recovery, but rather gentle waves of energy and fatigue that alternate throughout each day and week. You ride these waves, working when energy is available and resting when it is not. The pattern is sustainable, designed for the long duration of the voyage. Eating aboard the Beagle follows a strict schedule. 3 meals per day, served at consistent times. The predictability is comforting. You know when to expect food, and your body adjusts to the rhythm. Hunger arrives on schedule, and meals satisfy it reliably. Ship's biscuit forms the foundation of the diet. These hard, dry crackers are baked before the voyage begins and designed to last for months without spoiling. They are plain, nearly tasteless, but substantial. You learn to soften them in tea or coffee, making them easier to chew. Sometimes they contain weevils, small insects that have burrowed into the flour before baking. You learn to tap the biscuit against the table, dislodging the weevils before eating. This routine becomes automatic. Salted meat is served regularly. Pork and beef, preserved in barrels of brine. The salt draws out moisture, preventing decay, but it also makes the meat tough and intensely salty. The cook boils it for hours to make it palatable. Even so, it retains a strong flavour that dominates whatever else is on the plate. You grow accustomed to it, as everyone aboard does. Dried peas are soaked overnight and then boiled into a thick soup. This provides variety in nutrition. The peas are plain, but they are filling and easier to digest than the salted meat. Sometimes the cook adds small amounts of onion or other vegetables when fresh supplies are available, but these additions are rare and brief. Fresh food is a luxury. When the ship stops at a port or coastal settlement, provisions are purchased if available. Provisions include items such as eggs, fruit, vegetables, and fresh bread. These items transform the meals temporarily. You savour the taste of an orange and the crisp texture of a fresh carrot. But fresh food spoils quickly in the ship's warm hold, so these pleasures are fleeting. Water is rationed carefully, as discussed earlier. Each person receives a daily allowance. You use it for drinking and sparingly for washing. The water has a stale taste after weeks in the barrel, but you learn to ignore this. Thirst is a more powerful motivator than preference. Tea and coffee are available daily. The cook prepares large pots of each, sweetened with sugar when supplies allow. These hot drinks are welcome, especially in cool weather or rough seas. You develop a preference for tea in the morning and coffee in the afternoon, though both are drunk black and strong. Rum is issued to the crew in small measures. This is a naval tradition, meant to boost morale and provide a brief respite from routine. You receive a portion as well, though you often decline it. The effects of alcohol are more pronounced aboard a moving ship, and you prefer to keep your mind clear for observation and note-taking. Meals are eaten in shifts. Officers eat in the poop cabin. Crew members are below deck. You usually eat with the officers, though the atmosphere is informal. Conversation centres on practical matters. The day's progress, weather predictions. Plans are being made for the next landfall. There is little ceremony, only the efficient consumption of food before returning to work. The monotony of the diet becomes a kind of comfort. You know what to expect, and the familiarity reduces one source of uncertainty in a voyage filled with variables. The food is not exciting, but it is sufficient. It sustains you day after day, month after month. Health concerns arise occasionally. Scurvy, caused by a lack of fresh vegetables and fruit, is a known danger on long voyages. The ship's surgeon monitors the crew for early signs, bleeding gums, fatigue, and bruising. When fresh provisions are available, they are consumed eagerly, not just for taste, but for their protective effect. You experience occasional digestive troubles, as most aboard do. Salted meat and ship's biscuits can cause discomfort to your stomach. The ship's motion can worsen these issues. You learn which foods sit better and which to avoid when feeling unsettled. The surgeon provides simple remedies when needed, though often time and rest are the only real cures. Minor injuries are common. Splinters from rough wood, small cuts, and rope burns are common injuries. The surgeon treats these efficiently. Cleanliness is important, though limited water makes thorough washing difficult. Wounds are bandaged, monitored for infection, and generally heal without complication. More serious illness is rare but concerning. When fever strikes, The affected person is isolated as much as the ship's cramped quarters allow. Rest, water, and time are the primary treatments. The surgeon has some medicines, but their effectiveness is limited. Most illnesses simply need to progress naturally. You maintain your health through routine, regular sleep, adequate food, and fresh air on deck when possible. You avoid excess. You listen to your body's signals, resting when tired and eating when hungry. This attentiveness prevents small issues from becoming larger ones. Physical activity is limited but important. Walking the deck provides exercise. Occasional shore visits allow for more vigorous movement. You climb hills, walk along beaches, and explore inland when time permits. These periods of activity balance the long hours of sitting and studying. The ship's routine supports health through its very regularity. Meals at consistent times. Everyone respects the sleep periods. Work distributed across the day. This structure creates stability that helps everyone aboard maintain physical and mental well-being through the long voyage. You become aware of the relationship between food, rest, and work. When you eat well and sleep adequately, your observations are sharper and your notes are more detailed. When fatigue accumulates or meals are particularly poor, your work suffers. You learn to manage these variables as best you can, accepting what you cannot control. You become accustomed to the rhythm of eating, resting, and working. You wake, eat, work, eat, rest, work, eat, and sleep. The pattern repeats with variations, but maintains its basic structure. This regularity is part of what makes the long voyage endurable. The routine provides a framework within which life continues, day after day, across months and years. As daylight fades, the ship's atmosphere changes. The pace of work slows. Crew members complete their final tasks before the evening watch begins. You feel this shift as a subtle relaxation, a collective exhale as another day at sea draws toward its close. You descend to your cabin while a little light still enters through the porthole. The space is familiar now, every object in its place. Your notebooks are stacked on the small desk. Specimen jars line the makeshift shelf. The hammock hangs ready for the night ahead. You light your lamp, adjusting the wick to produce steady, even light. Evening is your time for writing. You open your current notebook and review the day's rough notes, scribbled quickly during observations. Now you transfer these notes into a more permanent form, expanding abbreviations, clarifying descriptions, and adding details you remember but did not have time to record earlier. Your handwriting is small and precise, each word carefully formed. This is partly to conserve paper, which is limited, but also a matter of habit. Clear writing aids clear thinking. You describe what you saw, where you saw it, and what conditions surrounded it. The act of writing helps you remember, embedding the observations more firmly in memory. Some evenings you work on sketches. Your artistic skill is modest, but drawings capture information that words cannot. You capture the shape of a shell, the pattern on a leaf, and the structure of a rock formation through your drawings. You draw with simple tools, pencil, occasionally ink, and sometimes coloured pencils when you need to record specific hues. The drawings are functional rather than beautiful, but they serve their purpose. Other evenings you organise specimens. Rocks are sorted by type and origin. Plant samples are checked to ensure they are drying properly. Preserved creatures in jars are examined for any signs of deterioration. This maintenance work is essential. A collection is only valuable if it is properly curated. You sometimes read during these evening hours. The ship carries a small library, books shared among the officers. You borrow volumes on geology, natural history, and travel narratives. Reading expands your understanding, providing context for what you observe. You take notes as you read, marking passages that seem particularly relevant. The cabin is quiet except for small sounds. Water moving along the hull just beyond the wooden planks. Footsteps on the deck above. The ship creaks as it flexes with the waves. These sounds are constant, a backdrop to your evening work. They do not disturb you, they are simply part of the environment. Occasionally you hear voices from the crew's quarters nearby. Low conversation, sometimes laughter. The crew spends their evenings much as you do, occupied with small tasks or simple relaxation. Some write letters that will be sent when the ship next reaches port. Others mend clothes or repair personal items. The work is unhurried, almost meditative. Your lamp burns steadily, consuming oil slowly. You're conscious of the need to conserve, but these evening hours of work are important. The lamplight creates a small sphere of visibility in the growing darkness. Beyond that sphere, the cabin fades into shadow. You focus on what you can see, on the page before you, on the work at hand. Sometimes your mind wanders. You think about observations from earlier in the voyage, patterns you have noticed, and questions that have emerged. You do not try to force conclusions. You simply let thoughts surface and drift, trusting that insights will come when they are ready. Evening's quiet pace encourages this kind of reflection. The ship's motion is usually gentler in the evening. Winds often decrease as night approaches. The Beagle rocks slowly, a steady rhythm that becomes almost hypnotic. You sway slightly as you work, your body unconsciously moving with the ship. This motion is soothing rather than disruptive. You pause occasionally to rest your eyes. Staring at notebook pages by lamplight can be tiring. You look away, focusing on the shadows in the cabin's corners, letting your vision relax. These brief pauses help you maintain concentration over several hours of close work. Some evenings, Captain Fitzroy stops by your cabin. He knocks lightly and enters when you invite him. The conversations are friendly and informal. He asks about your recent observations. You share fascinating specimens or sketches. He tells you about the day's navigation or upcoming plans for the route. These exchanges are brief but valued. They connect your work to the larger purpose of the voyage. As the evening deepens, you become aware of fatigue settling into your body. Your eyes grow heavy. Your hand, holding the pen, begins to ache slightly. These are signals to finish your work and prepare for sleep. You complete the sentence you are writing, close your notebook, and cap your ink bottle. Before extinguishing the lamp, you arrange the cabin for the night. Tools are put away. Notebooks are stacked securely so they will not slide if the ship's motion increases. The desk is folded up against the wall. You check that specimen jars are stable, that nothing can tip or spill during the night. You undress partially, keeping on layers appropriate for the cabin's temperature. The hammock waits, gently swaying. You extinguish the lamp, and darkness fills the cabin. The sounds of the ship seem slightly louder now without the distraction of lamplight, water, wood, wind. You climb into the hammock, settling into its familiar cradle. The day is complete. Tomorrow will bring more observations, more notes and more specimens, but tonight is the only rest. The evening's work has provided a sense of accomplishment, of progress made. You close your eyes, feeling the ship carry you forward through the darkness, toward whatever the next day will bring. Night aboard the Beagle is orderly and predictable. The ship does not sleep, but it settles into a quieter rhythm. The watch changes every 4 hours, marked by the bell whose sound carries clearly through the night air. These bells organize time, dividing the darkness into manageable intervals. Your hammock sways gently in the cabin's darkness. The motion is constant, matching the ship's movement through the water. This rocking is familiar now, a sensation you have come to associate with safety and rest. The hammock's gentle swing helps rather than hinders sleep. Above you, footsteps mark the watchkeeper's patrol. He walks the length of the deck at regular intervals, checking that all is secure. Sails properly set, rigging sound, helm manned and attentive. These sounds of vigilance are reassuring. The ship is being cared for while you rest. The cabin is dark except for faint moonlight or starlight that sometimes enters through the porthole. Your eyes adjust to this darkness, distinguishing shapes, the outline of your desk, the shelves of specimens, and the hanging hammock beside your own where equipment is stored. The darkness is complete but not oppressive. Sounds change throughout the night. Wind shifts, and you hear canvas adjusting. Rain begins drumming on the deck above. The ship's motion alters slightly with changing seas. None of these variations are alarming. They are part of the night's natural progression. You register them without fully waking. You're sleep light enough to notice, but deep enough to rest. The crew maintains the ship through the night with practiced efficiency. When sails need adjustment, you hear quiet commands and the sound of many hands working together. Ropes run through blocks. Canvas flaps briefly before being secured. The work is done quickly and competently, then silence returns. Below deck, men sleep in shifts. Those off watch rest in their hammocks, crowded together in the crew's quarters. The air is close there, filled with the breathing of many sleepers. But this closeness also provides warmth, particularly welcome on cooler nights. The crew sleeps soundly, bodies worn from the day's work. In the officers' quarters, which include your cabin, conditions are slightly less cramped but still close. The ship is small and space is precious. Every cubic foot serves multiple purposes, but the arrangement works. Everyone has a place to sleep, and that is sufficient. Nighttime offers a particular quality of quiet. Even the sounds that continue, water, wind, the creak of timber, seem muted, softened by darkness. Voices, when you hear them, are low. No one shouts unless necessary. The night watch respects those sleeping, keeping noise to a minimum. Sometimes you wake during the night, pulled from sleep by the bell or a change in the ship's motion. You lie still, listening, assessing. The sounds tell you it's all well. The ship moves steadily. The watch is alert. You close your eyes and return to sleep within minutes. Other times you wake more fully, unable to immediately return to sleep. On these occasions you might light your lamp briefly, read a few pages, or review notes. The activity is quiet and brief, just enough to settle your mind before attempting sleep again. Usually the procedure works, and you drift off within a short time. The ship's bell marks the passage of hours with reassuring regularity. 4 bells, 8 bells, 2 bells. Each pattern is distinct, announcing the time to anyone listening. The bells structure the night just as they structure the day, providing rhythm and order to time that might otherwise feel formless. On clear nights you sometimes go on deck briefly before sleeping. The stars are spectacular at sea, away from any land-based lights. The Milky Way stretches across the sky, a river of light. Constellations wheel slowly overhead. You stand at the rail for a few minutes, looking up, feeling the smallness of the ship beneath the vast night sky. The watchkeeper might nod to you in greeting but does not interrupt his duties. You're simply another person on deck, taking a moment of night air before rest. The exchange requires no words. After a few minutes you return below, your eyes readjusted to darkness, ready for sleep. The hammock receives you again. You arrange yourself, finding the position that will be most comfortable through the remaining hours of night. The ship rocks. Water sounds along the hull. These sensations are so familiar now that they barely register consciously. These sensations represent the conditions of sleep, as normal as having a bed and blankets on land. Some nights are easier than others. On calm seas with gentle winds, sleep comes quickly and lasts until morning. On rougher nights, rest is more interrupted and more fragmented. But even fragmented sleep is restorative. Your body has adapted to the ship's rhythms, learning to rest whenever opportunity allows. Dreams come and go, influenced by the day's observations and the ship's motion. You dream of landscapes visited, creatures observed, and rocks broken open to reveal their hidden structures. These dreams are usually calm, processing rather than anxious. You wake from them easily, without disturbance. As night progresses toward dawn, the darkness begins to thin. The first hint of light appears, barely perceptible at first. The watch prepares for the morning change. Below deck, sleepers begin to stir. bodies sensing the approaching day before conscious minds register it. You wake gradually, returning to awareness as you have on countless mornings before. The cabin is still dark, but you know day is near. You lie still for a moment, gathering yourself, preparing mentally for another day at sea. The night has passed safely. The ship has carried you forward while you slept, adding miles to the voyage. Outside, the watchkeeper calls the time, the bell sounds, a new watch assembles on deck. The cycle continues reliable and steady. Night gives way to dawn, and the pattern of another day aboard the Beagle begins to unfold once more. The voyage of the Beagle stretches across 5 years, a span of time that transforms through its very length. Days blend into weeks, and weeks into months. The calendar progresses, but aboard the ship time feels different. The pace is not particularly slow, but rather patient. Not rushed, but steady. You notice changes in yourself that accumulate gradually. Your hands become more skilled at preserving specimens. Your eye grows sharper at distinguishing species. Your understanding of geological processes deepens through repeated observation. These changes happen so slowly that you barely perceive them day to day. Only looking back across months can you see how much has shifted. The collection you maintain grows steadily. Boxes fill with geological samples from dozens of locations. Portfolios overflow with pressed plants. Bottles line every available shelf space, each containing a preserved creature. This physical accumulation represents something larger, the patient gathering of evidence, the slow building of understanding. You do not yet see the full pattern. The observations you have made, the specimens you have collected, and the notes you have written. All of this remains somewhat fragmentary. Individual pieces, not yet assembled into a coherent whole. But you trust the process. You believe that patterns will emerge when enough pieces are gathered, when enough time has passed for reflection. The ship continues its work, surveying coastlines, correcting charts, and mapping harbours. This mission proceeds independently of your natural history observations, yet the two efforts share a common character. Patient, methodical, careful. Both require attention to detail and a willingness to work slowly toward distant goals. You think often about what you have seen. Islands where creatures exist that are found nowhere else. Rock layers revealing vast spans of time. There are fossils from extinct species that bear a striking resemblance to their living counterparts. These observations suggest something, though exactly what remains unclear. The implications linger on the brink of comprehension, yet they remain elusive. The routine of shipboard life continues to anchor you. Wake, eat, observe, record, rest. The pattern repeats with variations but maintains its essential structure. This consistency allows the work to continue without interruption. The routine becomes a kind of foundation on which everything else rests. Seasons change, though at sea the shifts are subtle. Temperatures vary, weather patterns alter, the angle of the sun shifts. You track these changes in your notes, marking seasonal variations in the creatures and plants you observe. These meticulous observations document the passage of time. The crew changes too, though slowly. Men leave the ship at ports, replaced by new recruits. Faces become familiar, then disappear, and then new faces take their places. But the ship's essential character remains constant. The work continues regardless of individual changes. The Beagle persists. You correspond with colleagues when opportunity allows, sending letters and specimens back to England when ships heading that direction can carry them. These communications are irregular and slow. Months pass between sending a letter and receiving a reply. Yet this connection to the wider scientific community matters. Your work does not exist in isolation, even when you are thousands of miles from home. Physical endurance becomes a kind of achievement. The voyage demands stamina. The ability to continue day after day without dramatic milestones. You develop this endurance without particularly noticing. Your body adapts to ship life. Your mind becomes accustomed to the pace. What once seemed difficult becomes simply normal. You observe changes in your thinking. Ideas that once seemed certain become more flexible. Questions you thought answered open up again, revealing new complexity. This intellectual growth happens quietly, shaped by repeated observation and the time to reflect on what you have seen. The landscapes you have visited create lasting memories. Particular images remain vivid. A volcanic island rising from the sea, a coral reef teeming with life, and a cliff face showing millions of years of geological history. These images become reference points, mental anchors that organise your understanding. Conversations with Captain Fitzroy continue throughout the voyage. You discuss observations, debate interpretations, and share perspectives. These exchanges sharpen your thinking, forcing you to articulate ideas clearly. The captain's questions push you to consider alternatives, to examine assumptions. The specimens you send back to England begin to attract attention. Letters arrive from naturalists who have examined your collections. They ask questions, request more information, and point out intriguing features you may have missed. This dialogue enriches your work, connecting your individual observations to broader scientific discussions. You begin to sense the shape of ideas that will require years more to fully develop. The voyage is providing raw material, observations, specimens, questions, that will sustain future work long after the ship returns to England. This realization brings satisfaction. The voyage is not an end in itself, but a beginning. The Beagle eventually turns toward home. The final leg of the journey reverses the early route, bringing familiar coastlines back into view. But you're not the same person who left England 5 years earlier. The voyage has changed you, shaped you, and given you a foundation of experience and observation that will inform everything that follows. The ship sails steadily toward home waters. The routine continues, even as the voyage nears its end. You maintain your observations, keep your notes, and care for your specimens. The work does not stop simply because the destination approaches. The practice you have developed is now part of who you are. England appears on the horizon eventually. The voyage that has consumed 5 years of your life approaches completion. But the ideas born during these years will continue to grow, to develop, and to reshape understanding. The voyage's end is only the beginning of its true impact. For now, though, there is only the ship, the sea, and the steady rhythm of observation and rest. The Beagle carries you forward through calm waters. The sky is clear. The horizon stretches endlessly ahead, just as it has for days and weeks and months. You stand at the rail, watching light play across the water, noting details as you have done countless times before. The work continues, the voyage continues, life aboard the ship continues in its patient, methodical way. And in this continuation, in this steady accumulation of observation and thought, something significant is quietly taking shape. This transformation occurs not in a dramatic or sudden manner, but rather through the gentle persistence of curiosity, patience, and time. The ship sails on. You rest when rest is needed, watch when observation is possible, and trust that understanding will come through this slow, steady practice of attention. The rhythm holds, the voyage continues, and in the continuity itself there is peace. Tonight, we explore the life and contributions of Rosalind Franklin, the brilliant scientist whose pioneering work in X-ray crystallography was instrumental in the discovery of the DNA double helix. Her dedication to science and her role in one of the most significant breakthroughs of the 20th century continue to inspire generations of researchers today. So before you relax, as always, take a moment to like the video and subscribe to the channel if our content helps you. Also, let us know where you're watching from and what time it is for you. We're always open to requests for stories, boring and interesting. If you guys ever have any in mind, let us know. Now get rid of those bright lights, turn on your fan if you have one, and let's begin. Rosalind Franklin's name often appears as a footnote in the story of DNA, overshadowed by the fame of James Watson and Francis Crick. Yet her life was neither trivial nor easily summarised. Born in London in 1920 to a prominent Jewish family, she grew up when few encouraged women to pursue rigorous science. Even as a child, she displayed a fierce hunger for knowledge that defied social norms. Her father, Ellis Franklin, supported her education yet worried about her independent streak. At St. Paul's Girls' School, she excelled in math, chemistry and languages, while her peers aimed at more conventional futures. A scholarship to Newnham College, Cambridge, put her among mentors who valued her promise but questioned women's roles in labs. Undeterred, she poured energy into research, proving her place through diligent work. When World War II broke out, Britain needed scientists. She joined the British Coal Utilisation Research Association, studying carbon's microstructures. There, she discovered a passion for methodical experimentation. She also encountered X-ray crystallography, a technique aligning perfectly with her meticulous nature. After the war, a fellowship in Paris brought her to Jacques Méring's lab, where she refined her skill in X-ray diffraction. Her high standards and exacting methods yielded notable papers on carbon structure, establishing her as a rising star in crystallography. By the early 1950s, King's College London offered her a position to study DNA. Maurice Wilkins and his team believed X-ray diffraction could unlock the molecule's secrets. Franklin arrived armed with expertise, determined to implement new protocols and improve equipment. Lab tensions surfaced quickly. Wilkins had expected a collaborator. Franklin insisted on autonomy. Some colleagues admired her precision, while others found her difficult. Still, she pressed on, convinced that careful data could cut through any confusion. Working with her student, Raymond Gosling, she captured a series of images, the most famous labelled Photo 51, revealing a striking helical pattern. She wanted more evidence before announcing a conclusion, preferring thoroughness over speculation. Yet behind the scenes, her data slipped into other hands. Unbeknownst to her, a colleague showed Watson and Crick her diffraction results. Already pursuing a helical model, they seized her findings as key confirmation. Franklin, for the moment, was focused on perfecting her analysis, unaware that her painstaking work was fueling a major discovery elsewhere. Even so, the tension at King's grew. Franklin's direct style clashed with Wilkins's reserved manner. She believed in complete control over her research methods, irritating those accustomed to a more hierarchical lab, but she remained steadfast, adjusting humidity levels and rechecking angles to sharpen her images. Each improvement hinted she was on the brink of a monumental revelation. That revelation, however, would not bear her name alone. While Franklin refined her data, Watson and Crick raced forward, preparing to unveil their model of D. She had no inkling of the behind-the-scenes drama. In the darkroom, her camera captured crystal patterns that would change biology. She trusted her data to speak for itself, unaware that the world soon would hail Watson and Crick as the architects of DNA's double helix. At this stage, Franklin's story was poised between breakthrough and overshadowing. Her rigorous approach had delivered vital clues to life's molecular code, yet social dynamics and academic politics threatened to rob her of due credit. In the realm of science, data does not always guarantee recognition for the one who gathers it. Rosalind Franklin had produced a priceless glimpse into DNA's form, setting the stage for history to unfold in ways she could not have predicted. She was born into a family of philanthropic tradition, with her uncle serving as the first Jewish mayor of London. From a young age, she was taught the importance of service and intellectual rigour, a combination that would shape her character. In her teenage years, she gained a reputation for sharp wit and an unwavering focus on academic goals. These traits did not always endear her to peers who expected more demure behaviour, but she was undeterred. She had glimpsed a future in which women could stand at the frontier of discovery, and she was determined to claim it. In her journals, she expressed a love for puzzles and a fascination with structure. Whether examining minerals or deciphering abstract problems, she found solace in unravelling complexities. This mindset translated seamlessly into her later work, where precision became both her shield and her compass. It also fueled her tenacity, driving her to pursue every question until she reached its hidden core. Rosalind Franklin's arrival at King's College London came with grand hopes, but the lab's culture soon tested her resolve. She joined Maurice Wilkins, who believed they would share DNA research duties. Franklin's forthright style, however, clashed with Wilkins' quieter approach. Worse, the leadership chain for the DNA project remained vague, fostering confusion about who was truly in charge. Despite these challenges, Franklin pressed on, exploring how DNA fibers changed under varying humidity. She distinguished between A and B forms of the molecule, and her fastidious X-ray diffraction work produced the famed Photo 51, which showed an unmistakable helical pattern. Franklin acknowledged the significance of the image, yet she refrained from making hasty assumptions. She spent hours perfecting exposures, checking angles, and analysing the precise details etched onto photographic plates. Meanwhile, across town at the Cavendish Laboratory in Cambridge, James Watson and Francis Crick took a contrasting approach. Model builders at heart, they chased the DNA structure by trial and error, fueled by snippets of data gleaned from various sources. When Wilkins revealed Photo 51 to Watson, unbeknownst to Franklin, the evidence dovetailed perfectly with their double helix hunch. By early 1953, Watson and Crick completed a model that would make scientific history. Their publication in Nature was concise yet transformative, announcing a double helical structure that explained DNA's replication mechanism. Wilkins and Franklin each contributed supportive papers, but the spotlight fell squarely on Watson and Crick. Franklin's images and calculations, though pivotal, were presented as secondary confirmations rather than driving forces. She felt the sting of exclusion yet pressed on, finalising her analyses of the molecule's geometry. This period at King's grew more strained. Franklin's rapport with Wilkins had cooled. She seemed unwilling to compromise on rigorous standards, and he resented her independence. The department itself provided limited support, content to bask in the sudden acclaim for the DNA breakthrough. Franklin, meanwhile, was left to grapple with how her painstaking data had been used without her direct consent. Recognising that her future lay elsewhere, she began seeking a new post where she could direct her research on her terms. Opportunity arose at Birkbeck College, headed by crystallographer John Desmond Burnell. Though the facilities there were humbler, the atmosphere promised greater autonomy. Franklin decided to leave King's, taking with her a wealth of expertise and the resolve to avoid another scientific turf war. She briefly concluded her work by publishing her final observations on the structural nuances of DNA. While Watson, Crick, and Wilkins basked in growing accolades, Franklin exited quietly, determined to reorient her career. She did not wholly abandon DNA. Friends and colleagues occasionally asked for her insights, and she answered candidly, yet she had no desire to entangle herself further in debates about authorship or recognition. The overshadowing she experienced became a cautionary tale. In science, data is currency, and the one who controls its dissemination wields significant power. Franklin preferred to move forward rather than dwell on what might have been done differently. In her last months at King's, she remained cordial but distant, focusing on practical tasks. Her colleagues recognised her departure as a loss. Her techniques had been central to illuminating DNA. Still, few openly acknowledged the imbalance that had allowed others to leap ahead with her findings. Privately, Franklin harboured disappointment at the missed chance for genuine collaboration, yet she rarely indulged in public complaints, believing the project's success should outweigh personal grievances. She fully engaged in planning her new life at Birkbeck by the mid-1953. She aimed to pivot to viruses, which she saw as a logical extension of molecular biology. If DNA held the code, viruses manipulated it for replication. It was a fresh frontier, free of the swirl around the double helix. Some wondered if she might regret turning away from a molecule that had just earned global fame. But Franklin's mind was already set. She craved an environment where precision and exploration mattered more than departmental politics or star power. In this decision, Rosalind Franklin demonstrated a fierce independence that would define her future endeavours. The DNA story continued to unfold, with Watson, Crick, and Wilkins moving into the scientific limelight. Franklin, meanwhile, headed for new challenges, confident that her diligence and clear-sighted approach would again yield groundbreaking discoveries. The transition set the stage for the next chapter of her life, a chapter in which viruses, not DNA, would become her primary focus. Rosalind Franklin's move to Birkbeck College in 1953 allowed her to escape the tensions around DNA and forge a fresh path in virus research. Under John Desmond Burnell, she found greater independence for her meticulous approach. While viruses lacked the immediate fame of DNA, Franklin considered them equally vital. If DNA was life's blueprint, viruses were intruders capable of hijacking that plan. Her chosen subject, the tobacco mosaic virus, TMV, presented unique challenges. Franklin painstakingly prepared samples to ensure uniformity, using X-ray diffraction to decode TMV's rod-like structure. She teamed up with Aaron Klug and others, methodically interpreting diffraction patterns. Even as a smaller lab, Birkbeck became a haven where Franklin could shape projects by her exacting standards. She still carried scars from King's College. Some wondered why she had shifted from DNA to viruses, but Franklin pressed forward. Drawing parallels to her earlier work, she again insisted on data-driven analysis, never rushing to publish before confirming every detail. Her lab environment combined intensity with a collaborative spirit, offering trainees an unparalleled education in crystallographic rigor. Between 1954 and 1955, Franklin's group made steady gains. They confirmed TMV's protein subunits arranged in repeating units around the viral RNA. These findings, though less glamorous than the double helix, garnered respect among structural biologists. Unfazed by the overshadowing DNA narrative, Franklin kept expanding her scope. She ventured into spherical viruses, hypothesizing that structural symmetry might unify diverse pathogens. Her reputation grew, and she presented at conferences, describing how the same methods that had illuminated DNA could unpack viral design. Publicly, Watson and Crick dominated headlines, but within crystallography circles, Franklin was acknowledged as a leading figure. She rarely spoke of the DNA controversy, though colleagues sensed unresolved feelings. Instead, she concentrated on perfecting viral data. Believing scientific progress mattered more than personal credit. Outside the lab, Franklin led a quiet life. She enjoyed travel and found respite in the outdoors, but her main passion remained the quest to visualize biological structures. Funding was tight, and she often lobbied for grants to buy better equipment. Each new insight strengthened her conviction that viruses, small yet formidable, merited the same painstaking scrutiny as DNA. By 1956, her work expanded further. Collaborators like Aaron Klug advanced diffraction analysis, revealing intricate protein shells encasing viral RNA. Franklin believed these advances might guide future strategies against viral diseases. The thoroughness she had applied to DNA now propelled virology forward, an accomplishment overshadowed by the double helix's spotlight but crucial to understanding viral replication. Yet signs of illness emerged. She dismissed bouts of pain as stress, unwilling to slow down. Unbeknownst to her, she faced a serious condition that would soon escalate. For the moment, research remained her anchor, and she pressed on, analysing each image that emerged from her diffraction apparatus. Her dedication ignited excitement at Birkbeck, motivating younger scientists to follow in her footsteps. Though Watson, Crick, and Wilkins gained prizes and public adoration for DNA, Franklin never openly displayed envy. Friends noted she remained courteous about the double helix, maintaining the stance that data, not politics, fueled real progress. In her lab, she was known for forging new ground in virus structure, determined that careful work would eventually earn its acknowledgement. Amid these virus studies, Franklin's commitment to excellence never wavered. She had departed King's to find a more supportive environment, and at Birkbeck, she discovered purpose in unravelling new puzzles. The breakthroughs she spearheaded may not have led to global headlines, but they contributed significantly to the emerging field of molecular virology. All the while, her health concerns simmered beneath the surface. She continued to travel and lecture, sharing insights and forging collaborations. Researchers worldwide adapted her techniques, marveling at how the same X-ray approach used on DNA could dissect viral architecture. Each success confirmed her choice to abandon the fame of DNA and explore a less explored path. Rosalind Franklin's years at Birkbeck stand as a testament to her resilience and intellectual drive. Where others saw missed fame, she saw a chance to deepen knowledge on a frontier with vast implications for medicine and agriculture. This period defined her as more than the woman behind Photo 51. She became a leading light in virus crystallography, advancing an entire field through tireless devotion. By late 1956, Rosalind Franklin could no longer dismiss her discomfort as mere fatigue. Severe abdominal pain sent her to a specialist, where she received a stark diagnosis: ovarian cancer. News of the disease hit hard. She was only in her mid-30s. With a thriving lab at Birkbeck, and an unrelenting drive to uncover the secrets of viruses. She tackled the situation with the same unwavering determination that characterized her scientific pursuits. Franklin underwent surgery, followed by radiation treatments that left her exhausted. Remarkably, she insisted on working whenever she felt even a little strength. Her laboratory colleagues witnessed a woman who, despite obvious pain, maintained precise standards and pressed forward with X-ray diffraction experiments. Some urged her to rest, but she believed that meaningful research could serve as a form of hope, both for herself and for the broader scientific quest. Meanwhile, her research group continued its progress on tobacco mosaic virus. Aaron Klug and John Finch helped manage day-to-day tasks, but Franklin remained the intellectual force behind the projects, analysing data from her hospital bed when necessary. She had always been meticulous, but now her instructions became even more methodical, as if every experiment needed to be double-checked due to the uncertainty of time. Medical treatments showed initial promise. Franklin's health rebounded enough for her to attend conferences and deliver lectures with renewed vigour. In early 1957, she travelled to the United States to discuss her virus findings. Colleagues there marvelled at her clarity of thought and appreciated her willingness to share data and techniques. She returned to London with fresh ideas for comparing the structures of different plant viruses, convinced that a unifying principle might exist across various shapes and sizes. Her perseverance garnered admiration from both peers and subordinates. Many had witnessed how overshadowed she'd been in the DNA story, yet here she was, forging new breakthroughs under the most challenging circumstances. In private, Franklin confessed occasional frustration about the slow recognition for her virus work, but she rarely let bitterness creep into daily lab interactions. Instead, she strove to uplift younger researchers, reminding them that quality data was the bedrock of scientific progress. That year, she initiated a project examining the poliovirus structure, though she knew it would be demanding. Polio remained a global health concern, and Franklin hoped that precise diffraction studies might reveal new angles for vaccine development. She collaborated with researchers at other institutions, coordinating sample exchanges and cross-checking results. The effort required significant energy, but Franklin refused to lower her standards. By mid-1957, however, her health took another downturn. Hospital visits became more frequent, and her doctors suggested further treatments. This time, the prognosis was darker. She confided in a few close friends, admitting she feared she might not complete her most ambitious projects. Still, she held on to the lab as her anchor, juggling medical appointments with diffraction sessions that extended late into the night. In August, a sudden improvement sparked renewed optimism. She joked with colleagues about planning a celebratory trip once she fully recovered. Letters to friends abroad show her balancing gratitude for extended life with a scientist's inherent curiosity about her illness. She compared cancer's invasion to a virus infiltrating a cell, determined to observe and fight it with all the tools available. Yet the disease progressed relentlessly. By fall, pain flared again, and even routine tasks became difficult. Franklin's unwavering determination masked its severity to most outsiders. She drafted research notes from her bed, outlining next steps for her team. In an act of foresight, she delegated leadership roles, ensuring that ongoing experiments wouldn't falter if she had to step away. Those around her admired this quiet resilience. Despite her personal struggles, Franklin never overlooked the wider impact of her research. She viewed viruses as intricate pieces of nature, with each discovery serving as a crucial tool for comprehending disease and safeguarding human lives. Observers found her courage extraordinary, though she rarely framed herself as heroic. In her view, she was simply continuing what she had always done, methodically gathering data, refining conclusions, and believing in the power of science to uplift humanity. As 1957 came to an end, Rosalind Franklin found herself at a pivotal point. Her lab is brimming with fascinating research on viruses that may help unravel biological mysteries. She had a disease that no amount of scientific rigour could cure. Early 1958 brought new waves of uncertainty as Rosalind Franklin's health deteriorated. Yet within the Birkbeck lab, momentum persisted. She had established a system of shared responsibilities, ensuring that vital experiments continued even if she needed hospitalization. Aaron Klug and others stepped up, organizing data from the tobacco mosaic virus and now the poliovirus studies Franklin had launched. Despite her weakened state, she remained mentally sharp, offering guidance from her bedside in carefully written directives. Franklin's presence was palpable during her occasional visits to the lab. Sporting a lab coat over her frail frame, she would scrutinize the latest diffraction photographs, pointing out slight anomalies in symmetry or angle. Colleagues found it both inspiring and heartbreaking. Here was a world-class mind refusing to yield, even as her body faltered. She updated notebooks with unwavering clarity, as though the act of writing itself could keep her tethered to the work she loved. Her medical team advised rest, but Franklin pressed on, citing not mere stubbornness but an ethical drive. In her view, scientific progress was a collective venture. If her findings could improve the understanding of viruses, she owed it to the broader community to see them through. When friends gently questioned whether it was wise to push so hard, she confessed that focusing on data helped stave off despair. The lab was her sanctuary, a place where logic and discovery overshadowed personal anxieties. One highlight came in February 1958. A journal accepted her team's detailed paper on TMV's structural transitions, lauding Franklin's rigorous methodology. She allowed herself a quiet moment of satisfaction, knowing such recognition was hard-won. A few days later, she penned letters to collaborators, proposing further investigations into spherical virus shells. Though physically diminished, her intellectual curiosity knew no bounds. Outside the lab, Franklin's close circle began preparing for the possibility of bad news. Her father, Ellis, had passed away years earlier, but extended family members rallied around her. She maintained stoicism, rarely discussing prognoses. Instead, she inquired about others' well-being, asked about the latest scientific gossip, and meticulously planned the next steps for her virus research. In quieter moments, she reflected on how a woman once overshadowed in the DNA saga had found renewed purpose. She never openly declared regret, though some friends perceived a lingering sadness that she might not see the end of certain viral inquiries. Rumours circulated about potential nominations for significant awards. Though Watson, Crick, and Wilkins had gained global fame, a few scientific bodies recognised Franklin's independent contributions. Nothing concrete materialised, however, and she expressed little interest in accolades. She believed real achievement lay in the data itself, the patterns, the angles, the consistent results that built a foundation for future work. As spring approached, her symptoms worsened. Sharp pains returned, and another surgery was scheduled. This time, medical intervention offered diminishing returns. Franklin faced the prospect that her life might be cut short, yet she approached this possibility with the same methodical calm she brought to her experiments. She revised her will, setting aside funds for scientific causes and ensuring that certain personal items went to cherished friends. She also took steps to safeguard her research, instructing Klug and others on how to best archive her notebooks and X-ray films. On excellent days, she still made brief appearances at Birkbeck. One morning in April, she examined new images of the polio virus, noting symmetrical patterns that hinted at a uniform protein arrangement. The conversation that followed, held in hushed tones behind a cluttered desk, brimmed with excitement. She encouraged her colleagues to pursue further refining of these samples, convinced the results might be pivotal. Yet by mid-April, her hospital stays grew longer. In a final letter to a mentor in Paris, Franklin described a sense of urgency. She felt every hour counted. She signed off with a mixture of humour and resolve, quipping that illness might slow her body but never her mind. The note ended abruptly, suggesting that even writing had become laborious. Still, the spirit that had guided her from St. Paul's Girls' School through King's College and Birkbeck remained intact. She had consistently emphasised the importance of data over speculation. Now, as life's uncertainties narrowed, she held to that principle more fiercely than ever. Every experiment completed, every photograph taken, was a small triumph over the frailties of the human condition. In that sense, she transformed her final months into a testament to scientific dedication, a brief but shining era when personal adversity bowed before the truth. Rosalind Franklin passed away on April 16, 1958, at the age of 37. The immediate shock rippled through her colleagues at Birkbeck and beyond. Many had witnessed her stubborn fight against illness, but news of her death still felt sudden, as though a brilliant light had been snuffed out too soon. She had left behind half-finished projects on the structure of viruses, along with meticulously kept notebooks that offered clues for future breakthroughs. Tributes poured in from across the scientific community. John Desmond Bernal lauded her unwavering devotion to exacting research. Aaron Klug, who had worked closely with her, publicly credited Franklin's methods for pushing their studies of TMV and poliovirus forward. Even Maurice Wilkins, whose relationship with Franklin had been tense, expressed regret that they never truly reconciled. In hushed conversations, some recalled how her DNA data had been pivotal to Watson and Crick's success, lamenting that she never saw the global accolades that might have been hers under fairer circumstances. Outside these professional circles, however, the name Rosalind Franklin barely registered. Watson and Crick's double helix model had claimed the public's imagination, casting other contributors in peripheral roles. Newspapers printed short obituaries, focusing mainly on DNA pioneer dies young, but offered scant detail about her virus research. In one sense, Franklin's passing mirrored her life, vital work overshadowed by a louder narrative. Yet for those who understood her impact, the mourning came with resolve. Aaron Klug led efforts to preserve her virus samples and continue her research lines. He believed that Franklin's legacy deserved more than a fleeting eulogy. Scholars at Birkbeck and elsewhere vowed to finish the task she had begun, analysing the protein shells of various viruses and refining the diffraction methods she had pioneered. In their hands, her notebooks became living documents, guiding new experiments and interpretations. Meanwhile, Watson, Crick, and Wilkins navigated a complex emotional space. The broader public saw them as the DNA triumvirate. Privately, they acknowledged that Franklin's data had accelerated their discoveries. Wilkins, in particular, hinted in letters that he wished circumstances had played out differently. Yet the train of recognition had long since left the station. The Nobel Prize in Physiology or Medicine loomed on the horizon. Franklin, no longer alive, was ineligible under the rules of the Nobel Committee, leaving many to debate whether her name would have appeared on that honour had she survived. Franklin's work on viruses started to yield results in a distinct area of science. The structural insights gleaned from her approach informed the eventual creation of vaccines and treatments. Subsequent generations of researchers, delving into polio and other viral pathogens, cited her pioneering methods. Over time, references to Franklin's approach or Franklin's precision surfaced in published papers. In these specialised circles, her influence quietly grew. Yet in the popular imagination, her role in DNA remained a buried footnote. The double helix story, retold in magazines and television specials, typically highlighted the eureka moments of Watson and Crick. Rarely did they emphasise the behind-the-scenes images or the quiet researcher who died young. To her friends, the loss was both painful and unsurprising. They recognised that history often favours the bold personalities who announce breakthroughs, not the meticulous minds working in the shadows. Still, there were flickers of recognition. A handful of articles in scientific periodicals praised her for bridging chemistry and biology. Female scientists, in particular, found in Franklin a model of perseverance. She had, after all, navigated a male-dominated field with unflinching dedication. Her story suggested that brilliance alone does not guarantee acclaim, especially when personal politics and timing intervene. In the months following her funeral, Bernal and Klug compiled her unpublished data, releasing some of it in collaborative papers. These publications helped virology advance gradually, even though they didn't make the front page. Franklin's name appeared on the author lists, a silent reminder that her drive and insight continued to shape new discoveries, even beyond her death. Thus, Rosalind Franklin's physical presence vanished in the final tally of 1958, but her methods and findings endured. Scientists who encountered her meticulous records spoke of feeling her presence. Each measured angle, each note on humidity, each reference to precise conditions. In that precision lay her enduring signature, a blueprint for doing science with exactitude and grace. The world at large might have moved on, but in small labs scattered across the globe, Franklin's influence quietly persisted, seeding the breakthroughs of tomorrow. In the decades after Rosalind Franklin's death, her legacy evolved in slow, transformative ways. During the 1960s and 1970s, Watson, Crick, and Wilkins became household names, culminating in their shared Nobel Prize in 1962. Franklin, omitted from that honour by both death and circumstance, remained largely in the shadows of popular history. Yet among certain scientists, her reputation for precision and perseverance quietly grew. At Birkbeck College, younger researchers carried on the virus studies she had pioneered. Aaron Klug's eventual Nobel Prize in Chemistry recognized his work on protein nucleic acid complexes, a pursuit deeply rooted in Franklin's methodology. In interviews, he pointedly credited her meticulous techniques for guiding his path. References to Franklin's X-ray approach began appearing in virology circles, an acknowledgement that her role extended beyond DNA. Still, mainstream awareness lagged. School textbooks celebrated the double helix as Watson and Crick's triumph. Only a handful of paragraphs, if any, acknowledged Franklin's Photo 51 or the King's College drama. A shifting social climate, however, sparked renewed interest in lesser-known female scientists. Feminist scholars and historians began probing archival materials, determined to uncover the stories of women whose contributions had been eclipsed. By the 1980s, a wave of re-examinations cast a spotlight on Rosalind Franklin. Journalists and academics scrutinized correspondence, lab notes, and memoirs from her colleagues. They unearthed the reality that Franklin had not just assisted, but been instrumental in unraveling Tenay's structure. The evidence showed that her data, shared without her full approval, had crystallized Watson and Crick's thinking. Popular media picked up on the controversy, framing Franklin as the wronged heroine of the DNA saga. While this characterization sometimes veered into caricature, it revived her name. Simultaneously, interest in her virus research flourished among specialists. A new generation of molecular biologists rediscovered her Birkbeck work, amazed at how she had tackled the complexities of viruses with the same tenacity she brought to dinner. A series of papers analysing her notebooks revealed that her approaches to sample preparation and diffraction analysis were decades ahead of their time. Pharmaceutical researchers aiming to combat viral outbreaks drew inspiration from her methods, demonstrating that her impact reached far beyond a single molecule. By the 1990s, Rosalind Franklin became a symbol for women in STEM. Universities established fellowships and awards bearing her name, each designed to support female researchers in fields like chemistry, crystallography, and molecular biology. Statues and plaques appeared at King's College London and in her hometown, celebrating her achievements. Though many tributes still focused on DNA, the deeper picture of her broader scientific passion began to take shape. Documentaries and books offered more nuanced portraits. A brilliant scientist who navigated the prejudice of her time, worked herself to exhaustion, and died young, leaving a treasure trove of insights. Debates about ethics and credit allocation continued, with some championing Watson and Crick's accomplishments, while also acknowledging the injustice done to Franklin. The complexities of her relationships at King's, her shift to Birkbeck, and her brave fight against cancer found their way into mainstream awareness, painting a portrait of a woman whose intellect defied the era's constraints. Today, Rosalind Franklin stands as a beacon of unyielding dedication. Her story resonates with those who value precision, resilience, and collaborative respect. Museums showcase her notebooks, featuring the small details that once seemed inconsequential: meticulously labelled film plates, humidity logs, and carefully drawn diagrams. Each artifact testifies to her belief that every scrap of data mattered. In academic circles, Franklin's name now holds genuine weight. She is cited not as a footnote, but as a pioneer who bridged chemistry and biology, advanced crystallography, and helped birth modern virology research. Initiatives encourage young scientists, especially women, to follow her example, embodying curiosity, discipline, and the courage to question norms. The arc of Rosalind Franklin's reputation thus reveals a broader truth. Recognition in science can be capricious, delayed, or uneven. What was once overshadowed can, through persistent re-examination, rise to its rightful place. Franklin's data lit the path for one of the greatest discoveries in biology, and her virus research paved the way for critical future breakthroughs. Generations after her passing, the full story of her contributions has come into clearer focus, ensuring that her voice, once muffled, now echoes across labs and lecture halls worldwide. And just like that, we've reached the end of our main story tonight about someone who was truly brilliant with science. Hopefully you've already drifted to sleep by now, but if not, I know my insomniacs when I see them. We got your back with stories of different types in case this wasn't something interesting to you. I hope you have a fantastic day, and get the best rest that you deserve. Sleep peacefully, my friends, and as always, good night. That's the trick you've learned living in your mother's household. Make yourself small, keep your opinions quiet, and for heaven's sake, don't remind anyone that you're technically supposed to inherit a kingdom someday. Your father is still king, though barely anyone takes him seriously anymore. Edward II has become England's embarrassment, and you've learned that being his son means wearing that shame like an ill-fitting cloak. The castle smells like wet stone and old rushes today, same as always. Someone's cooking something with onions down in the kitchens, and the scent drifts up through the drafty corridors. You're sitting in a window seat, supposedly studying Latin with your tutor, but really you're watching your mother pace back and forth across the chamber. Isabella of France doesn't pace like normal people. She glides, even when she's angry, and today she's furious about something your father did or didn't do. You've stopped keeping track. Your tutor clears his throat, trying to reclaim your attention. He's a nervous man with ink-stained fingers who always looks like he'd rather be anywhere else. You don't blame him. Your mother's moods fill a room like smoke, and right now the atmosphere is suffocating. "The conjugation, my lord," he whispers, tapping the page. You recite it dutifully, your voice barely audible. This is another skill you've mastered, being present without being noticed. Your mother doesn't acknowledge you as she sweeps past, trailing silk and determination. She's meeting with Roger Mortimer later. Everyone knows this, though no one says it out loud. Mortimer is your father's enemy, technically, but he's also become the most important man in your mother's life. The arrangement is obvious to anyone with eyes and deeply uncomfortable for a boy who's supposed to respect both his parents. The summer heat makes the stone walls sweat. You can feel moisture in the air, that particular dampness that medieval buildings never quite shake. Your tunic sticks to your back. You're growing again. Your clothes never fit properly anymore. There's a new tunic being made, deep blue wool that will be too warm for summer and too thin for winter, because that's how these things work. Your younger siblings are somewhere else in the castle, being children. You hear their laughter occasionally drifting up from the gardens. You're not sure when you stopped being included in their games, but somewhere along the way you became different. The heir, the future, the boy who can't afford to just be a boy. "My lord," the tutor again, patient but persistent, you finish the conjugation. He nods, satisfied, and assigns you a passage to translate. Something about Roman virtue and duty. Everyone's always teaching you about duty. The afternoon wears on. Your mother leaves finally, taking her energy with her. The room feels larger without her, emptier. You stretch your legs, feeling your knees crack. 12 years old, and already your body feels wrong, gangly and awkward. You're going to be tall, people say, like your grandfather, Edward I, Longshanks, the king who conquered Scotland and terrified his enemies. That's a lot to live up to when you can barely get through a Latin lesson without daydreaming. Someone brings you dinner, bread, cheese, and a bit of dried fish. You eat alone, which is typical. Your mother dines with Mortimer and the important nobles. You're important in theory, but in practice, you're just a complication. The boy who represents the future but gets in the way of the present. Night falls, and the castle settles into its evening routine. Torches are lit. Voices echo down corridors. You lie in your narrow bed, listening to the distant sounds of adult life happening without you. Somewhere, your father is probably drinking himself into stupidity with his favourites. Somewhere, your mother is plotting the kingdom's future with her lover, and here you are, suspended between them, belonging to neither. You pull the wool blanket up to your chin. It scratches. Everything in medieval life scratches. The clothes, the blankets, the very air sometimes. You're cold even though it's summer. That bone-deep chill that comes from stone walls and uncertainty. This is your childhood. Not adventure, not pageantry, just waiting. Waiting to grow up. Waiting for things to change. Waiting for a future that everyone promises is glorious, but feels mostly heavy. You close your eyes and try to sleep, knowing tomorrow will be exactly the same. More Latin, more pacing, more being the heir who doesn't quite matter yet. The really funny part? Someday you'll look back on these years as the simple ones. You're 14 when they make you king, and the crown is heavier than you imagined. Not physically, though it is quite heavy, an uncomfortable circle of gold that gives you headaches, but in all the ways that matter. Your father is dead, or deposed, and then dead. or murdered. The details keep changing depending on who's telling the story, and you've learned not to ask too many questions. What matters is that Edward II is gone, and you're Edward III now, which sounds impressive until you realise what it actually means. It means Roger Mortimer runs everything. You're sitting in the Great Hall at Westminster, attending yet another council meeting where decisions get made around you rather than by you. Mortimer is holding forth about taxes, his voice filling the chamber with confidence you certainly don't feel. He's a big commanding man, the kind of person who makes rooms feel smaller just by entering them. Your mother sits beside him, beautiful and terrifying, nodding at all the right moments. You're supposed to nod too, agree, sign things, be the royal seal of approval for whatever they've already decided. The hall smells like old wood and ambition. 50 nobles are packed in here, ostensibly your subjects, actually Mortimer's audience. They watch you sometimes, these powerful men, and you can see them calculating. How long until the boy becomes a man? How long until he matters? Your Grace agrees, of course, Mortimer says, not quite making it a question. You agree, you always agree. What else can you do? Your nights are spent in royal apartments that feel designed to remind you how small you are. Vast chambers with painted ceilings and furniture, sized for kings who filled the role better. Your father's things are mostly gone now, cleared away like embarrassing evidence. You sleep in his bed, though, and sometimes you wonder if he was scared too, lying here, feeling inadequate. Probably not. Your father's problem wasn't fear, it was poor judgment. He loved the wrong people, trusted the wrong allies, and ignored the kingdom's business for personal pleasure. You're determined not to make those mistakes, which mostly means making no decisions at all. Your wife arrives in the spring, Philippa of Hainault, cheerful and kind and absolutely terrified, though she hides it better than you do. You're both teenagers playing at marriage, going through motions that adults have arranged. The wedding is elaborate and expensive, designed to show England that everything's fine, the succession is secure, and there's nothing to worry about. Philippa tries. You have to give her that. She learns English phrases, smiles at the right moments, and doesn't complain about the drafty English castles after her comfortable continental upbringing. At night, in the massive royal bed, you lie side by side like nervous strangers, which is exactly what you are. Do you think it gets easier? She asks one night, her accent making the words charming. Probably not, you admit. She laughs, surprised by your honesty. It's a nice sound in the darkness. Maybe you'll be friends eventually. Is more than many royal marriages manage. The seasons blur together. Summer progress through the kingdom, you and your mother and Mortimer showing the flag, accepting hospitality from nobles who can't afford it, but can't refuse. Autumn in Westminster, signing documents you barely understand. Winter at Windsor, watching snow fall on the Thames while Mortimer makes decisions about your realm. You're learning, though. Slowly, quietly, you're paying attention. You notice which nobles resent Mortimer's power. You see how money flows through the kingdom, who profits and who loses. You're developing opinions about things, even if you can't express them yet. Your 16th birthday comes and goes with ceremony but little change. You're taller now, filling out, and starting to look like a king even if you don't feel like one. People bow lower. Nobles petition you directly sometimes, though everyone knows the real decisions happen elsewhere. Mortimer is getting comfortable. That's his mistake, probably. He stopped being careful and stopped pretending that you matter. He takes lands, grants titles, and enriches himself and his allies. Your mother seems not to notice, or perhaps she doesn't care. She's got what she wanted. Her son on the throne, her lover in power, and her hated husband gone. But you're noticing. You're 17 now, then 18, and the boy who learned to make himself invisible is watching everything. You see which guards are loyal to Mortimer, and which ones might waver. You understand the castle's rhythms, who goes where, and when defences are lax. You're still agreeing to everything in council, still playing the compliant young king, but inside, in the parts of yourself you keep hidden, you're getting angry. This is your kingdom, your crown, your responsibility, and you're tired of being a decoration. The funny thing about being underestimated is how useful it becomes. Mortimer thinks you're weak, your mother thinks you're manageable, the nobles think you're young. They're all so busy congratulating themselves on controlling you that they don't notice you growing up. Late at night, in those quiet hours when the castle sleeps, you lie awake planning. Not rebellion exactly. You're not your father, prone to dramatic gestures that fail. Something quieter, something certain. You're still young, still learning, still waiting, but not for much longer. You're 23, actually ruling now, and the work is endless. It's barely past dawn, and you're already in council, listening to your treasurer explain why the kingdom is broke. Again! The exchequer runs on chaos, apparently. Taxes that should be collected aren't. Expenses that shouldn't exist do. And somewhere in the muddle, your grandfather's legacy of financial stability has evaporated like morning mist. The Scottish campaign requires funds, Your Grace, the treasurer is saying. He's a thin man with worry lines etched deep. Everyone involved in royal finance looks like that eventually. Everything requires funds, you mutter, rubbing your temples. The headache that's been your constant companion for 3 years throbs steadily. What do we actually have? The answer, presented in careful detail, is not enough. Never enough. You need to pay soldiers, maintain castles, support your growing household, fund diplomatic missions, and keep your nobles happy. The list is infinite, the treasury is finite. By mid-morning you're hearing petitions, a disputed inheritance in Yorkshire, a merchant claiming unfair taxation, 2 nobles who hate each other arguing about grazing rights. You're supposed to be wise, fair, and decisive. Mostly you're just tired. Split the difference, you tell the nobles, knowing neither will be satisfied, but at least they'll be equally unhappy. Next case. Philippa finds you at midday and interrupts your meeting with the Flemish ambassadors to remind you that your son needs attention. Which son? Edward, the eldest, is currently having a tantrum about something. You're a father 4 times over now, with more children probably coming. Each one a blessing, theoretically. Also, each one is another responsibility, another line in the budget, and another piece of your attention divided. You excuse yourself and follow Philippa to the nursery. Little Edward is red-faced and furious about being denied some toy or treat. He's 3 years old and already as stubborn as his grandfather. You pick him up, feel him struggle briefly before collapsing against your shoulder in dramatic sobs. There now, you murmur, swaying slightly. Fatherhood wasn't covered in your education, but you're learning. You're all right. He sniffles and wipes his nose on your expensive tunic. Philippa hides a smile. You're getting snot and tears on cloth of gold, and somehow this feels more real than the council meetings. Better, you ask? Edward nods, already recovering. Children are resilient that way. He wriggles down and toddles off to terrorize his sisters. Crisis resolved. You return to the Flemish ambassadors, who pretend not to notice the stains on your clothes. Afternoon brings military planning. Your Scottish campaign isn't going well, shocking absolutely nobody, since Scottish campaigns never go well. The terrain is impossible, the weather worse, and the Scots have centuries of practice making English armies miserable. But you're committed now, your pride involved, your grandfather's legacy demanding you succeed where your father failed. Maps are spread across the table. Little wooden markers represent armies, castles, and supply lines. Your commanders are confident, which worries you. Confidence before a Scottish campaign usually precedes disaster. We'll advance here, one says, pointing to terrain that looks suspiciously difficult. Supplies, you ask? A pause. Being arranged, Your Grace. Which means they haven't figured it out yet. You sigh, make notes, and try to think of solutions to problems that might not even be the real problems. Dinner is a performance. You sit at the high table, Philippa beside you, dozens of nobles watching your every move. You're supposed to be kingly, dignified, confident, and inspiring. Actually, you're exhausted, and your back hurts from hours of sitting in uncomfortable chairs. But you smile, make conversation, and compliment the venison that's too tough and the wine that's too sweet. After dinner, more work, documents to sign, letters to dictate, disputes to settle. Your secretary reads aloud while you pace the chamber, trying to keep your mind focused. A monastery wants confirmation of its privileges. A town needs permission for a market. A noble feels insulted by something another noble said and wants you to care. Tell them. You start, then realise you've forgotten what the problem was. Tell them we'll consider it. Your secretary makes notes. He's diplomatic enough not to point out that "we'll consider it" is what you say about everything you don't want to deal with. Midnight comes before you finish. Philippa is already asleep when you finally make it to bed. Curled on her side, breathing softly. You slip in beside her carefully, trying not to wake her. Your mind is still racing, the Scottish problem, the French situation developing, The nobles plotting, the treasury depleting, the children growing, and the kingdom demanding. Sleep when it comes is fractured. You dream about documents, endless scrolls of parchment requiring your seal. You dream about your grandfather watching disapprovingly. You dream about drowning in administrative details while everyone expects you to be heroic. You wake before dawn, already behind on tomorrow's impossible schedule. This is kingship you're learning. Not glory, not adventure. Just an endless grind of decisions and demands, each one important to someone, all of them your responsibility. You're the richest man in England, and you haven't had a moment to yourself in 3 years. You command armies, but can't command your own schedule. The funny part, and you're developing a dark sense of humour about these things, is that this is still the easy period. Before the wars get serious, before the plague arrives, before everything gets exponentially harder. But you don't know that yet. Right now you just know you're tired, and there's another council meeting in an hour. You drag yourself out of bed. Another day, another 100 demands. At least you're getting good at it. You're 30, and something interesting has happened. You've figured out how to be king. Not perfectly, there's no such thing, but competently, which turns out to be enough. You've stopped trying to be your grandfather and started being yourself, and surprisingly it's working. The morning routine is familiar now, almost comfortable. You wake early, dress in clothes that actually fit properly. You've got tailors who understand your preferences now. Down to the council chamber where your advisors wait. Men you've chosen yourself, people who are loyal and mostly competent. France, you say, settling into your chair. What's the latest? Your spy master, you have a spy master now which feels very adult, reports on Philip's court. The French king is your cousin, technically, though that hasn't stopped the two of you from being enemies. There's a complicated situation developing about your rightful inheritance of the French throne through your mother. Complicated meaning almost certainly leading to war, but not today. Today is about preparation, building alliances, securing funds, training armies. You've learned patience and the value of laying groundwork. Mortimer taught you that, ironically, by showing you what happens when someone seizes power too quickly. Sustainable control requires a foundation. The treasury situation has improved. Not dramatically, but you're no longer constantly broke. You've reorganised the exchequer, replaced the corrupt officials, and found new revenue sources. Wool taxes, mostly. England produces wool, Flanders wants wool, and you've positioned yourself perfectly in the middle. It's not exciting, but it funds your ambitions. Mid-morning brings your household. Your children are everywhere suddenly. Edward is 8 now, serious and responsible in that way eldest sons become. Isabella is 6, clever and willful. Joan is 4 and sweet-natured. William is 2 and chaotic. There's another baby coming. Philippa waddles around hugely pregnant, glowing despite the discomfort. They need to see you, she insists, herding children into your chamber like determined ducklings. You're supposed to be reviewing military contracts, but instead you're letting William climb on your lap, while Edward recites his Latin lessons and the girls show you drawings they've made. It's chaos, sticky-fingered and loud, and you're surprised to realise you don't mind. These small humans are yours, your legacy beyond crowns and conquests. Very good, you tell Edward, who's actually quite impressive with his conjugations. Your tutor says you're ahead of schedule. Edward beams. He wants your approval desperately, this serious little boy with your features and his grandmother's intensity. You ruffle his hair, earning a dignified squirm. 8 years old, and already too grown up. Philippa rescues you eventually, collecting children like scattered sheep. The ambassador from Hainaut is waiting, she reminds you. Right. The ambassador. Another alliance to maintain, another relationship to manage. You've got networks now spanning Europe. Marriage connections, trade agreements, and military pacts. Your diplomatic web grows steadily, each strand another tool for the coming conflict. The afternoon is spent with your commanders, planning theoretical campaigns. You've been studying warfare seriously, reading your grandfather's notes, and consulting with experienced knights. You're developing your own theories about mobility, about combined arms, and about using archers effectively. The French fight traditionally, you explain, moving markers on the map. Heavy cavalry charges, chivalric combat. What if we don't? Your commanders look sceptical. Your Grace proposes fighting to win rather than fighting honourably, you say. Revolutionary, I know. Someone laughs nervously. You're the king. You can make jokes now. It's nice, actually, having the authority to be slightly irreverent. You've earned it, these 10 years of grinding work, proving yourself capable. Evening finds you in the kennels, checking on your hunting dogs. This is your escape. These moments with animals who don't want anything except food and affection. Your favourite hound, a rangy deerhound named Thunder, presses against your leg while you scratch his ears. Good boy, you murmur. Simpler, isn't it? Being a dog. Thunder doesn't answer, just leans harder, content. You envy him sometimes, this uncomplicated creature with uncomplicated needs. Dinner is less formal tonight, just family and close advisors. Philippa has arranged it that way, understanding you need occasional respite from performance. The conversation flows easily. Children's stories, household gossip, plans for the summer. Normal things, the kind of evening any prosperous family might share. You're happy, Philippa observes later, in bed. Am I? You consider it. I suppose I am. Is that allowed? Why wouldn't it be? Kings in the histories are usually miserable. She laughs, that wonderful sound that's become familiar over 12 years of marriage. Then be different. Be a happy king. You kiss her temple, feeling the baby kick against your side through her belly. I'll try. The kingdom is stable. Your family is growing. Your plans are developing. You're 30 years old, experienced enough to be confident, and young enough to be energetic. This might be the peak, you think. This balanced moment before everything gets complicated again. You're right, of course, but you don't know that yet. For now, you're just content. Building steadily, growing into your role, becoming the king you always hoped you'd be. It's nice while it lasts. You're 35, standing at the edge of something enormous, and the whole kingdom feels poised to tip. The war with France has started. Not suddenly. Wars never start suddenly, despite what the chroniclers claim. But gradually, inevitably, like water finding its level. Philip of France has pushed too far and challenged you once too often, and now there's no backing down without losing everything you've built. Your war council meets daily now. The chamber smells like parchment and anxiety, with maps covering every surface. You've assembled the best military minds in England, and they're all telling you slightly different things about how to invade France successfully. The Flemish alliance is key, one insists. No, we need to secure Gascony first, another counters. You listen, absorb, and make decisions that might kill thousands of men. It's remarkably abstract, moving markers across maps, discussing supply lines and march times. Real soldiers will suffer these theoretical hardships, but right now they're just numbers, logistics, and problems to solve. The money required is staggering. You've been raising funds for 3 years. Taxes, loans, and creative accounting that makes your treasurer nervous. England's wool wealth flows into military preparation, and your subjects are grumbling but compliant. For now. Philippa finds you late one night, still bent over maps. She's heavier than she used to be, 7 children having left their mark, but still lovely in the candlelight. Practical, steady Philippa, who's never once complained about being queen during wartime. Come to bed, she says. In a moment. You said that 2 hours ago. She comes closer, examines the maps. Can you actually win this? I have to. That's not an answer. You sigh and straighten up. Your back aches constantly now. Too many hours hunched over planning. Honestly? I don't know, but I've committed us. The nobles are invested and the alliances are arranged. Retreating now would be worse than losing. She's quiet, processing this. Philippa understands politics better than she lets on. The children asked about you today. They barely see you anymore. Guilt stabs sharp. Your children are growing up. Edward is 13 now, practically a man, and already involved in military training. The others are scattered through childhood, each one a bright spot you're too busy to properly appreciate. After the campaign, you promise. You keep saying that. She's right. You've been saying it for years. After this crisis, after that negotiation, after the war starts, after the war ends. Fatherhood keeps getting postponed for kingship. Spring brings mobilization. Your army assembles thousands of soldiers, archers, cavalry, and support staff. The logistics are nightmarish. Feeding this many men, moving them efficiently, and keeping them organized and equipped. You've got good administrators handling details, but the scale is overwhelming. You review the troops personally, riding along the lines. They cheer. These men who'll fight for you, possibly die for you. You try to look confident, kingly, and worth following. Inside, you're calculating odds, worrying about supply lines and wondering if you've prepared adequately. The fleet sails in July, carrying your army to France. You stand on deck watching England recede, feeling history's weight. This is it. The great gamble. Everything you've built, everything you've planned, reduced to this moment. Philippa insisted on coming to see you off. She stood on the dock, 7 children arrayed around her, waving as your ship departed. The image burned into your memory. Your family, your anchor, left behind while you chase glory and territory. The sea crossing is miserable. You've never enjoyed sailing, and this is rough. Waves tossing the fleet about like toys. Men get sick, horses panic, and equipment shifts dangerously. By the time you reach France, you're exhausted before the fighting even starts. The campaign itself is complicated. You win battles, which is good. Your tactics work, your archers devastate French cavalry, and everything you planned proves effective. But winning battles isn't winning wars, and the French have more resources and more depth. You can hurt them, but conquering them might be impossible. Months blur into an exhausting grind. Castle sieges, supply shortages, and disease in the camps. You're living in tents, eating whatever's available, and constantly moving. The glory of warfare, you're discovering, is about 10% excitement and 90% discomfort. Letters from England arrive irregularly. Philippa writes about household matters, children's illnesses, and political manoeuvring at court. Your son Edward is managing well as nominal regent, but he's 13, too young for this responsibility, though doing his best. Guilt gnaws at you. Your family needs you, but duty keeps you in France. Winter forces pause. You return to England briefly, just long enough to see how much your children have grown, and how tired Philippa looks managing everything alone. Little Lionel is walking now. Thomas has learned his letters. The girls have new interests you know nothing about. Tell me, you ask at dinner, desperate to reconnect. They do, shy at first, then warming up. Stories tumble out. Lessons, games, small dramas you've missed. You're a stranger at your own table, welcomed but separate. It hurts more than French arrows. You look older, Philippa observes privately. I feel older. You're 36 now, but you feel 50. The war is aging you rapidly, each campaign adding years. Grey threads appear in your hair. Your joints ache in the morning. You're not the young king anymore, all energy and optimism. The kingdom is transitioning, you realise, from peace to war, from potential to reality. You've committed England to a conflict that might outlast you, and certainly will outlast your youth. This is your legacy now, not the stable reign you'd hoped for, but endless war. Spring comes again, the fleet assembles again, you board ship again, leaving family again, returning to France again. It's becoming routine, this cycle of war and absence. You're not sure if that's better or worse. Probably worse. You're 41, and the war has become your entire existence. 5 years of continuous campaigning have reduced life to brutal simplicity. Win battles, secure territory, and keep your army fed. Everything else, family, comfort, peace, exists in some distant memory, a dream you once had. You're besieging Calais, have been for months. The city sits stubbornly resistant, and you're too committed to withdraw. Your army camps in mud that never quite dries, siege equipment pounding walls that refuse to crumble. Men die daily, mostly of disease, the boring death of medieval warfare. Dysentery and fever kill more efficiently than French swords. The camp smells like unwashed humanity and rotting food. Thousands of men packed together, latrines inadequate, hygiene impossible. You've got a proper pavilion at least, royal quarters separated from the common soldiers, but luxury is relative. Your tent stays marginally drier than theirs. That's about it. Your commanders report regularly, bringing problems you're supposed to solve. Supplies are running low, mercenaries demanding payment, nobles feuding over precedence. The minutiae of warfare never stop. We could assault again, one suggests. You've already lost hundreds in previous assaults. No, we wait, starve them out. Waiting requires patience you're not sure you have. Each day costs money England doesn't have, straining alliances that are growing fragile. But assault wastes lives, and you're tired of signing condolence letters. News from England arrives in batches, Philippa writes faithfully, though her letters take weeks to reach you. Your children are growing up in your absence. Edward is 18 now, knighted, and leading men himself. The girls are becoming women, making marriages you're barely consulted about. You're missing everything, every milestone, every moment. One letter brings devastating news. Your daughter Joan has died. Plague in Bordeaux, sudden and absolute. She was 14. You read it twice, unable to process. Joan, your sweet-natured daughter, who loved music and had your mother's grace. Gone. And you weren't there. You were here, in French mud, besieging a city for reasons that suddenly seem pointless. You dismiss your staff and sit alone in your pavilion. Grief hits delayed and overwhelming. You've lost soldiers, friends, and allies. But this is different. This is your child, and you weren't there to comfort her, to say goodbye, or to do any of the things fathers should do. Night falls. You don't light candles. You just sit in darkness, feeling the weight finally exceed your capacity. The war, the deaths, the endless responsibility. It's too much. You're one person, fallible and tired, and everyone expects you to be invincible. Calais surrenders in August. Victory, technically. You've won. The city is yours, a strategic prize that cost you a year and thousands of lives, and a daughter you'll never see again. The burghers of Calais come barefoot in sackcloth begging mercy. They expect execution. Siege customs allow it. Your nobles certainly want it. Revenge for the stubborn resistance. You should order it, make an example, and show France what happens when cities defy you. Instead, you stare at these frightened men and see just more death. More bodies, more widows, more children without fathers. They live, you hear yourself say. Your nobles protest. Philippa, who's joined you for this victory, she insisted, crossing the channel specifically to witness this moment, intervenes. She pleads for the burghers personally, her pregnancy obvious, maternal and merciful. You let her have it, this mercy. It's the least you can do, granting her this small thing when you've taken so much else. The army returns to England for winter. You're 42 now, famous, victorious, and absolutely hollow. Calais is won, territory secured, and you feel nothing except tired. Your children greet you as a visiting stranger. They're polite and proper, exactly as they've been trained. Edward discusses military matters like a colleague. The younger ones keep a careful distance. You've been gone more than present in their lives, and it shows. Philippa is pregnant again, with your 12th child. You lie together in the great bed at Westminster, bodies familiar but somehow distant. Are you well? She asks. I won, you say. Isn't that what matters? She's quiet. Then, Joan loved you very much. She talked about you constantly and wondered when you'd come home. The knife twists deeper. I know. Do you? Because you weren't there. You haven't been there. It's the closest she's come to accusation in 24 years of marriage. You can't even defend yourself because she's right. You've chosen war over family and glory over presence. The victories ring hollow next to Joan's empty place at the table. Winter passes in administrative recovery, organising the new territories, repaying debts, and preparing for the next campaign. Because there's always another campaign. The war has momentum now, self-sustaining, impossible to stop. You catch yourself in mirrors sometimes, barely recognising the reflection. Grey-haired, lined, and harder than the young king you once were. The weight of conflict has remade you into something efficient and sad. Your son Edward is preparing for his own military command. He's eager, brave, and everything a prince should be. You should be proud. Mostly you're worried, having seen too clearly what warfare costs. Be careful, you tell him, knowing it's inadequate. I will, father. He won't. No one is in war, but you let him go, sending him to France with your blessing and your dread. Spring comes again, mobilization again. The cycle continues, grinding forward, pulling you along. You're too deep now to stop, too invested to quit. The war owns you completely. You board ship one more time, watch England fade one more time, and wonder one more time if this will be the campaign that breaks you entirely. Probably not. You're too stubborn to break. But you're definitely cracking. You're 46, home between campaigns, and you're trying to remember how to be human. The war continues, but you've learned to delegate. Your son Edward, they're calling him the Black Prince now, for reasons involving either his armour or his methods, campaigns effectively without you. This should free you up for domestic life, family time, and being present. Except you've forgotten how. You're at Windsor, your favourite castle, watching autumn paint the Thames Valley in gold. Philippa sits nearby doing needlework, a domestic scene that should be comfortable. Instead, you're restless and anxious without an immediate crisis to manage. You're pacing, Philippa observes. Am I? You stop and notice you've worn a track in the rushes. Sorry. Sit. Read. Rest. You're allowed. You sit obediently and pick up a book, something philosophical someone recommended. The words swim meaninglessly. Your mind wants problems to solve, decisions to make, and enemies to outmaneuver. Peace feels alien. Your younger children are here. Lionel, Joan, the second Joan named for her lost sister, Margaret and Thomas. Teenagers and children, growing up largely without you. They're polite, well-mannered, complete strangers. Tell me about your studies, you try at dinner. Thomas, 13, brightens. I'm learning mathematics, Father. Geometry, specifically. Did you know? He launches into an enthusiastic explanation of triangles and angles. You try to follow, genuinely try, but your mind drifts. Supply lines, troop movements, diplomatic considerations. The habits of warfare don't release easily. Isn't that fascinating? Thomas finishes. Very, you say, hoping it was the right response. Philippa gives you a look. You're failing again, even at this simple thing. Being present physically isn't enough when you're absent mentally. The household runs smoothly without you. Philippa has managed everything for years. Finances, child-rearing, and political manoeuvring. She's competent, beloved. Everything a queen should be. You're almost unnecessary, a ceremonial figure who shows up occasionally. One afternoon you find her in the solar, surrounded by administrative documents. She's handling estate business, settling disputes, and making decisions that should be yours. I can take over, you offer. She looks up, surprised. Do you have time? The question stings. I'm here, aren't I? Physically, she agrees, but you've been staring out windows for 3 days. Your body's in England, but your mind is still in France. She's right. You're perpetually half elsewhere, unable to fully commit to the present moment. The war has trained you to think strategically, plan constantly, and never rest. Domesticity requires different skills you've let atrophy. You make efforts, hunting with your sons, teaching them falconry. The birds are calming, their simple needs refreshing. Thomas proves surprisingly adept, his gentle patience perfect for handling the temperamental hawks. You're good at this, you tell him. He glows at the praise. Such a small thing, your attention, but he treasures it. Guilt stabs again. How many moments like this have you missed? Evenings you spend with Philippa trying to reconnect. 28 years of marriage, and you're courting her again, relearning her rhythms. She's heavier now, comfortable in middle age, and beautiful in ways different from youthful beauty. Lines around her eyes, grey in her hair, evidence of decades supporting you. Do you ever regret it, you ask one night? Regret what? This. Me. Being married to someone who's never actually here. She considers, honest as always. Sometimes. But I knew what I was marrying. Kings don't retire. I could be better at it. The being present part. You could, she agrees. Will you be? That's the question. You want to promise change and swear you'll be different. But the war isn't over. More campaigns are planned and you know yourself well enough to recognise your limitations. You're a king who leads, not a king who stays home. I'll try, you say finally. It's the best you can offer. She accepts it because Philippa is practical about disappointment. Winter brings the whole family together for Christmas. Your children, their spouses and grandchildren are starting to appear. The hall at Windsor fills with family chaos, and you're struck by how much you've missed. Edward's children barely know you. The younger ones treat you like a distinguished stranger. You hold your infant granddaughter, Edward's daughter, feeling her tiny weight. She stares at you with serious eyes, unimpressed by kingship. Just another person holding her, somewhat awkwardly. She likes you, Edward says, smiling. Does she? You're not sure. Babies are mysterious. But you hold her carefully, this next generation, wondering what world she'll inherit. One is still at war, probably. The conflict with France has become perpetual, outlasting your youth, likely outlasting you. The celebration continues around you. Philippa orchestrates everything perfectly, ensuring everyone feels included. Your family, vast and complicated, held together by her competence and your periodic appearances. You catch her eye across the hall. She raises her cup slightly in acknowledgement. You're trying. It's not enough. Never enough. But you're trying. Maybe that counts for something. You're 55 and everything hurts. Not metaphorically, though plenty hurts metaphorically too, but physically. Constantly. Your knees ache from decades of riding. Your back complains about armour you haven't worn in 5 years. Your hands cramp around quills when you write, joints stiff with whatever malady attacks aging warriors. You're at Windsor again, Always Windsor lately your refuge. The campaign years are behind you. Edward handles military affairs now, the Black Prince proving more than capable. You should feel relief from this lessened responsibility. Mostly you feel obsolete. The morning routine takes longer than it used to. Servants help you dress. Your fingers are too stiff for complicated fastenings. Your hair is white now, face heavily lined. Mirrors show a stranger, old and tired, where the vital king used to be. Philippa appears at breakfast, moving slowly herself. She's been sick lately, something in her lungs that won't clear. You eat together in companionable silence, two people worn down by decades of responsibility. Council today, she asks, already knowing the answer. They barely need me anymore. They need the crown. You're wearing it. True enough, your presence legitimizes decisions your advisors make increasingly without you. The council meetings are a formality. Your agreement is assumed. The kingdom runs itself with systems established over 30 years functioning automatically. England is wealthy, powerful and respected. Your legacy is secure. So why do you feel so empty? Edward visits, bringing his children. Your grandchildren swarm around, energetic and loud. They're not quite sure who you are. The old man in the big castle, but they're polite about it. Grandfather, your granddaughter Isabella climbs into your lap, fearless. She's 6, all enthusiasm and questions. Careful of grandfather, Edward warns. He's not as sturdy as he looks. You wave off the concern and let Isabella settle. She chatters about something, her pony maybe, and you half listen, content with her warm weight. This is nice, actually. Grandchildren demand less than children did, satisfied with presence rather than perfection. Philippa coughs, harsh and prolonged. Edward looks concerned, but she waves him off too. Just a cold, she insists. It's not just a cold. You both know this, though neither says it. She's dying, probably. Slowly, uncomfortably, her lungs filling with something medicine can't fix. You're dying too, just slower. Old age and accumulated damage are catching up. The funny thing about dying slowly is how normal it becomes. You're not afraid exactly, just tired. You've lived 55 years, accomplished the important things, and failed at others. At some point, that has to be enough. Your remaining children visit throughout the year. Thomas, John, and Edmund, grown men with their own concerns. They're dutiful, concerned about your health, and probably worried about inheritance. You've arranged everything carefully, but they still circle like polite vultures. I'm not dead yet, you tell Thomas during one particularly solicitous visit. He has the grace to look embarrassed. Of course not, father. We're just concerned. Be concerned quietly, then. Evenings you spend with Philippa, when her breathing allows conversation. 42 years of marriage behind you, and you're finally spending time together. The irony isn't lost on either of you. We should have done this earlier, you say one night. Done what? This, sitting quietly, being together. We were busy, she says, practical as ever. Raising children, running kingdoms, fighting wars. The usual. Still, I miss so much. You did, she agrees, because Philippa has never been one for comforting lies. But you were here when it mattered. Mostly. That mostly contains multitudes. All the absences, the missed moments, the times war took precedence, but also the times you were present, the effort you made, and the love underneath the duty. She coughs again, worse this time. You hold her hand, useless but present. This is all you can offer now. Presence, witness, sharing the slow decline. The kingdom celebrates your military victories, remembers Crécy and Calais, and praises your martial glory. You remember mud and exhaustion, Joan dying alone, and decades of absence from family. The victories feel hollow against the personal costs, but you built something. England is stronger, richer, and more unified than you inherited. Your children survived to adulthood, most of them. Your grandchildren will inherit security and opportunity. It's not nothing. Philippa dies in August, quietly in her sleep, probably the best way. You're with her, holding her hand as her breathing simply stops. After 42 years of marriage, you're alone. The grief is enormous and strangely familiar. You've been practicing loss for decades. Joan, friends, pieces of yourself left in France. This is just the final, largest loss. The funeral is magnificent because she was queen, and that requires pageantry. You attend numbly, going through motions. People offer condolences you don't hear. The crown is heavy again, oppressively so. Afterward, you return to Windsor alone. The chambers feel enormous without her. Her things are everywhere. Needlework, correspondence, evidence of the life she lived while you were elsewhere. You're 59 and probably have a few years left. Maybe more, maybe less. It doesn't much matter. The important things are finished. The war continues without you. The kingdom functions and children and grandchildren carry forward. You're just waiting now. For what? You're not entirely sure. But whatever comes, you'll face it the same way you faced everything, with duty, determination, and that peculiar mix of pride and regret that defines your entire complicated life. You're 64 and you're not sure you're still you. Some days are clear. You wake knowing who you are, where you are, and what the responsibilities are. Other days you surface from sleep confused, expecting Philippa beside you, wondering why your knees don't work properly, and unable to remember if you're supposed to be fighting the French or the Scots, or if maybe that was all years ago. Your attendants are patient. They've learned your rhythms and know which days you're lucid and which days you need gentle guidance. Today seems clear so far. You remember your name, your kingdom, and the fact that Philippa is dead and has been for 5 years. Windsor is quiet in the early morning. Your chambers face east, sunlight streaming in, illuminating dust motes floating lazily. You watch them drift, mesmerized by their simple existence. No responsibilities, no weight, just floating. Your Grace, your grandson is here. Richard, Edward's son, 10 years old, visiting the dying king. They bring him periodically, ensuring connection with the heir's heir. The boy is serious, polite, and probably terrified of the old man in the big bed. Richard, you greet him, summoning clarity. Come sit. He approaches carefully and perches on the chair beside your bed. He has his father's features but his mother's colouring, dark and handsome. He'll be beautiful when he grows up, if he grows up. Kingship isn't conducive to longevity. How are your studies? You ask the traditional grandfather question. Well, Your Grace, I'm learning Latin and philosophy and... Call me grandfather, you interrupt. You're family. Family don't Your Grace each other. He relaxes slightly. Yes, grandfather. You talk for a while, or rather he talks while you listen. Stories about his tutors, his siblings, and small dramas in a child's life. It's pleasant, this window into simple concerns. You've spent so long with kingdom-sized problems that childhood troubles feel refreshing. When he leaves, you're tired but satisfied. Legacy, you think. That boy will be king someday, carrying forward whatever you've built, hopefully better than you managed. Your counsel comes later, but you barely follow the discussion. Something about France. There's always something about France. Treaties, maybe? Or renewed conflict. You've lost track. The war outlasted your interest, becoming background noise to dying. Edward visits less often now. He's busy governing while you fade, taking on responsibilities you can no longer manage. The Black Prince. Famous and capable. Everything you hoped he'd be. Though you notice he looks tired too, worn down the same way you were. Kingship takes its toll regardless of capability. The French situation requires a decision, he says carefully. You decide, you tell him. I trust you. Relief crosses his face. He's been making decisions anyway, just seeking your blessing for legitimacy. You're a signature now, not a ruler. The crown has already passed, everything but officially. Nights are hardest. Pain keeps you awake, your joints, your lungs, everything deteriorating. Servants bring wine with poppy juice, dulling the discomfort and blurring your mind further. You drift between sleep and waking, losing track of which is which. You dream about your children, all of them. The living and the dead mixed together, Joan and William and Edward and Isabella, different ages, different times. Sometimes Philippa is there, young and laughing. Sometimes your mother, terrifying as always. Sometimes you're a child yourself, watching your father make the mistakes you swore you'd avoid. Did you avoid them? You can't remember anymore. Everything blurs together, successes and failures, triumphs and regrets. The long life reduced to fragments, pieces that might not even be real. One clear day you ask for accounting. Tell me what I accomplished. Your secretary lists achievements dutifully. Territories won, battles victorious, economic improvements, and legal reforms. Impressive on paper, this list of royal success. It sounds like someone else's life. And the costs, you ask? Awkward silence. No one wants to discuss costs with dying kings, but you press, needing honest accounting before the end. Finally, someone mentions the deaths. Soldiers, civilians, the casualties of decades of warfare. The debt accumulated. The families were destroyed. The opportunities missed pursuing military glory. Was it worth it, you ask, not expecting an answer? No one speaks, because how do you measure worth? The expanded territory against the dead children, the increased prestige against the absent decades, the strong kingdom against the weakened king? You don't know either. You've spent 64 years being Edward III, and you're still not sure if you did it right. Summer comes, you'll last probably. The gardens at Windsor bloom magnificently, visible from your windows. You watch servants tending flowers, children playing, and life continuing regardless of your participation. It's oddly comforting, this evidence that everything will be fine without you. Edward brings Richard to visit again. Your grandson is growing quickly, losing his child roundness, and becoming the person he'll be. You try to give advice and share wisdom, but words tangle. Your mind isn't cooperating anymore. Be kind, you manage finally. The kingdom needs strength, but kindness matters too. Richard nods seriously, probably not understanding. He's 10. You barely understood at 10, and you'd been king for years. Your attendance increased the poppy dose. Pain management, they call it. Really, it's the final mercy, easing you toward the inevitable. You don't protest. You're ready. You've been ready for a while, just waiting for the body to catch up with the spirit. One morning you wake, or think you wake, and Philippa is there. Not old, but young, the way she looked 40 years ago. She's smiling, patient, waiting. Is it time, you ask? Soon, she says. Rest now. You do. Rest comes easily finally, the burdens lifting, the weight of the crown and responsibility dissolving. You're just Edward again, not the king, not the conqueror. Just a man who tried his best and succeeded sometimes and failed sometimes and loved imperfectly but truly. The room fills with soft light. Philippa's hand in yours, warm and real. Your children gathering, all of them, living and dead, young and old, the whole impossible family. You're ready. And then, quietly, without drama or glory, you're done. The kingdom continues, it always does. Wars are fought, won, and lost. Children become kings, make their own mistakes, and build their own legacies. The great wheel turns, indifferent to any single life. But for a while, for 64 complicated years, you were part of it. Edward III, the hard-lived king. Not perfect, not terrible, just human, trying to balance impossible demands, succeeding occasionally, failing often, and loving as well as duty allowed. Your story ends here, in this quiet room, surrounded by ghosts and memories and the soft light of a summer morning. Rest easy now, you've earned it. All righty-o, everyone. Tonight's journey is into a story that unfolded not with grand speeches or public battles, but through carefully chosen details, quiet determination, and an understanding that beauty could be its own form of power. Tonight, you'll discover how one woman transformed the way Americans saw themselves and their history, working not from headlines but from the shadows of chandeliers, the weight of antique chairs, and the simple act of choosing which paintings would hang on walls that belonged to everyone. We're stepping into the early 1960s, when America was young and restless, searching for its own reflection in the mirror of the world. Imagine, if you will, you're standing in a Manhattan apartment on a winter afternoon in 1941, and the light coming through the tall windows has that particular quality that only happens when snow reflects the sun upward into rooms that normally live in shadow. The air smells faintly of furniture polish and the paper of new books, and if you listen carefully you can hear someone turning pages in the next room. Jacqueline Bouvier is 12 years old, and she's reading about Marie Antoinette again. Not the simplified version they teach in school, where everything reduces to cake and guillotines, but the complicated truth found in volumes her mother borrowed from the library at her request. She's fascinated by something most people miss entirely. Before the Revolution, before everything fell apart, Marie Antoinette had quietly commissioned some of the most beautiful furniture ever made. The young girl traces her finger over an illustration of a writing desk with legs that curve like flower stems, and something clicks into place in her mind about the relationship between objects and the people who live among them. Her mother Janet calls this attention to detail. But it's more than that. It's an understanding that the physical world tells stories about the people who shape it, and that those stories matter more than most adults seem to realise. When you visit someone's home, you're not just seeing their furniture, you're reading their autobiography, written in the language of choices made and objects kept. The Bouvier household runs on a particular kind of order that feels less like rules and more like choreography. Meals happen at specific times, clothes are pressed just so. Books are returned to their proper places on shelves arranged by both subject and size. Young Jackie learns to read rooms the way other children learn to read faces, understanding that the placement of a vase or the choice of a lampshade communicates something about the person who put it there. Her father, Jacques Bouvier, has a different kind of influence. He's the sort of man who knows everyone in the room before he enters it, who can make waiters laugh and doormen feel important with just a few words. He teaches his daughter something her mother's order can't quite capture: the performance of grace, the way charm can open doors that remain closed to force. She watches him navigate social situations like a dancer moving through a crowded floor, never bumping into anyone, always knowing exactly where to step next. But it's during summers at the family's property in East Hampton that something deeper takes root. You're walking with her through grass that reaches your knees, past hydrangea bushes heavy with blooms the size of your head, and she's pointing out details you wouldn't normally notice. The way the light changes colour as it filters through different leaves, how the same ocean looks completely different depending on whether you're standing or sitting when you view it. She's building a vocabulary for beauty that doesn't rely on the words other people use, developing her own language for describing what makes one thing lovely and another merely adequate. At Miss Porter's school in Connecticut, her teachers noticed something unusual. Most students approach literature as an assignment to be completed, but Jackie reads like someone searching for instruction manuals on how to live. She copies passages into notebooks not because she has to, but because she wants to keep certain sentences close, the way you might keep photographs of places you've loved. Her French teacher watches her practice pronunciation with the kind of focus usually reserved for religious devotion, understanding that this teenage girl already knows something important. Language isn't just about communication, it's about access to other ways of seeing. This summer she spends in France after her junior year at Vassar shifts everything slightly sideways. You're sitting with her in a cafe in Grenoble, watching her watch the way French women tie their scarves, hold their cigarettes, and gesture with their hands while talking. She's not trying to become French. She's too smart for that kind of simple imitation. But she's absorbing something about the French relationship with style, the way they treat presentation as a form of respect rather than vanity. She notices how French museums display their art, creating rooms that feel like conversations between centuries rather than warehouses for old things. She sees how French families treat meal times as sacred intervals in the day, not interruptions to more important work. Most of all, she observes how the French seem to believe that beauty isn't frivolous or superficial but essential, a kind of nourishment as necessary as food or sleep. By the time she meets John Kennedy at a dinner party in 1951, she's assembled a particular set of skills that don't appear on any resume. She can look at a room and know within seconds what's wrong with it and how to fix it. She can make small talk in 3 languages while simultaneously cataloguing everything from the quality of the silverware to the way the host and hostess interact with their staff. She understands that surfaces aren't shallow. They're the first chapter of every story, the thing that determines whether anyone will bother reading further. The 12-year-old girl reading about Marie Antoinette in that Manhattan apartment has become a young woman who knows that changing how things look is one way of changing how people think about them, and that this kind of change, though subtle, can be more lasting than the kind that announces itself with trumpets and headlines. You're walking into the White House for the first time as First Lady in January 1961, and the first thing that strikes you isn't the history or the grandeur. It's the overwhelming sense of neglect. The air smells like old heating systems and carpet that's seen too many decades of shoes. The furniture looks like what you'd find in a moderately successful hotel from the 1920s. Generic pieces chosen for durability rather than beauty or meaning. The paintings on the walls could be from anywhere, bought in bulk perhaps, telling no particular story about the nation that paid for them. Jackie Kennedy stands in the centre of the green room, and you can see her face doing something complicated. She's not disgusted exactly, but she's certainly disappointed. More than that, she's puzzled. This is the house that's supposed to represent American achievement to the world, and it looks like nobody with any authority has actually thought about what it's representing. The curtains are sun-faded. The upholstery is worn in ways that suggest it wasn't particularly nice to begin with. Some of the antique furniture, and there isn't much, has been painted over with modern colours that hide the original wood. She makes a decision right there that will consume the next 3 years of her life. The White House needs to become what it's supposed to be, and she's going to make that happen whether anyone helps her or not. The first problem is that almost none of the furniture or art actually belongs to the White House permanently. Previous first families have bought things, used them, and taken them home when they left. The house has no real collection, no institutional memory built in objects. It's more like a rental property that various tenants have decorated according to their temporary tastes, leaving behind only what they didn't want badly enough to pack. Jackie starts making phone calls. She reaches out to wealthy families who might have furniture gathering dust in their attics, original American pieces made by master craftsmen in the 1800s that have been replaced by modern conveniences. She contacts historians who specialise in presidential history, asking what kinds of objects would have been in the White House during its most significant moments. She writes letters to museum directors, essentially asking if they have anything they'd be willing to loan indefinitely to the nation's most important house. The response surprises everyone except her. Americans, it turns out, are sitting on treasure troves of historical furniture and art that they've forgotten to value properly. A family in Philadelphia has a desk that belonged to a Revolutionary War general, stored in a barn because it doesn't match their current decor. A woman in Boston has paintings of early American landscapes that have been hanging in her guest room, gathering dust because nobody ever uses that room. A collector in Virginia has been storing a set of chairs made for James Monroe, waiting for someone who would appreciate them properly. You're watching her work in a makeshift office she's set up in the White House, and the organisation is meticulous. She's created files for every room, with photographs of what it looks like now and sketches of what it could become. She's compiled lists of furniture styles by period, cross-referenced with which presidents were in office when those styles were popular. She's tracking down the provenance of every piece that donors offer, making sure nothing fake or historically questionable ends up on display. This isn't redecorating, it's detective work, archaeology, and education all happening simultaneously. The work has a funny quality to it too, because the White House staff aren't quite sure what to make of this young First Lady, who keeps asking them to move heavy furniture around so she can see how different arrangements feel. The chief usher, J.B. West, finds himself in the unusual position of hosting what amounts to an ongoing furniture audition, where chairs and tables are brought in, assessed, and either accepted into the permanent collection or politely declined. One afternoon, Jackie rejects a supposedly historical table because she's noticed the screws are the wrong kind for the period it's supposed to be from, and Wes realises he's dealing with someone who's done her homework. She creates the White House Historical Association, giving the restoration project a formal structure and credibility. She convinces Congress to pass legislation making the White House a museum, which means future first families can't simply redecorate according to their personal preferences and haul away the good stuff when they leave. She recruits experts, curators, historians, and decorative art specialists to serve on committees that will guide the restoration and protect it from anyone's impulses to modernise or simplify. The Blue Room becomes a study in careful colour theory, with walls painted in a specific shade that was popular during the 1820s, furnished with pieces that would have been considered fashionable when James Monroe was president. The Red Room receives curtains made from the same kind of silk that would have hung there in 1860. They're red, not the bright modern shade, but the deeper, richer tone that natural dyes produced. The State Dining Room gets chairs that were actually made for the White House in the 19th century, found in a government warehouse where they'd been sent when someone decided they looked too old-fashioned. You're standing with her in the newly restored diplomatic reception room, and she's explaining the wallpaper to you. It's a reproduction of an 1830s design showing American landscapes, Niagara Falls, Boston Harbor, and Natural Bridge in Virginia. The original paper was found in a house in Maryland. An expert spent months analysing it to understand the printing technique and colours well enough to recreate it accurately. She's not just hanging pretty wallpaper, she's creating an immersive historical experience where every surface tells visitors something true about American history. The funny moments come frequently, usually involving the intersection of her vision with practical White House operations. The staff learns to hide furniture they're particularly attached to, because Jackie has a habit of wandering through service areas and suddenly declaring that a piece they've been using in a basement office would be perfect for the second floor. One carpenter makes the mistake of showing her a storage room full of old frames, and she spends the next 3 hours going through every single one, emerging victorious with frames that turn out to be original to the building, perfect for the paintings she's acquiring. By the time CBS television comes to film a special tour of the restored White House in February 1962, the transformation is remarkable. More than 50 million people watch Jackie guide them through rooms that now tell coherent stories about American history and craftsmanship. She doesn't narrate like a tour guide reciting memorized facts. She shares details like someone who's genuinely excited about what she's learned, pointing out the subtle curve in a chair leg or the way light hits a particular painting at certain times of day. The restoration isn't about luxury or showing off wealth. It's about claiming that America has a visual culture worth preserving and celebrating, that the nation's history exists not just in documents and battlefields, but in the objects people made and used. She's arguing, through careful arrangement and selection, that taking care of beautiful things isn't shallow. It's a form of respecting the people who made them and the history they represent. You're watching her adjust a flower arrangement in the entrance hall, moving individual stems until the composition balances exactly right, and you realise she's applying the same attention to detail here that she learned as a 12-year-old, studying French furniture. The difference is that now she's working at a scale that will influence how millions of people think about American history, and she's doing it one carefully chosen chair at a time. You're sitting in a receiving line at a state dinner, and you're watching something remarkable happen that most people don't even notice. The guest of honour tonight is the President of Pakistan, and Jackie Kennedy is speaking to him in French. Not because he's French, but because French is the diplomatic language they share, the neutral ground where a First Lady from America and a President from Pakistan can meet as equals in conversation. She's asking him about Mughal architecture, and his face lights up with the particular pleasure people feel when someone from far away cares about something specific from their culture, not just the obvious tourist destinations, but the deeper, artistic traditions. This is cultural diplomacy, but it doesn't announce itself that way. There are no formal negotiations happening, no treaties being signed. Instead, there's just a moment of genuine connection over shared appreciation for how humans have expressed beauty through buildings, and that moment creates a warmth that will linger long after the dinner ends, influencing how this foreign leader thinks about Americans and their capacity for understanding the wider world. Jackie has figured out something that most political figures miss entirely. Culture is its own form of power, and sometimes showing people that you value what they value accomplishes more than any amount of political pressure. She prepares for state visits the way students prepare for final exams, reading about each country's history, art, literature and music, looking for authentic connections rather than superficial compliments to deploy. You're in the White House kitchen watching preparations for a dinner honouring French Minister of Culture André Malraux, and the attention to detail is almost absurd. The menu has been crafted to honour French culinary traditions while incorporating American ingredients, creating a conversation in food about the relationship between the two countries. The wines are American, chosen specifically to demonstrate that American vineyards can produce quality that stands beside French standards. The table settings mix French porcelain with American silver, every fork and plate placed to suggest that these two cultures can sit comfortably side by side. But the real magic happens in the guest list. Jackie has invited American artists, writers and musicians, not just politicians and diplomats. She's creating an environment where Leonard Bernstein might find himself talking with a visiting conductor from Vienna. where an American painter could discuss technique with a sculptor from Italy. She's using the White House as a kind of cultural crossroads, demonstrating that America has its own artistic traditions worth taking seriously while remaining genuinely curious about traditions from elsewhere. The funny moments emerge from cultural misunderstandings that her preparation helps avoid. Before a state visit from the leader of Tunisia, she learns that certain flowers have religious significance that would make them inappropriate for table arrangements. She discovers that the traditional greeting gesture in one Asian country looks remarkably like a gesture that means something quite different in another, and she makes sure protocol officers brief the president so nobody accidentally causes offence. She becomes a kind of cultural translator, creating bridges between her husband's political objectives and the deeper human connections that make those objectives achievable. Her trip to India and Pakistan in 1962 becomes a masterclass in this approach. You're travelling with her, watching how she moves through each encounter. She doesn't feign interest, she's genuinely curious about everything from classical dance forms to the techniques used in miniature painting. She asks questions that reveal she's done her homework, understanding enough to inquire about specific details rather than offering vague praise. When she visits schools, she doesn't just wave and smile. She sits with students and asks about what they're learning, demonstrating respect for education as a universal value that crosses all borders. The photographs from this trip tell their own story. There she is, riding an elephant in ceremonial dress, and somehow she's managed to make it look both dignified and natural, as if riding elephants is simply what one does when visiting places where elephants are important. There she is at the Taj Mahal, and her face shows genuine wonder rather than the practiced expression of official appreciation. The people watching these images around the world see someone who's willing to participate respectfully in other cultures' traditions, and that willingness creates warmth toward America that no amount of political speeches could manufacture. Back at the White House, she transforms state dinners from formal obligations into events that people actually want to attend. You're at a dinner honouring Nobel Prize winners, and she's placed a physicist next to a poet and a novelist next to an economist, creating unexpected conversations that wouldn't happen in more conventional seating arrangements. She's invited Pablo Casals to perform, bringing one of the world's greatest cellists out of semi-retirement to play in a room filled with people who will remember this evening for the rest of their lives. The diplomatic corps in Washington starts to notice that invitations to White House events have become genuinely desirable, not just obligatory. Ambassadors discover that these aren't stuffy formal affairs where everyone makes careful small talk and leaves early. They're evenings where interesting things actually happen, where you might hear extraordinary music or meet someone who changes how you think about something. The White House becomes a place where culture is taken seriously as its own form of national strength, not just decoration for political business. She uses fashion the same way, understanding that what she wears to state occasions sends messages about American style and values. Her clothes are elegant but not ostentatious, modern but not flashy, demonstrating that Americans can appreciate sophistication without abandoning their democratic principles. When she wears American designers to official events, she's making a quiet argument that American fashion can stand confidently beside European tradition. You're watching her prepare for a dinner with the President of France, and she's chosen a dress in a shade of blue that somehow manages to honour the French flag while remaining distinctly American in its cut and simplicity. It's a small thing, this choice of colour, but it communicates thoughtfulness about the relationship between nations through the language of clothing. The French, who take these details seriously, notice and appreciate the gesture. The restoration work she's done on the White House becomes its own form of cultural diplomacy. Foreign leaders touring the renovated rooms see that Americans value history and craftsmanship, and that the nation isn't only interested in modern progress, but also in preserving and honouring its past. She's created an environment that argues visually for American cultural maturity, demonstrating that the relatively young nation has developed its own traditions worth maintaining and celebrating. Her approach to these diplomatic and cultural efforts has a quality of restraint that makes them more powerful. She doesn't give speeches about the importance of cultural exchange. She simply creates environments where cultural exchange happens naturally. She doesn't announce that she's studying French literature or Indian history. She just knows enough to ask good questions and make meaningful connections. She lets the work speak for itself, understanding that the most effective diplomacy often happens in the spaces between official conversations, in moments of genuine human connection over shared appreciation for beauty or ideas. You're standing with her in the White House garden at dusk after a state dinner has ended and the guests have left. She's looking at the roses she's had planted, varieties chosen not just for their beauty but for their historical connections to American presidents' families. Even here, in this quiet moment with no cameras or audiences, she's thinking about how to use beauty and history to tell stories about who Americans are and what they value. The diplomacy continues even when nobody's watching. Built into the very landscape of the place, she's transformed into something that represents the nation at its most thoughtful and welcoming. You're in a room full of reporters, and there's a question hanging in the air about something personal, something that pokes at the boundary between public interest and private life. You watch Jackie Kennedy's face do something subtle. Not quite a smile, not quite a wall going up, but something that politely redirects the conversation back to territory she's willing to discuss. The reporters don't feel shut down, but somehow the personal question has been answered without actually being answered, and the interview continues smoothly towards safer ground. This is restraint as a form of power, and she's developed it into something like an art form. In an era when television is making everything more visible, when cameras want to follow presidents' families into rooms that previous generations would have considered private, she's figured out how to maintain boundaries without seeming cold or unfriendly. She understands something important. You can't control everything people say about you, but you can control what you give them to work with. The challenge is unique to her generation of First Ladies. Eleanor Roosevelt had to navigate radio and newspapers, but television is different. More immediate, more intimate, and more hungry for content. The cameras want to see everything. How she raises her children, how she decorates her private rooms, what she eats for breakfast, and how she spends her weekends. She needs to feed this appetite enough to maintain public interest without surrendering the privacy that makes family life bearable. You're watching her with Caroline and John in the White House, and there's a careful choreography to what the cameras are allowed to capture. Official photographs show sweet moments, children playing in the Oval Office, family time that looks casual but is actually quite controlled. What the cameras don't see is everything else. The normal chaos of children being children, the difficult moments, and the private family dynamics that every household experiences, but that would become tabloid fodder if revealed. She's created a kind of protective bubble around her children, understanding that they didn't choose this exposure and deserve as much normal childhood as circumstances permit. Caroline attends a small school that Jackie has essentially created at the White House, bringing in other children so her daughter isn't isolated but also isn't on display at a regular school where every moment might become news. It's a compromise between the demands of public life and the needs of a child who just wants to play without cameras documenting every scraped knee and lost tooth. The funny thing is how she uses photography to protect privacy. By allowing certain carefully managed images, she satisfies some of the public's curiosity and reduces the value of intrusive paparazzi shots. Official photographers capture moments that show the family as warm and relatable, creating a narrative that fills the space where speculation might otherwise grow. It's a sophisticated understanding of media relations. Give people enough of what they want that they're less desperate to find what you're hiding. Her own public appearances follow similar principles. She gives interviews, but they're limited and carefully prepared. She appears at official functions, but always with clear boundaries about what's appropriate to discuss. When she does speak publicly, her words are chosen for their precision, saying exactly what she means to say and nothing more. She's learned that in politics, vagueness can be useful, but so can specificity. Knowing which to use when is part of the skill. You're listening to her being interviewed about the White House restoration, and she's doing something interesting. She's genuinely enthusiastic and knowledgeable, sharing details that demonstrate her expertise, but she never makes it about herself. The focus stays on the history, the craftsmen who made the furniture, and the donors who've contributed pieces. She's the narrator of this story, not its hero, and that modesty makes her more likeable, while also deflecting attention from her personal life onto the project itself. The pressure on her appearance is constant and intense. Every outfit is analysed, every hairstyle discussed, and every public appearance dissected for what her choices might mean. She handles this by developing a consistent style that's elegant but not flashy, becoming almost a living logo of American grace. The consistency is strategic. When you look essentially the same at every official function, individual appearances become less newsworthy, and the focus can shift to what you're doing rather than what you're wearing. But there's also a cost to this restraint that you can sometimes see if you're paying attention. You're watching her at a campaign event during the 1960 election, and for just a moment when she thinks nobody's looking, her face shows fatigue. The constant performance of grace, the never-ending requirement to look poised and say the right things, the knowledge that every gesture will be analysed. It's exhausting in ways that aren't visible in the official photographs. She protects this weariness from public view, understanding that showing vulnerability might be interpreted as weakness or dissatisfaction. She's trapped between an older generation that believed first ladies should be nearly invisible, and a new generation that wants to know everything about everyone. She's creating a middle path, visible enough to satisfy modern expectations, restrained enough to maintain dignity and privacy. The White House Social Secretary learns to navigate Jackie's boundaries, understanding which events the First Lady will attend and which she'll skip, which photographs are acceptable and which cross the line. There's a careful gatekeeping happening, protecting her from becoming overexposed while ensuring she remains enough in the public eye to satisfy political requirements. It's a delicate balance that requires constant adjustment, reading public mood while maintaining personal limits. You're in a receiving line at a state dinner, watching her greet guest after guest with what looks like genuine warmth. And it probably is genuine for the first 20 people. By the time you get to guest number 80, the warmth is still there on the surface, but you can see that she's running on reserves, performing graciousness through sheer will and training. She's learned to pace herself, to conserve energy for the moments that matter most, and to make every interaction feel special, even when she's had 100 identical interactions that evening. Her relationship with the press is complicated by this restraint. Reporters want access, want stories, and want the details that will make their articles interesting. She gives them just enough, providing occasional controlled access that creates positive stories, while denying the kind of unlimited access that would turn her family's life into a daily soap opera. Some reporters appreciate the professionalism, others chafe at the restrictions, frustrated by their inability to get the intimate details that sell papers. She's particularly protective about political matters, understanding that a First Lady's public opinions on policy could create problems for her husband's administration. When asked about controversial issues, she redirects to safe topics, culture, history, and children. It's not that she lacks opinions, but she's made a calculation that expressing them publicly serves no useful purpose and creates potential complications. The restraint here is strategic, protecting her husband's political flexibility while maintaining her own influence through quieter channels. You're sitting with her in a private moment, rare and brief, and she's talking about the price of this constant performance. She doesn't complain exactly, that's not her style, but she acknowledges that living in history's spotlight requires giving up kinds of spontaneity and privacy that ordinary people take for granted. She can't take her children to a park without it becoming news. She can't have a bad day without it being interpreted as significant. She can't make a minor mistake without it being magnified into a major story. The restraint she practices becomes part of her legacy, demonstrating a kind of dignity that influences how future First Ladies navigate the impossible position of being both private citizens and public figures. She shows that it's possible to maintain mystery while remaining approachable, to protect your family while serving the public, and to be both visible and restrained. It's a complicated dance, and she's figured out the steps better than almost anyone before her, creating a template that will influence how public figures manage privacy for generations to come. You're sitting in front of a television on a November afternoon in 1963, watching something that doesn't make sense, that your brain keeps trying to reject as impossible. The president has been shot. The president is dead. The words come through the television speaker, but they sound like they're in a foreign language. Like if you just listen more carefully, they'll rearrange themselves into something that can be true. Jacqueline Kennedy is 34 years old, and in the space of a few hours her life is split into before and after with such violence that the division will never fully heal. You see her on the television, and there's blood on her pink suit. The president's blood, your mind supplies reluctantly, and she's refused to change out of it. She wants people to see what they've done, though who exactly they are isn't clear yet, and maybe it never will be. What happens over the next 4 days becomes a kind of masterclass in how to transform private grief into public comfort. How to help a nation mourn when your own mourning is a wound that's still bleeding. She makes decisions in those days that shape how Americans will remember this moment for the rest of the century, and she makes them while carrying a weight of personal loss that would break most people. You're watching her plan the funeral, and she's thinking about Abraham Lincoln. Not because the two assassinations are alike in their circumstances, but because Lincoln's funeral created a template for how America mourns its fallen leaders. She remembers the photographs she's seen, the horse-drawn caisson, the riderless horse with boots reversed in the stirrups, the long, slow procession through streets lined with grieving citizens. She's going to recreate that, not because she's thinking about history in this moment, but because history offers a structure to hold grief that might otherwise become shapeless and overwhelming. The planning happens in fragments, in moments snatched between waves of shock and sorrow. She's specific about details that might seem trivial to others, but matter immensely to her. The caisson should be the same one that carried Franklin D. Roosevelt. The music should include the Navy hymn. The burial should be at Arlington, where rows of white markers testify to other sacrifices for the nation. She's creating a ritual that will help millions of people process what feels unprocessable, and she's doing it while her own children need her to explain why their father won't be coming home. You're standing on a street corner in Washington as the funeral procession passes, and the silence is extraordinary. Hundreds of thousands of people have come to witness this, and nobody's speaking above a whisper. The only sounds are horses' hooves on pavement, the wheels of the caisson, and the muffled drums that mark time for the slow march. And there's Jackie, walking behind the caisson, leading a procession of world leaders who've come to pay respects. She's wearing a black veil, and beneath it, her face is composed in a way that looks almost peaceful, as if she's found some private place inside herself where grief can coexist with duty. The image of her lighting the eternal flame at the graveside becomes one of the most powerful photographs of the decade. You can see in that gesture something about permanence in the face of loss, about creating markers that will outlast individual memory. She's thinking about people who will visit this grave 50 years from now, 100 years from now, and she's giving them a focal point for reflection, a place where the symbol of the eternal flame suggests that some lights don't go out even when the people who carried them are gone. What she's doing in these days is creating what will come to be called Camelot, a way of remembering the Kennedy administration that emphasizes its grace and promise rather than its incompleteness and tragedy. A week after the funeral, she invites a journalist to her home and talks about how her husband loved the musical Camelot, how he would play the original cast recording before bed, and had a particular affection for the lines about one brief shining moment. You're listening to this interview, and you understand that she's consciously shaping memory, creating a narrative that will give people something beautiful to hold on to rather than just grief and questions without answers. Some will later criticize this as myth-making, as a false history that obscures more complex truths about the Kennedy presidency. But in the moment, what she's offering is comfort, a way to remember that feels sustainable, that allows for mourning without becoming mired in despair. The Camelot frame gives people permission to grieve for what might have been rather than getting stuck in what was. It transforms a presidency cut short into a symbol of possibility, letting Americans project their hopes onto what might have happened if those 1,000 days had become 8 years. It's not entirely fair. No presidency could live up to the idealized version she's creating. But fairness isn't the point. The point is helping a nation wounded by violence find a way to move forward without simply moving on. You're watching her with Caroline and John in the months after the assassination, and the public rarely sees this part. She's trying to maintain some normalcy for children who've lost their father and their home simultaneously, who've watched their mother become an icon of grief in addition to being their mother. She reads them stories about their father, creating a narrative that will let them know him as more than just photographs and public memory. She's protecting their right to mourn privately, while the nation mourns publicly. The funny thing, though funny isn't quite the right word, is how her grace under this impossible pressure becomes its own form of comfort to others. People who've lost loved ones find something in her example that helps them bear their own grief. She's demonstrating that it's possible to be broken and still function, to carry loss and still create meaning, and to mourn deeply while continuing to care for others who need you. She's not trying to be an example, she's just trying to survive, but the example happens anyway. Letters pour in from around the world, millions of them, from people who want to express their sympathy and their admiration. You're in a room where some of these letters are being sorted, and the pile never seems to get smaller. They come from heads of state and from school children, from veterans and from people who've never been interested in politics, but felt moved by the dignity with which she's carried this burden. She won't read most of them. There aren't enough hours in a lifetime, but knowing they exist offers its own kind of comfort, evidence that the private suffering has been witnessed and honoured. She makes a decision to leave Washington, understanding that she can't rebuild a life in a city where every street corner holds memories of what's been lost. She moves to New York, creating distance from the political world that's continued without her husband, starting over in a place where she can be something other than history's widow. But the image from those November days, the composed face beneath the veil, the steady walk behind the caisson, the hand lighting the eternal flame, that image persists, becoming shorthand for a kind of strength that doesn't announce itself but simply endures. You're in New York City in 1964, and Jackie Kennedy is learning to be someone other than a First Lady. The apartment she's chosen on Fifth Avenue overlooks Central Park, offering views that change with the seasons, bare branches in winter, explosive green in spring, and the golden fade of autumn. It's deliberately far from Washington's political landscape, a fresh start in a city that's used to celebrities and knows how to let them blend into crowds. The transition is harder than anyone from outside might guess. For 3 years, every day had structure provided by official schedules, social secretaries, and staff who managed the logistics of life. Now she's responsible for ordinary things, making sure there's food in the apartment, arranging Caroline's school schedule, and figuring out how to move through the world as a private citizen who's also one of the most recognisable people on Earth. You're with her on a relatively ordinary afternoon, walking through the city, and you notice how she's developed techniques for navigating public space. She wears large sunglasses that hide much of her face. She moves quickly with purpose, signalling to passers-by that she's busy rather than available for conversation. She's learned which restaurants have private entrances, which stores will let her shop after hours, and which parks are busy enough that she can disappear into the crowd, but not so crowded that she'll be constantly recognised. The work she begins to do is different from anything she's done before. She takes a job as an editor at Viking Press, later moving to Doubleday, and she's genuinely good at it. You're watching her edit a manuscript, and the marks she makes on the pages show real skill. She can see where a narrative drags, where a description needs sharpening, and where an author has been too close to their material to notice repetition. She's applying the same attention to detail she brought to the White House restoration, but now she's shaping words instead of rooms. Her colleagues learn to treat her like any other editor, which is what she wants. There are moments of humour in the office when someone forgets who she is and starts to gossip about recent political events, then catches herself mid-sentence, realising she's talking to someone who lived the history they're discussing as gossip. She's gracious about these moments, understanding that people need time to adjust to her presence, to learn how to be natural around someone whose face has been on more magazine covers than they could count. The books she chooses to work on reveal interests that were always there, but couldn't be fully explored during her White House years. She edits books about photography, about ballet, and about historical preservation. She works on memoirs of artists and writers, helping them shape their stories for public consumption. She's drawn to projects about beauty and culture, but also to stories about people who have overcome difficulties and who've rebuilt after loss. The work is meaningful to her in ways that go beyond the professional satisfaction. It's a connection to the world of ideas and creativity that politics only occasionally touches. You're at a publishing party with her. and she's talking with an author whose biography she's been editing, and there's a quality to the conversation that's different from political small talk. This is a genuine exchange of ideas, questioning about historical interpretation and discussion of how to balance accuracy with readability. She's intellectually engaged in ways that the role of First Lady, for all its importance, didn't always allow. Her children are growing up in this new life, and she's fiercely protective of their privacy. Caroline attends a prestigious Manhattan school, but Jackie's made it clear to other parents and to the school administration that her daughter should be treated like any other student. No special privileges, no extra attention. When photographers try to catch pictures of the children, she confronts them directly, asking them to imagine how they'd feel if their own children couldn't play without cameras documenting every moment. The work of being Jacqueline Kennedy, separate from being Jackie Kennedy Onassis that comes later, involves finding ways to honour what came before while building something new. She establishes a foundation to support the arts, channeling the public's continued interest in her toward causes that matter to her. She writes letters to donors and foundations, applying the diplomatic skills she learned during state visits to the work of fundraising and advocacy. She's still using her fame, but now she's directing it rather than being directed by it. You're with her at a fundraising gala for historic preservation, and she's giving a speech that's characteristically modest but effective. She talks about the importance of maintaining buildings that connect present generations to the past, about how physical spaces hold memories and meaning that can't be recreated if they're lost. She's applying lessons from the White House restoration to a broader context, arguing for preservation as a public good rather than a luxury. The crowd responds warmly, and afterwards checks are written that will save buildings she'll never personally visit but whose survival she's helped ensure. The funny moments in this new life often involve the disconnect between her public image and her private interests. She loves watching television, especially coverage of sporting events. She follows tennis closely and becomes an avid fan of professional cycling. She enjoys going to the movies, though she has to time it carefully to avoid crowds that might recognise her. She reads voraciously, everything from dense historical biographies to trashy novels, finding pleasure in the escape that books provide. These ordinary enjoyments exist alongside the extraordinary fact of who she is, creating a life that's simultaneously normal and utterly unique. Her friendship circle expands to include people from outside politics, artists, writers, musicians, and people who value her for her mind and company, rather than her connections to power. You're at a dinner party at her apartment, and the conversation ranges from recent exhibitions at the Metropolitan Museum to gossip about the publishing industry to someone's recent trip to Cambodia. She's created a social world that feeds her intellectual interests while maintaining the privacy she needs to feel like herself. The relationship with her children deepens in ways that were harder during the White House years. Without the constant demands of official duties, she has time to be present in ordinary ways, helping with homework, taking them to appointments, and being there when they come home from school. She's building normal rhythms that were impossible when every day was scheduled months in advance, and private family time had to be carved out of public obligation. You're in the apartment on a quiet evening, and she's looking through photographs from the White House years, organising them for the presidential library. She's creating a different kind of legacy now, one that's about preserving accurate memory rather than shaping public perception. The work is bittersweet. Each photograph holds both the warmth of good memories and the sharp pain of the loss, but it's important to her that history has access to authentic records rather than just official narratives. She maintains connections to Washington, but on her own terms, attending events that matter to her while declining invitations to everything else. She's learned that she can pick and choose, that people will accept her absence because they're grateful when she does appear. She's created boundaries that allow her to engage with political and cultural life without being consumed by it. The years pass, and gradually Jackie Kennedy becomes a person who exists primarily in history books and photographs, rather than in daily news coverage. She becomes Jackie Onassis after her marriage to Aristotle Onassis, adding another chapter to a life that's already contained more chapters than most people could imagine living. But underneath the various public identities, she's building something more fundamental, a private life that belongs to her, filled with work she finds meaningful, friendships she values, and the ordinary pleasures of existence that aren't documented. or analysed or judged by audiences who feel they have a claim on her story. You're in a library, years after the events you've been following, and you're looking at how history has processed Jacqueline Kennedy's legacy. The books are numerous: biographies, analyses, coffee table volumes focused on her style, and serious academic works examining her cultural influence. Each one captures something true but incomplete, like photographs that freeze individual moments without quite catching the motion between them. What's interesting is what persists and what fades. The clothing that seemed so important at the time, the pillbox hats, the simple dresses, the specific shade of her lipstick, these become period details, markers of an era's aesthetic rather than timeless style. But something else remains, the idea that beauty and culture matter, that how we present ourselves and our institutions isn't superficial, but communicates something essential about our values. You're walking through the White House in the present day, decades after she left it, and every room she restored still carries her influence. Later First Ladies have made their own changes and added their own touches, but the fundamental approach she established, treating the White House as a museum of American history rather than just a residence, continues. The guidebook's visitors receive reference her work. The non-profit she established still raises funds for preservation. She created a structure that outlasted her tenure, ensuring that no single person could dismantle what she built. The cultural diplomacy she practiced has become standard, almost unremarkable in its normalization. Modern First Ladies routinely promote American arts abroad, invite artists to the White House, and use state dinners as opportunities for cultural exchange. It's so common now that it's easy to forget there was a time when this wasn't automatic, when someone had to demonstrate that it was valuable and possible. She created a template that became a tradition. You're talking with someone who works in historic preservation, and they mention almost casually how Jackie Kennedy's work changed American attitudes toward old buildings. Before her restoration of the White House, there was an assumption that progress meant replacing old things with new ones, that historical buildings should make way for modern development. She demonstrated that preservation could be forward-thinking rather than backward-looking, that maintaining connections to the past could coexist with embracing the future. The funny thing about her privacy campaigns, her fierce protection of her children, her refusal to let cameras into every corner of her life, is how prescient they look now. In an age where privacy has become increasingly difficult to maintain, where social media encourages constant self-exposure, her insistence on boundaries seems not outdated but sophisticated. She understood something about the corrosive effects of total visibility that many people are only beginning to recognize. You're watching a documentary about the Kennedy administration, and the narrator is discussing Camelot, the mythology Jackie created in the days after the assassination. The documentary is careful to note the gap between myth and reality, to point out policies and actions that complicate the idealized narrative. But even as it deconstructs the myth, the documentary can't quite escape it. Those 1,000 days continue to shimmer with a special quality, a sense of possibility that persists despite all the evidence of limitation and failure that historical analysis provides. The generation of Americans who were children when Kennedy was president, who watched Jackie light the eternal flame on their television sets, carry something of her influence in how they think about leadership and loss. They learned from her example that grief can be borne with dignity, that public duty can coexist with private pain, and that it's possible to create meaning in the face of tragedy. These aren't lessons you can really teach. They have to be demonstrated, lived in full view, and embodied rather than explained. You're in a bookstore, and you notice how many different kinds of books bear her influence without necessarily mentioning her name. Books about interior design that emphasize historical accuracy. Books about fashion that argue for elegance over trendiness. Books about parenting that discuss protecting children's privacy. Books about grief that acknowledge the necessity of both private feeling and public composure. She created ripples that moved outward into culture, affecting how people think about numerous subjects that might seem disconnected from the story of a First Lady from the 1960s. Her work as an editor, which might have seemed like a footnote to her more public accomplishments, has its own legacy. The books she shepherded into publication remain in print, introducing new readers to subjects she cared about. Her colleagues remember her as genuinely good at the work, not just a famous name attached to projects for publicity purposes. She proved that someone who'd lived at the centre of political history could find satisfaction in quieter professional accomplishments. The relationship between privacy and public service that she navigated, reluctantly, imperfectly, but ultimately successfully, continues to be relevant for anyone who lives partially in public view. She showed that it's possible to maintain mystery without being dishonest, to be reserved without being cold, and to protect what's intimate while still connecting meaningfully with audiences who feel invested in your story. You're looking at photographs of the eternal flame at Arlington, and you realise it's still burning just as she intended. Visitors come constantly, leaving flowers, standing quietly and thinking their own thoughts about loss and legacy and the moments in history that changed everything. She created that place, that focal point for reflection, in the midst of her own unbearable loss, and it continues serving the purpose she imagined for it. The quiet legacy is perhaps the most powerful one, the demonstration that influence doesn't always require force, that change can happen through careful attention to detail, and that beauty and grace are their own forms of power. She never wrote the definitive book explaining her approach, or gave speeches outlining her philosophy. She simply did the work, made the choices, and demonstrated through action what she believed mattered. You're thinking about the 12-year-old girl reading about Marie Antoinette in that Manhattan apartment, tracing her finger over illustrations of beautiful furniture, beginning to understand the relationship between objects and the people who live among them, and you're thinking about the woman she became, who took that understanding and applied it at a scale that influenced millions of people's relationships with their own history and culture. The connection between those two moments, childhood fascination and adult accomplishment, is what makes the story feel coherent, like a life lived with intention even in circumstances that often spun beyond any individual's control. The legacy isn't simple or uncomplicated. She was a person of her time, with limitations and blind spots and moments when she failed to live up to her own standards. But what remains, what persists after all the analysis and criticism and revisionist history, is the fact of transformation. She changed how Americans thought about their visual culture, their relationship to history, and their capacity for grace. Under impossible pressure, she did this not through speeches or legislation or political manoeuvring, but through the accumulation of careful choices about beauty, dignity, and meaning. You're closing your eyes now, ready for sleep, and the image that remains is not of grand public moments, but of something quieter. A woman looking at a room and seeing not just what is, but what could be, understanding that the gap between those two visions could be bridged through patient attention to detail, through respect for history, and through the belief that beauty matters, and that how we live among objects and images and memories shapes who we become. That understanding, passed from one generation to the next through example rather than instruction, is perhaps the truest legacy of all, a way of seeing that persists long after the specific accomplishments that demonstrated it have been catalogued and analysed and filed away in history's careful records. And with that thought, you let the story settle, let the details blur into the comfortable darkness behind your eyelids, carrying with you into sleep the gentle reminder that legacy isn't always loud, that influence often works in whispers, and that sometimes the most lasting changes are the ones that happen so gradually, so carefully, so quietly, that you only recognise them years later when you look around and realise the world has shifted slightly on its axis, becoming something just a little more beautiful, a little more thoughtful, a little more aware of the connections between past and present, between objects and meaning, and between the choices we make and the world those choices create.